shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like wall. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Don't step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, don't step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way. till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse, suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Take us down. Keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series, match day number 4 for Europe and MENA. I'm your host for today's games, Trav, and I am joined by the wonderful, beautiful Brit, Ark, and the dreamy Dutchman. Took me a lot of thought to get these together in Teddy over at the end. We'll start off with you, Ark. How are you feeling about how the competition's gone so far?
I feel it's shaping up to be really, really eventful. Kind of similar to what we expected. I think it's fair to say that the top 4 now is kind of what we've seen sort of developing over the course of the year of the BSC. But again, this is past the halfway stage. But there is still time for those teams that are just slightly under to catch up.
Definitely got some of those more storylines building up. And Teddy, you know, you've had your chance to see today's games, and we've got some brilliant ones coming up. But what are you looking forward to the most?
Well, sometimes this is a very hard question to answer, but when you have an SK versus Tribe Gaming lined up, I mean, that's an easy answer. That's a very easy answer. That is going to be the best match of the day, and it's our final one as well.
I knew you were going to say that, to be honest. We'll take a quick look at the format for the competition as a whole. We've already gone past those open final stages, and today we find ourselves in match day number 4 of the challenge phase. We will have another 3 after this for that to be completed, and then the top 4 teams of this league phase, the challenge phase, will move on to the challenge finals at a LAN format, and they will have a big competition for the prize pool, which we'll touch on just in a minute. But after that, and moving on into the next year, the Masters event will be held, where 2 from all North America, Asia Pacific, India, and the 2 best teams from Europe and MENA over the 2 seasons will progress to that Masters phase. We'll take a quick look at the prize pool now, and it adds up to a nice little $50,000 if you want to break that down for us, Ark.
Yeah, first place, 20 grand. I mean, that is the lion's share. That's what everyone is fighting for. $10,000 over second is nothing to be trifled at for sure. 7.5 grand for third, and 5,000 for fourth. For fifth, going down to eighth, got $3,000 there, $2,000, 1.5 grand, and $1,000, even if you come last.
Yeah, I mean, you're always going to be happy with the 20,000, but even if you lose all of your games, which some of our teams are definitely on the road to doing, I will say, you still get that $1,000. We'll take a quick look at the leaderboard, which we are talking about in just a second, and I'm sure the wonderful Teddy will walk us through that.
Yeah, absolutely. So far, it's been a very, very easy start of the season for Reply Totem and SK Gaming, 3-0 right now. Tribe and Navi just behind 2-1. Chasmac Gaming, Mystic Esports on the bottom side of the leaderboard, 1 and 2, but all the way down it is going to be Pana Fresh and Team Queso, which so far have yet to really waken up, to be honest, but this might be their chance because they are going to be facing each other today. So one of those 2 teams at least is going to take a win.
I mean, it's a big battle between these 2 teams today. We'll see the rest of the schedule in just a second, but these 2 teams definitely want to get going in the competition because so far they haven't had the most difficult games, and sitting 0-3 to even have a chance of moving on to the next stage, I'm pretty sure they've got to win all of their games, which is a hard ask as well. Let's take a quick look at the schedule for today then, and we'll see which other games we have been, which are lined up today. We've got Navi versus a Mystic kicking things off in match number 1. Totem and Chasmac EU, which were Crazy Clan. If you didn't tune in on Tuesday, they have been been picked up to that org in match number 2 there. Pana Fresh versus Queso, and this is where the real spicy matches start in those bottom 2, which is a big grudge match. Half of Team Queso actually left that team and joined Pana Fresh, and then the big one at the end, SK versus Tribe Gaming. I've already asked Teddy Ark, but what game, and I'm pretty sure I know the answer, are you looking forward to the most as well?
I mean, given the fact that, SK versus Tribe, it was a match point in Challenge Day 7 of last season. It was a match point in Day 1 of the Challenge Finals of last season, and again, the following day on Day 2. Every match those two teams play ends one way or another under a match point scenario. But I've got to say, bringing it forward to the first match of the day, it's a big one for Mystic. I mean, if you look at who they've lost against so far, I mean, they've lost against Tribe and Reply Totem, and they are massive frontrunners. But this is going to be their kind of like first challenge for me in that respect, because we kind of expect Reply Totem and Tribe to get the results, considering how they've been faring at this stage of the year. But for Mystic, if they get the win over Navi, they're in a pretty decent spot nonetheless. It's not going to be an easy one. We saw how Navi are playing at the moment, and they are really performing very well. But if they get this win, I think it's going to give a lot of people some hope as to their prospects moving forwards.
Yeah, how Navi have been shaping up. They've been looking like they are going to be the team who take that 4th spot at the end of it. We do have the favourites in the region, Reply Totem, SK and Tribe. They are the 3 big teams in this one. But Navi and Mystic are kind of the teams who are on that edge. Mystic managed to take a fairly convincing win against Team Queso, which we've seen a few teams do, I will say. But still, they're yet to prove themselves against the big 3 or some of the bigger teams, and Navi are definitely going to be one of their competitors for that 4th spot, Teddy.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, there's so many really strong teams in the region right now, so it's always going to be a challenge to make it, to the next stage. But Navi are looking pretty good to do so. Mystic, they got a lot to prove today, and I think, as you mentioned, it is an important match for them.
Yeah, as well, guys, be sure to join the Discord, which will be down below in just a second, and get in with these games. It might have been already qualified out in this one, but be sure to share your thoughts in there and also get ready for future seasons and iterations of this competition as well. It's definitely something you all want to get involved in, because this is where, big money, big events lie, and everybody wants a piece of that, right, Ark?
Exactly that, and being an open format, there's no excuses in that respect. If you think you've got what it takes, prove it, demonstrate it, get involved, and again, you might even surprise yourselves. Some people come into the competition and just kind of think, well, we'll see how it goes, and they end up causing some big upsets along the way. So it's absolutely worth fighting for.
Yeah, I mean, it really is, and we'll have to give a big shout out as well to the Snapdragon Elite Gaming guys over there, because they really do allow us to put these competitions on, which you will be able to join through the Discord, as we just mentioned. But for the teams who are here today, and the teams who are here in past seasons as well, they've been the ones who have really made things happen. They've allowed us to be here, and the competitions are always incredible when they're sponsoring them, Teddy.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, it's been a blast so far. The first challenge season as well was exceptional, man. So many resources pulled together to make all of this happen, and it couldn't be possible without them.
It really couldn't at all. Snapdragon Elite Gaming really are the guys to go to. And with this first match, Navi against Mystic Esports, as we said, we've already established that it is a really, really big game for both of these teams, Ark. But, who are you kind of siding with when it comes to this matchup? Because we've seen a lot from Navi, not only in this competition, but also other competitions like monthly finals as well. Whereas Mystic Esports, they've showed some upsets through those open finals against Tribe and beating Team Queso, which was an upset at the start of the season, don't get me wrong. They were coming into this competition looking like one of the stronger ones. So, do you think that they've got a chance of taking down a team as notorious as Navi?
This is the thing, because both of these two teams kind of really came into the, to our horizons this season. We didn't see them last year. We saw Navi last year, but at the, season 1, both teams weren't really competing that much. And obviously, Mystic Esports being the former Kazaki team, they kind of ran into each other once in Split 1, Cup 6, and it was a 2-0 scoreline in favor of Navi. So, if that's anything to go by, you kind of have to give Navi a bit of the edge there. And just given how they're performing at the moment, they're looking really, really great. Mystic, on the other hand, have shown and demonstrated to us that they can cause an upset. They can take on a really, really strong contender in this competition. We just didn't see it yesterday. So we need to see a little bit more from them, and I think that this could be the moment to do so. They've had a bit of a time now to reflect, to have some conversations regarding that performance. And regarding their scoreline being that 2-1 loss, they're not in the worst spot at the moment. Like, there's definitely people that are below them. So if they can make or break it today with a make it, then they're looking pretty good moving forwards as long as they keep that same momentum.
They really are. They've just got to beat the teams who they are supposed to beat at the moment. Navi, we'll take a quick look at their roster now, as they have got some great players representing them. These are the players then, MMA, Alex, Cube, and Angel Boy, who've really been coming into their own through this second half of the year. Some great placements in some other competitions as well. It really does depend who shows up on the day and if they do perform to the highest of abilities, because we've definitely seen some ups and downs from them this year, Teddy.
Yeah, they have not been the most consistent team, but I feel like it's something they've been able to really work on in the last couple of months, and now they are winning quite consistently as well, getting very far in monthly finals and such events. So they're a really, really fierce opponent, and Mystic better be ready.
Yeah, and we've seen them adopt some different draft strategies this year, Ark, as well. From the start of the year, they tried to go with what everybody else was doing. They wanted to play the meta, but they've kind of adapted to how they were playing last year when it was blind picks, a lot of tanks being seen. And do you think that's something that helps them out quite a lot?
I think Navi's sort of comp style has always been in their favor. It was just a bit of a slow start, like you say, to the year to kind of really harness that and to embrace it, really. But now they are thriving off the back of that, and many a team have not quite seemed to necessarily grasp, how they like to go about the drafting process, and they're not afraid to try things that are a little bit outside of the meta. There's obviously a lot of similar ideas which they do love at the moment. Bonnie's a big one. They really are starting to make that work, whereas when that brawler first came into the mix, they struggled a bit with it. They weren't quite getting the timings for it. But the thing about Navi right now is they are getting those timings down, and that's what's making them so scary.
I mean, they are just really, really dangerous, the drafts they make. In the first week, we saw them play against Craze Clan at the time, now Chasmac, and they brought out Frank on a map literally called Out in the Open. You would not expect that from them at all, but they actually managed to take the win in that, and then they brought it back again during Layer Cake and won that in Bounty as well. It just shows the kind of power they have with these kind of brawlers, Teddy.
Yeah, they've always had some very interesting ideas when it comes to picks and now draft, obviously. I feel like it's taken them a little bit while to actually really understand how to play the draft. But more recently, I think that extra experimentation that they had in the beginning of the year really helped them out to, have just a different outview of how you can draft and what sort of brawlers you can bring into the table, which other teams might underlook.
It really is a scary prospect. Navi, we've met them now. We'll be meeting Mystic Esports, who might have flown under Quad Eagle's radar, but we'll take a look at the roster right now. Well, there it is. The Mystic Esports roster consisting of Uncle X, Mebius, Arturo, and Nob to finish things out. They really have been playing extremely well recently. They've taken a couple of losses to teams that you expect them to lose against, but they did take down Team Queso, which, although it might not seem a difficult task at the moment, it still is. These are players who you would expect to come into the competition and lose the majority of games. They would have been coming into this my 8th seed, but they are sitting around about 4th, 5th at the moment for me.
Yeah, that's the thing. They are still in a fantastic spot. It's just a bit of, sink or swim today, realistically. They've taken some big beats, but to big teams, Reply, Totem, and Tribe. And, speaking of Tribe, in the Open Finals, we saw this team qualify into the challenge season based on beating Tribe Gaming EU. Sure, Tribe Gaming EU yesterday got their own back, but nonetheless, it still is a team which are clearly capable of some great things, some great drafts. So I really wouldn't count this team out. As we get to the sort of final challenge days, that's where it's going to really come down to. And we've seen in those final days where a team just kind of are able to really embrace those final moments and handle the pressure to qualify for the challenge finals. And
Teddy, do you think they've got any secrets or, drafting styles that have allowed them to win these games? The games that they have won, Tribe in the Open Finals and also Team Queso in this phase. Do you think there's any secrets to why they managed to do that and not beat the others?
Well, I feel like if I knew of their secrets, that would be very valuable information that, Tribe, guys, if you need it, maybe, just hit my DM. But seriously, I'm not entirely sure. They've done some interesting things with the draft for the most part when I've watched them here in the challenge season. I think it was a bit more standard, but the fact that they were able to, match, if not sometimes exceed, the level of play of their opponents in a more standard setting is incredibly impressive. And I think mechanically as well, they are very gifted players, and you need to be very careful about what sort of picks you let them, have in their hands.
Yeah, I mean, it has appeared that they are fairly mechanical, and they do like that aggressive play style. Mystic Esports sitting on the 2.96 to 2.55, and having a positive KD when going as aggressive as they do is definitely something to be scared of. 28,000 damage on their side as well, but Navi, they're not looking as good, Ark.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's a lot of history between these two teams as well, and I think they're relatively evenly matched. I mean, stats kind of say one story, and again, Mystic are an aggressive team, but Navi are able to show a bit more of a balance, in my opinion, between that kind of aggressive playstyle and also some passive and defensive styles. At the same time, both of these two teams got 2 grand final wins in Split 1. So I think there's something to be said there, because back in Split 1 especially, before we had the first bunch of 6 qualify, it was really quite a wider player pool, quite a wider amount of teams that are able to compete up against each other. So to get to those final stages and to secure them twice over between these two teams, I think there's got to be something to be said.
It really does, and Mystic Esports, they're very, very dangerous. But I'm just going to ask you straight up, guys, final predictions between these two, because I'm siding with Navi. I'm sure you're thinking something a little bit similar. We'll start with Teddy. Who do you think is going to take this one?
I would love for Mystic to win this one. I think it could be a massive win, right? Because right now they're 1-2, and if they win this one, suddenly they're 2-2. They're a fantastic season, really, in the middle of the pack. But if they lose it, they're 1-3, and things get a little scarier. Either way, I feel like Navi is the stronger team. I'm not excluding the chance for Mystic to make something happen here, but I feel like Navi is a safer bet.
Yeah, I mean, we always trust an ARC to switch things up. Can we do it again?
I've got to be honest, I'm kind of on the same side as Teddy. I feel like today would be a fantastic time for Mystic to really show up, and I think that will just increase the closeness between these two teams in particular, and how that will then fare going into the other days. That's going to be exciting for me. At the moment, having said that, Navi are just really at the top of their game right now. It's taken a while to get there, but now they are really thriving off the back of that. And if you look at the BSC, they've been in the grand finals 2 months in a row now. Didn't quite get their win last month, against Tribe, but nonetheless, they've shown really, really great growth and progression. I would like Mystic to get this win, but I think Navi have the edge.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you guys there. I think Mystic, they are a team who can force this upset, though. They have this play style that if they can kind of adapt to what Navi go, and I don't think it really takes much adaptation, because you do kind of expect them to go those tankier routes. And, Mystic like to bring in the max, they like to bring in stuff that do just kind of take massive risks. And I think that's a playstyle that, an underdog team always brings to the table. And the only games that they do manage to win are when they take these riskier picks. But at the end of the day, I mean, Navi are just Navi. And they've been playing so well, so well. And as both of you said, it is a make or break for both of these teams here, really, because it's Mystic taking down a team who they know they need to beat to be able to make it to the next phase, because they are their biggest competition at the moment. And if Navi lose it, they're going to be on par with Mystic. And it's not going to be the best situation for them, because they're striving for that 4th spot. They want to be beating the teams above them, not losing against the teams below them.
Exactly that. This is the thing, and I feel like it's really today where it's going to make a big statement. If they come out today and they prove us all wrong, then other teams are going to look upon that and go, we really need to pull up our socks here, because we maybe underestimated them. And I think that's another thing that's to Mystic's advantage, actually. I think a lot of people maybe watching, and a lot of teams maybe underestimate them. Despite that big win against Tribe in the Open Finals, they are a team that have kind of just gradually risen up. And those are the teams that people tend to overlook, and you really can't, especially not in this draft, and especially not when they've just clearly demonstrated their understanding when it comes to the technical. Yeah,
and it was something that me and Ready said Sports win against Tribe Gaming in the Open Finals was maybe a little bit of a fluke, but they come back, they take down Queso in the first week, and they were looking good. I said to Ready, I was like, I think I might have underestimated these guys, but then they've had some losses after that, and it kind of deflated the wind in their sails, and I just don't know if they're going to be able to do the same against a Navi, Teddy.
Yeah, well, our draft is lining up here for Beach Bowl and Brawl Bowl. We already have our bans. That's going to be Penny, Max, and Ruffs for Navi. I think you mentioned, Trav, earlier, the Max being a pick that Mystic just brought in very, very often so far in this competition. So rooting it out is a pretty wise call, in my opinion. On the other hand, Mystic are going to take out the Poco and the Sam, which are brawlers that are much more in line with what Navi usually bring to the table. So I like it quite a bit. The Janet first pick as well. Janet is still in a fantastic place. Very, very strong brawler. Very versatile, and just kind of fits well with most comps.
Yeah, I mean, Janet's always a safe bet, for sure. I like the bans showing clear signs that both teams understand the other and like to, sort of cancel out some of those riskier brawlers. Ultimately, Sam, I'm not too convinced on, but it is definitely an idea that Navi wouldn't, it's pretty obvious that they would probably experiment with that. But Otis coming in first for Navi, which, again, very, very strong in the meta, no doubt about it. But there's still that kind of teething area at the moment when teams are kind of deciding as to whether they want to opt towards it. I think it's pretty decent, especially in a map like Brawl Ball, especially if you're holding the ball, that mute is going to be able to prevent you from scoring. Gene coming in second, I really, really like. I feel like Gene is a great way to turn the game around, to have those additional heals coming in as well. And yeah, pretty decent things shaping up to be so far.
Yeah, you know, I like the Gene Otis. Otis has got some good DPS for Gene to pull into as well, but, you know, Janet, she's going to have to drop the base. She's going to have the ability to fly away from these pulls as well, and that can be a dangerous thing for Navi at the moment. But, you know, Gene quite often is a first pick on this map. To be able to have Otis first, to have the mute ability with Silver Starfish, have the DPS that he brings, and then have Gene be basically gifted to you as a second pick after that, I'm just questioning the Janet first pick. It's got to be the main thing that Mystic Esports might have blundered here. They add Amber to the mix, and it's just another brawler that I'm not the biggest fan of on this map.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about the Amber, to be completely honest. I maybe have better prospects for the Janet than you do, but I think Gene, just in general, has been such an X factor so far this season, where every team that's brought it into a draft has been like, I think Gene has a ridiculously high win rate, to be completely honest, because at a pro level, when executed right, it just brings so much to the table as a support character, to be able to have the scouting capabilities, as well as obviously the game-changing pools and the magic buffs. It's so much of a well-rounded brawler. Surge is a very interesting approach. I think Surge is in a pretty decent place. Very draft-specific so far. I don't necessarily see the draft for it, which, you know, is a bit of a question mark for me, but again, if he manages to get, like, you know, quickly to the third, fourth stage, I can see it popping off. I do think a Stu is going to provide a lot of value, especially against the Amber.
Amber, yeah, it's not a bad idea. I think it's actually quite an underrated one, and it can obviously, you know, take down a lot of those bushy areas, give yourself more visibility, more ability to control various situations. But it's a tricky one going up against the Gene. I think that you're always going to be able to get that chip damage with the Gene, to be able to get that magic hand, and then as an Amber, you're pretty vulnerable to that kind of thing as well. There's not really necessarily too much that you're going to be able to do against it, and I feel like the Otis and the Stu is a great little pairing going on here for Navi. I personally feel like they've got like the stronger of the two comps.
Yeah, I would agree with you, to be completely honest, but let's see how this unfolds. Is so far a very passive start from both sides, really just playing max range, trying to get a couple pokes off, and X reloading is super passively, gets the burn onto Alex, but Alex is going to be able to get a super, gets a follow-up tag, and reloads his super as well. Still very passive, but Navi slowly making a move. Mabi is also not really able to find the most value of that gadget, so it's going to be good news for Navi, as Alex does get very low HP forced back. So is X, but he's still able to get a nice aggressive puddle there onto Alex.
Holy ping! Alex is dancing around this situation and getting just such wondrous value. I mean, he went low, but he was able to just control that aggression, and you just see every now and again, he just pops off. So now 1v2 in this top left-hand corner, and it looks like it should be a goal. Nicely done. Very clean work from Navi, and Alex scores it.
Yeah, I don't know if I love this approach from Mystic, because I feel like, you know, if you're playing the waiting game, that's one that Navi, more likely than not, is going to win, because, you know, they're just waiting for either side to make a mistake. And in this matchup, it's rarely going to be Navi that makes the mistake. Now, they do lose a player early on, but Angel Boy is there with the trade on the right-hand side. Another kill from Cube on the right side as well, and X is incredibly low HP, gets cleared out by Cube. 2v1 there against Nob. Angel Boy going to try to walk it in, but okay, I mean, maybe rushed it a little bit on the side of Navi, as Nob is going to clear it out, and Mystic live to find another day. The day might only last for 35 seconds.
True that. I mean, let's see how Mystic fare, because they have had a bit of a saving grace there. And, you know, Navi are looking so good already. I'm just going to come out and say it. Nice little mute there from Angel Boy, and the takedown is swift. 3 versus 1 now, and it's not looking good. The ball will be passed forwards here, and Alex should be able to finalize this one out. And it looked very comfortable. You know, that like small glimmer there from Mystic was an opportunity, but they just were not able to hold control. Against a team like Navi, you need to really come back with something as an answer.
Yeah, I think this was too passive of an approach from Mystic. I think if both teams are, you know, on the same playing field at the same level, it's fine to play it safe, because you don't really know who's going to make the mistake first. But here I feel like Mystic have been just, struggling a little bit more with keeping up and playing so defensive. That means Navi is free to just dictate the pacing of the game, take matters in their own hands. And I mean, we saw that in a very convincing game 1.
Well, X will obviously have a super now off the back of that oil slick and play some aggression onto Alex onto the left, as Cubic and Angel Boy at the moment just keeping their distance, just playing it slow and cool and not feeding in to anything that Mystic have to offer. Lovely little burn down there on the left-hand side. And
He walked back in it.
you've got to be so careful about those things against a team like Navi that like to exploit those mistakes. And you can just see they're not looking nervous on the side of Navi. They're not looking like they're bothered by this. They're just waiting for their time and then going in aggressively. And Mystic is just almost feeding into that.
Yeah, again, X is going to win his lane. Cube falls to Mebius, and Angel Boy is able to pick up the pieces from there. Does end up going down to Knob, but that is going to deflate the push, or at least delay it. X goes for another burn. It does connect onto Alex, but he does break through, and elimination either way, as Mebius and Cube are fighting off the middle. Cube very low, but able to get the kill. Angel Boy also not quite going down to Knob. They are low HP. X clears up Alex on the left-hand side. Knob very low as well. Does pick up the kill onto X, but things get a little bit messy all around. It is a 1v1 between Angel Boy and Mebius, but Mebius is going to be the one to win that one with 96 HP remaining.
It was a nice fat splatter before that, and nice takedown on the right-hand side there as well. This is a great chance for Mystic. They can put some pressure forwards now. It's putting Navi on the back ropes, and Angel Boy has got the mute now. That could be very crucial to land. I think just considering to use it there, but just shows better of it. Use the gadget instead and just try to assert some authority on that left. But this position on the right-hand side for Mebius is a really strong one. He's got his super as well to hand. He's one away from max stacks, damage gear rolling in as well, and X goes down the left, and it's still a 2 versus 1. I think that, to be honest, this is the best fighting chance that Mystic have had so far, and they do. They score it and bring things back, and Navi got to respond.
Important goal here. There is some utility with that gene pool still available for Navi, but time is just so dangerously low right now. Angel Boy trying to make some sort of an opening on the right side, but Cube burns down, and was that the chances for Navi in this second game? Mystic tie things up, and much better from them overall. I think one of the I was gonna say X factors. It was X.
Yeah.
Because he won his lane more often than not, whereas in the first game he was really struggling to keep up, and Alex was able to consistently just open things up on that side. This time around, X just doing a much better job at holding his own, and whenever he gets the kill onto Alex, he can help Mebius in the mid and just, you know, slowly snowball their way towards victory.
And I think as well, Navi have clearly realised that themselves. Just keep it going for some chip damage there onto that top left, just to try to keep a little bit of pressure on. But Alex does tend to get burnt down by that a lot, and he could probably try to avoid it a bit better. Yes, he's got the Gasser Hill on the side of the star power, but Magic Puffs as well won't be enough to keep him in the mix. The pass comes through here. Lovely little play there from Mavis. Gets the aggression continuing on, and that should be a goal here. Continued aggression. The takedown is there as well. Lovely work, and a big night and day difference here for Mystic.
That was super clean. I mean, again, quite passive, but X was initiating things on the left-hand side, and again, taking matters in his own hands. Does get Cube quite low HP. Cube down to 420, goes for the pool, and X can't shoot during that time, and that's going to be a free kill, but a nice gadget from Mebius, giving him the extra range of the third stage and helping him get that pickup, as Angel Boy and Alex are able to pinch off Knob on the right lane. Things starting to look a little better here for Navi.
Yeah, good communication between the games to swap over a little bit, and that pull that Cubic was able to obtain has cleared up that entire left-hand side now. He can really just go to town and get some chip damage. Knob and both Mobius very low here, but Angel Boy himself, 88 HP, and down from the skies comes those missiles. Now a 2 versus 2. It's not the worst position here for Navi, but ideally here, they kind of want to heal up a little bit and wait for their third to come back in and continue this approach. Nonetheless, though, that takedown of Knob will change things considerably. If a pass gets through to Cubic and he finds the space, or maybe a pull, it could be a goal here for Navi.
Yeah, he did get hit by the burner from X, so he's going to go down. Angel Boy able to find the trade, but Navi is now on stage 3 as another super available as well to go in, go out, or just upgrade. And that is a good situation overall here for Mystic, as Navi don't have a massive amount of time. Some aggression there from Alex, gets to pick up Mebius, trying his best to defend things off, and does a wonderful job at it, to be completely honest. 15 seconds left, and again, Navi in a tough situation to pull this one back together.
Yeah, from how they started and how aggressive they seemed. Can they score here? Not going to happen now. Not after that takedown of Angel Boy and Mystic. What a way to fight back. Their way to adapt things as well. It's something that you've got to take note of here if you're Navi. I mean, it looked like it was going to be a very quick one and done, wouldn't it, for Navi? But the way that Mystic responded was pretty fierce.
I mean, you know, it was just the amendments that they made on those lanes. You know, X started to play that little bit more passive, Gadget at the back, get his super, and then it really all just kind of stemmed from there. And the same with Mebius over the right-hand side as well. He played that Surge so well in the last couple of games, jumping on his opponents and getting that direct damage, getting a lot more levels as well, which I think is a really solid thing to do as that play, because as soon as he started to get to level 3, level 4, they got pinned into positions like this, and Navi just could not do anything about it.
It was a great way there just to kind of have as well the drop the base as a way to just evade the pull, you know, just to try to ensure the goal. The body blocking was on point as well. And I'm sure the Navi felt like they had it going in. I mean, we said before we went in, or at least I did, I felt they had a really, really good comp. And the fact that they weren't able to make it work, that's a really, really great fighting chance for Mystic here.
It did really just feel, Navi's comp seemed that little bit more rounded. They had the established mid that we know off the start, we know what was going to play lane, and they swapped that. It started to be a little bit better, but they did take that early goal in that third match, and that was kind of the difficulty that they had with winning this game, because regardless of the lanes that they swapped, you stick a Gene on lane, it's still not going to be as powerful as a Stu, but the matchups just weren't there for the Stu.
Yeah, it was a bit challenging. I mean, I love, first of all, how Mebius utilized the damage gear on the Surge. He just kept it on for forever in the second game and was able to get so much value from afar because he was really outraging everyone. And the chip damage from the Gene would not be enough to take him down either way, so really utilizing that range to his advantage and that extra damage, obviously, but also just X. I like the fact that he was playing more passive on his lane, and yet he was opening things up more too, because the passive game against us too is one that you are going to win as an Amber, because you reload that super passively, and then you know, you get that opening with your super. Whereas the Stu was kind of just stuck there, and Alex was left with no real solution to deal with that fight, because he would always start at half HP.
And, you know, he was using the breakthrough a lot as well. You know, he was using it in circumstances where I think the walls would have been better off up. He broke the left side quite a few times in those first games, and that kind of allows the Amber to, you know, play the passive game and not feed Stu the super, because she's going to outrange him just that little bit more. And, you know, the Gene's going to be thriving with walls down, but at the same time, you know, against the Janet, it's not going to be the easiest of matchups even with those walls down. And I think the more the walls fell and the higher the level that Mebius got, it came more and more dangerous for Navi as time went on. And we saw, you know, a couple of late goals, but also that early one as well was a bit of a just a comeback that they couldn't have.
Yeah. One thing I will say about Navi, though, is that they are very good when they are behind. We've seen it time and time again this year, that they don't tend to take the pressure of a situation to then make them falter. They are pretty well able to come back in this second set. The question is, you know, was that, you know, what they were expecting? You know, how do they value Mystic as a team as well? Because if they didn't value them, now they've realized that actually we were in a bit of trouble. Maybe they didn't do enough preparation in that respect, then this could go downhill from here. But I feel like in Layer Cake and Bounty, you know, it's kind of caters a little bit towards Navi's playstyle. Yes, they are very aggressive, but they're also quite good at playing the patient game also.
Yeah, Navi are still a little bit more isolated from the rest of the teams in the competition in a way, and maybe, I don't know, it didn't get to their ears just yet. A Mystic are a team that is scary. Maybe the prep was just not quite there. It's only one set in, right? So it's really not the end of the world here for Navi, but they can't give much more to Mystic here, because it's a slippery slope. It really is, especially against Mystic, a team that has been able in the past to really build up some nice momentum and just cause some big-time damage to some much stronger teams. Navi need to be incredibly serious with their approach here, and the Curl, Ruffs, and Max bans are very similar to the previous set as well. Whereas on the set of Mystic, they will take down the Gene, probably an adaptation from Beach Ball, as well as just a generally good pick on Layer Cake, and the Poco again, which a very Navi thing to bring to the table, and the Gus, which we've seen more and more recently. I'm not quite overly convinced by it yet. I think it's a good pick. I don't think it's, you know, a must ban, but I think it's quite alright for Mystic to take it out.
It really does depend quite heavily on the team that plays this, because I feel there's some players who just do have it nailed down. And I think it's the same with Otis as well. They're going to take the Otis again, regardless of losing with it in that previous game, but the bans just look very targeted to the opposing teams. And, you know, I think they've done a very good job on both sides of the coin here to, you know, negate what the opposing players want to go with, and then we're going to have a bit of a free-for-all, and it seemed kind of the same in the first set as well, and that allowed Mystic to take the win. And we've seen teams doing it to SK, we've seen teams doing it to other more established teams, but just banning out what they want to play, and also sometimes picking it, as Ark mentioned earlier. Navi have really come into their own with Bonnie, and they're going to take that as their first pick.
That's exactly what I took away from it as well, and that's such a smart strategy for Mystic here. I just hope that they're able to back it up with the same kind of level of play that we've seen Navi have with that particular brawler, but in a map like Layer Cake, you know, part of the advantage being able to push back into your opposition spawn. I love the Piper pick here. Piper on layer kick at the moment is in such a good place. We've seen like a bit of a rise up in various brawlers on this map over time, and Rico as well coming back in recently. It's kind of a delight to see one that has been out of the mix for a while. But I guess the thing to remember with the Piper side for Mystic is simply that there are a lot of tankier options which Navi could bring into the equation here. It's a bit of a bold, risky play and a risky move, but one thing's for sure is that Bonnie can be slow and sluggish, but susceptible. Penny is a great thing to have here, and if Mystic find themselves in the spawn area, they could be in trouble.
Yeah, Penny is all going to be about that setup and the setup time, in my opinion. Being able to get in position with that mortar, the sooner the better, really. And then it's going to add so much extra value to the set of Navi. But the early game could be somewhere where Mystic can shine and try to find an opening pick, really punish Penny until she has that full kit available to her. There's still another pick available for Navi, and I like that they're bringing a thrower, because I feel like you kind of want to when you have a Penny on your team and there's still an open pick on your opponent's side, just to make it a little bit harder for them to even access the mortar in the first place, whereas a thrower is going to be able to kind of work around the walls and take it down with more ease. Plus, I think the value is there with this squad pick. Good control, good opportunities as well to get some big damage onto the Piper if she overextends and extends her welcome. So I like what I'm seeing from Navi so far. There's still that final pick. It's going to be the Jen. What are your thoughts, Trav?
Well, I kind of just think that it is a battle of the early game. If Piper can get a super, get a kill early on, break up the map, then Mystic have got this nailed down surely, because with the map open, not only are Penny and Otis outranged, but also Sprout's going to have nothing to help him whatsoever, and I really do prefer Mystics compared, to be honest with you. I think Navi have got something that's going to be very good if they can just get control, establish that Penny mortar, have none of the walls broken, but if it goes the slightest bit wrong, it could all fall apart.
Yeah, I kind of tend to agree. I wasn't quite where I thought Navi were going to be taking it, to be honest. It's very risky to pick a Sprout before that final pick, and if you can see the big picture and know exactly what's going on, it's a bit different, but they kind of did leave things open by picking it, I guess, the last available opportunity that they had. But let's see. MMA is going to throw out a big fat splatter on the left-hand side, which will allow some potential to push forwards here. In the mid, both double stacking though. Angel Boy and Cubic just trying to gain an early super here, but again, that's one tap there from X, and if he continues to do so, then that super would be a certain break on the right-hand side here, which is going to force Angel Boy over to the left, and that's not really going to help him too much either. So it's a bit of a tough one for Navi here, but they've just got to be very, very cautious, and that's another. X is going to be on super very soon.
Yeah, that super is going to be instrumental towards Mystic's success, because I mean, once you get to a bit more of an aggressive position from Navi, I feel like the Sprout is going to be able to find a lot of value and just play off those walls very nicely, as he's doing right now. I think that positioning is looking much better for them. A barrel pop by Cube needed to. X is getting a bit too dangerously low. Mebius can afford some aggression. He can always jump out if need be. He is very low HP now. He's keeping it, and yeah, he's going to jump at the last second. Very synced up with the Piper as well, but that does mean he's in a bit of a weaker form here at that range, and Angel Boy is free to wall up the left-hand side, try to get the takedown. Does get one connection, but no follow-up just yet. Attack from Cube to keep Mebius low, and that's going to be the elimination from Cube onto X. 1-star lead now in favor of Navi.
Great work there from Navi, honestly, and just the patience there as well for the wall on the left-hand side. Angel Boy knows if he puts it out too early, then it's just going to be Mystic walking straight through it, but the takedown is there from Nobby. He takes it to the skies as well. The survivability is on point, and it just does feel like Mystic have tried and tested this comp. You can see that when they went back into that spawn side area, it really was the last resort, but 10 seconds remain, and this could turn at any moment. Maybe this has got to, he can jump away from this. They should really be focusing potentially on Nob here, but it should be a pretty decent defense. Mystic are going to have to jump away, have all the stars, and Navi looked like they had it in the bag. They had the spawn trap, but this were not able to just maintain it until the end.
Yeah, I think one of the key factors here for Mystic was just the survivability, the amount of utility they had to jump out. The Piper super, the Bonnie super, and then whether it's the super or even the gadget from the Janet, able to get out of those tricky situations, pick up a big kill earlier onto Angel Boy as well, which was in such an annoying spot to deal with. That was very, very clutch. It's going to be the blue star picked up by Mystic once again at the expense of a lot of HP, but a blue star is a blue star, and Mystic is in the lead.
Well, Navi really value these early moments. You can see again, Mystic is struggling off this first moment. And I kind of want to see that penny turret value come into play a bit more. I mean, Cupid was getting some great salty barrel value from the gadget before, and you saw really swift takedowns here and there. But this is where they just need to harness their supers, get those walls coming in on the Sprout side, get the penny turret down, and just leave Mystic with nowhere to go. They are being slow and cautious in their approach. I think that's a good way to go about this. What a great wall that was from Angel Boy on the left, but the follow-up was pretty poor.
Yeah, not much value at the end, you know. It's still there. MMA is going to fall. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Angel Boy survives with 12 HP, but Cube, it's just a matter of time until he goes down here. He's trying to find some value. He's going to waste a gadget there as well. Not really sure if that was worth it, to be completely honest. Don't really see how that could have been turned out differently. But Mystic leading by 1 star. And Navi are going to be on the hunt here for a kill. Any kill would do the job, but they do need to find one before the countdown ends.
See, I kind of want Cubic to put the turret on the left-hand side there and just then go over to the right, but he's going to place it down and use it for some body blocking value. X will jump away, and he's in a pretty of a precarious position. Great fat splatter there, got to say, from MMA. Maybe it's just walking into it as well, but might be 1 shot away only from getting his jump as well. It is Navi in the lead for now, but 25 seconds, 20 now remaining, and every opportunity here still for Mystic to get 1 final takedown.
Yeah, they need to find one very, very soon here. Angel Boy gets stacked up quite heavily by X. X is going to shoot into the wall. That would have been a connecting shot, most likely. A barrel plays down, will be taken care of. Nob takes it up onto the skies as Mebius jumps in as well, finds an elimination, and that is going to be enough for Mystic to take this game and take this set. It's 2-0 now in favor of Mystic.
I mean, Navi, are you going to come out and play? Because this is not a good spot for them to be in. The Sprout was not cutting it for me. He pinned them in off the start, and he couldn't even get the kill in 10 seconds of shooting at him. That is something that you've got to iron out, because that is a mistake that is going to cost you this game. And clearly, with Mystic being 2 up, it looks like they are going to be costing the game with that. It's just not the gameplay we need to be seeing from Navi, and it's not what we've been seeing for the past months or so.
Yeah, I think, you know, that situation is I love that you pointed out, because even though he missed so many shots, even if he was hitting them, Nob could just gadget out of it. You know what I mean? Like, that wall is not really that valuable. And I don't know, it was a somewhat outcome from Navi. I didn't necessarily hate it, but I think it would have been better in the defensive setting, and they didn't get the blue star in either games, which makes it extra challenging, really, in this sort of situation.
Yeah, it really does. Statistics up here as well, and it's looking like Navi did have more damage, but I think we could kind of see that with the gameplay that we were watching as well. You know, they did have them in spawn for the majority of the game, and Mystic really didn't have to hit too many shots. A lot of the game was commanded by that blue star straight off the start, and Navi were hitting shots, but at the same time they weren't hitting enough shots, or they just weren't playing as a 2 quite a lot of the time against a 1, and the pinches weren't there as well. I think, you know, with the comp that they had, with the amount of time that they had Mystic in spawn, that should have been a Navi game.
This is the thing, exactly that. Mystic's comp was pretty a tough one to hold your own with, realistically. I mean, you don't want to be in the back spawn with a Piper, especially if you haven't got super. Bonnie as well, sometimes you can just find yourself in that situation where you have no escape mechanism and you have to buy out the clock. And I think this is a lot towards how Mystic are able to keep preserving their life, and they seem to value that more so than Navi at the moment. Navi are making kind of some pretty, you know, glaring mistakes for me. Like, it's not really the Navi that we're used to seeing. They seem a little bit ruffled and a bit unnerved by this, and I think as Mystic, you know, continue to gain this kind of momentum off the back of this second set, I feel like this third one might be theirs as well.
It could very well be, and you know, Navi just aren't adapting, I don't think, to how Mystic play, and even if they do, it's still surely got to be Mystic, because Navi have got to win 3 sets in a row now, and that is not a position you want to be in. Going into this, we all said Navi were going to come out on top. I don't know if you've got the same faith, Teddy, but in my eyes, Mystic are going to close this out in the third.
I don't know if the third is going to be the one where they end things, but I mean, I like their chances right now. I really, really do. I think there's some problems on the side of Navi here as well, because this comp, in my opinion, was pretty like one-dimensional on the side of Mystic. I like the idea of it. I love the super high survivability and that every brawler can get himself out of tricky situations, but they were all like, you know, not super high damage long range brawlers, and that's yeah, a bit too one-dimensional for Navi not to punish them. I'm hoping in this draft maybe they do a better job at that.
Well, going into safe zone then for Heist, and bans are in already. Griff banned by Navi, early pick of B, also banning out there the Daryl and as well the Bell for Mystic, banning out the Bonnie, the Max, and the Daryl. Kind of banning out the Max is interesting because it's kind of probably one that they wouldn't have necessarily ruled out for themselves, but it seems that no one wants to be taking on tanks, but kind of questionable then with the B. I think the B is quite a versatile first pick though for Navi, so I can kind of understand it. We have seen them kind of mess around with the kind of 8-bit strategy on this particular map, but they did fall victim to some pretty decent counters when we last saw it in play for them against SK Gaming in the BSC. Bringing in a Brock here, I don't think it's the worst of ideas at all realistically here, but Penny coming in for Mystic, they clearly want to just demonstrate to Navi how to play it better.
Yeah, I mean, they very much could here as well. I'm not the biggest fan of Penny, but when you establish the turret, it's very similar to Layer Cake. You just throw it in that right side, and it gets damage unsafe. They've gone with the Piper. It's going to be good against the B through the mid, and they know that they can't go tanks. They banned out Daryl, which is probably one of their strategies anyway against a team like Navi. You don't want Daryl coming anywhere near you. But also now they first pick B. You don't want to add any tanks to your roster either. I do think that Buzz is definitely an option that Navi might gravitate towards because of how strong it is on the heist as a whole, and also just the game in general. But they've gone for Colette, and I thought that third pick there was going to be a Buzz because they're picking something that gets rid of it as well. But they've gone with a Carl, flying hook over the water, some early control, and honestly it might force out a Brock from Mystic.
Yeah, I don't mind what I'm seeing from Navi so far. I mean, obviously as well, the Colette Carl combination always a welcome one, as Colette is a pretty strong counter to Carl. So taking it out of the hands of Mystic here for their final pick is going to be quite valuable. They're going to go rough, so that is going to be the only destruction besides the Piper Super. All the destruction, as a matter of fact, is going to be in the hands of Mystic. So we'll see how they decide to utilize that. Comps-wise, I don't know. I'm honestly not the biggest fan of roughs on safe zone. I feel like it's never mind. I like it. I like it. I'm changing my mind. I do like it. It does mean that the setup time is a little bit longer, because before you can open up the right side, you need to hit a couple of shots, and it doesn't have the highest range here in those matchups, and not the easiest situation to get those connections. Obviously, sandbags get countered by Carl, so he might not even be bringing them to the table here. But let's see how this one plays out as we head towards our third set of this matchup.
I kind of see now a little bit as well what was on Navi's mind with the B. I mean, there's going to be obviously still some potential to counter out the Piper with the Honey Molasses, which I'm sure Angel Boy will be running, but at the same time, it's going to deter then away from Mystic going with the Buzz pick, because it would have been a great idea, but they kind of went with the Roughs, and it is a great brawler to have on this particular map, but it allows Carl to do so much more when Buzz is not in play, so it kind of was a bit of an insurance policy, as Alex is going to see his demise there on the left-hand side, and that's going to place further pressure onto the mid. Angel Boy there with the Honey Molasses, and that's the ability to be able to counter at the Piper, but it's forced now Mystic forwards, and Navi have got to defend.
All right, 6% right now in favor of Mystic. They have mid control as well, but a low HP Piper. Angel Boy does connect to slow, and the jump away just about in time as Nop gets the pickup as well. Alex going to be struggling to push this one up, and yeah, Nop finds the bounce. So far, doing some very solid work on that Roughs pick, and it is still going to be Mystic in the lead. Not really able to extend it so far, but they do have a mortar placed down now, and that is going to be causing some mayhem in the backline of Navi.
Yeah, they really need to assess that Penny turret or regain their mid-control. It hasn't quite locked onto the safe yet, but it surely will over time. And Nob now souped up at the back of that supply drop as well. Great control there and aggression from Cubic. Supers in a little bit. Not necessarily that important to do so, and he will go down for it. They've got to get this Penny turret now with the most opportunity they've had so far all game. And Alex, ideally, he's got to stay in that position. The wall break there on the rough side might actually further help him hit those shots, but it seems like the Gotcha Gadget all missed, and he's going to go down as well. So a lot of utility being wasted here by Navi.
Yeah, Axe going for damage on save. Nearly gets the kill there onto Cube as well. Will actually be trading his life out with Angel Boys as we head towards the final 20 seconds of this game. And that 6% lead is going to be much, much wider now, still in favor of Mystic. They do have some players to try to turn this one around, but Cube does get cleared out. The supply drop not quite going to land onto Alex's head. It's not a massive lead though, but it's only 5 seconds left, and look how much body blocking. It's not even body blocking, it's just everything blocking. There's everything in front of the save. The the barrel, the mortar. You don't need to body block if you have utility to do so, and I love the idea of it. It worked out quite nicely for them.
I mean, you can see just how effective the sandbags are against the Colette and also the B. But I mean, you know, we saw at the end of the game, Alex still had, you know, Gotcha Gadget, one left still. You know, if Navi are going to want to win this game, they've got to go in more aggressive like they are doing now, finally. Use up some of that utility early on. I don't think it's a bad idea just to go in like they are and really exacerbate some of that early to get that lead and then go for more of the control game. They've got 14%, it's not bad, but you can still see how Mystic are responding pretty well, even under this kind of scrutiny. Finally, the Collect going and getting a bit more value. Gotcha Gadget, though, again, it's being missed by Alex. That's some really big value being wasted.
Yeah, I did find a final connection, but it was only the one really, as Mebius is in the tricky angle, is able to pull back, but Angel Boy is going to have his charge shot, and this time around it is a pretty nice 24 lead early on in favor of Navi, one that they need as well. It is match point for Mystic, so not much wiggle room here on the side of Navi, as Alex nearly gets that pick up, but he can't quite dodge that shot from X in time. And Cube goes for a super, gets the pick up with that. The supply drop to open things up, assists Piper when she respawns, and the follow-up kill from Mebius onto Cube is setting things up quite nicely here for Mystic, as Alex pops a gadget but dies while using it. That is going to be some wasted value that Mystic are going to be very happy about.
The timing is great for Mystic. You know, it's pretty much the same time last game that the penny turret down the right-hand side, and Alex toe low. Yep, he's going to go down, flying hooking from Cubic, but he needs to land this. He's going to be able to go backwards. He maybe could have gone further forwards, actually. He'll get a couple of taps against Mavis on the way forwards, but it's going to place another penny turret down the right-hand side, continuating the idea of Navi being in the defensive zone. It's only 5% so far, but if Mystic hold this mid and continue to do so, it's going to put Navi in a tough spot.
Yeah, it's setting them up quite nicely as X takes down Alex. Angel Boy quite low HP as well. One shot from a Piper, but X has an angle onto the save, gets a tag, gets the follow-up onto Cube. Angel Boy able to finally take down X, but Mebius is still in position. Super from Alex is going to be missed. It's not much in it now, 7% still in favor of Navi, but Mystic have the positioning with 15 seconds left. The supply drop going to be buffing up X as Angel Boy is one shot, not going for some shots on save, gets one onto the save, 1%, a couple more, no, actually in favor of Mystic. And is that going to be enough? 12%, a couple more shots. It is going to be enough. Mystic are going to trio Navi.
Ooh. Mystic Esports coming out swinging today. We all said Navi and Mystic, show us why we shouldn't be doubting them once more. They come back strong, and that is their biggest competitor to get to these challenge finals. That is a massive win for them to take in the challenge season.
Yeah, and also a big statement. You know, Navi beat them in the cup stages of Split 1. And to be able to come back now and say, well, you may have been us then, but we're a different team now. We're able to take on the big dogs. I mean, again, you know, that big one over Tribe, we asked ourselves, is it going to happen yesterday? And Tribe showed that they've been developing with the competition. I think that now this is going to shape up to be a really interesting thing. That middle part of the leaderboard is looking now much more in question than it was coming in. If Mystic were to take this loss, Navi just did not look like themselves.
I mean, this is a huge storyline, because now we've got to see Navi take down possibly even a couple of those big dogs left, because Mystic, they've already faced two of them. They've lost to Tribe, they've lost to Totem, only SK remain of the Titans of this region, and they're sitting at 2-2. They're happy with their position right now, and look at that. I will say I just loved how passive and patient Mystic were playing. They waited for their opportunities, let the penny turret chip it down. I must say, whoever was playing the roughs, I've forgotten who it was now, but over that left-hand side, he made the breakthrough plays. He got the collect down time and time again. There was a few missed supers on him, I will say, which allowed him to stay in those positions, but 24 kills, and quite often, kills don't reflect wins, but this time it does. 24, 86,000 damage, and 39,000 heals just shows the control they had as well.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of mistakes on the side of Navi as well. Mystic played excellent, don't get me wrong, but I think the Colette play, especially in this set, was there were a lot of problems. A lot of gotcha gadgets not used properly, a lot of supers missed or just misused, feeding a lot of shots on the way back too. There were some questionable decisions all around. I think here for Navi, this was not their best showing, so I wouldn't be necessarily too worried if I were a Navi fan, which I am, but but you know, a bad day. Gotta focus back on coming in the best shape possible for next week. Mystic, however, I mean, this is perfect for them, because we were talking, 2 days ago about the fact that, yes, you can afford to lose to teams like Totem and Tribe. It's not the end of the world. It seems you're kind of supposed to lose against. On paper, Navi was a team they're supposed to lose against, and they take that victory, which might give them some relief for the rest of the season.
Yeah, Ark, I'm going to ask you, do you think it's another good spell, another good showing from Mystic, or do you just think the drafts were on their side?
I think they just played better. Some of the times I felt like Navi had a better draft. Especially like in Layer Cake, where they had that opportunity to really start to look at what was going right and wrong. Navi just didn't capitalize on what was actually a really great opportunity. They just seemed like they were just unnerved by this squad. And yes, there is that history. So I think that's got a lot to do with it as well. They played each other a lot in the past. They kind of have a bit more of an understanding as to what their play styles are. But that was Navi's chance. And when they didn't seize it, going into Heist, you could just see it was already too late. They were already just kind of admitting defeat. And like Teddy said, like a lot of mistakes on the side of Navi. Gadgets that weren't connecting, supers that weren't connecting as well. And when you look towards the end, some of those moments were really coming back around full circle to harm them. And Mystic played it spot on. You can't floor it. You can't fault it.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, Colette might have had those poor matchups, right? Piper, Penny to tank with the Silver Barrel, Ruffs to tank with the Sandbags. But I also still think, even with that, the gadgets that he could have hit and the supers that he could have hit, he can pierce through everything with that super, and he wasn't hitting them. There wasn't enough offensive value from Navi either. When they got in these positions, which were a rarity as well, I will say, it didn't look too good regardless. So they've got to iron things out, and they've got to come back with some big wins. We will be heading to a short break though as well. We've had some great starting games today from Mystic and Navi. Be sure not to go anywhere, because Reply Totem versus Chasmac Gaming EU is coming up shortly.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Snapdragon Pro Series were 1 game down and Mystic Esports, we'll say upset Navi in that game, and we're back again with another one. Totem versus Chasmac Gaming EU, and it's another big one. Chasmac need these wins to get towards that next stage, and Totem might be there to shut them down.
Yeah, I mean, Totem so far, they've looked unbeatable. I mean, they quite literally are, to be honest. What is it now? 17 win streak? I mean, you can't make this up. They are the team to beat. Chasmac, are they going to be the ones to beat it? Beat them? I don't know. I don't know. We'll get to that later, but it's an exciting match.
Sit on the fence until the predictions are there, but to be honest, I do think Totem are probably going to be the team that do take this win, just because plainly Chasmac Gaming, they haven't been on the worst form recently, but they haven't been on the best either.
Yeah, it's, if we go back to Season 1, I know they were looking like a team that were just going to absolutely dominate all their competition. And, they've had some great prospects in the BSC as well. There's no doubt about it. This team can fully, make big results against big teams. But I just don't know how confident I feel with them at the moment. They obviously went through some roster changes, and that takes some time to kind of iron out some of those things. Org changes as well, let's be honest. It's been a bit of an inconsistent pathway for Chasmac in that respect. And when there's a lot of changes, there also comes a lot of unpredictability. Whereas with Totem, I mean, they are like the most consistent team in this region in the SPS. There's no doubt about it. So if Chasmac are able to get this win today, I mean, it's the biggest upset of both seasons so far.
Yeah, I mean, they do really have to get a win as well, because they're getting towards that stage where another loss is going to hurt them immensely, and they're going to have to win the rest of their games, so it's a really difficult position for them to be in, and Reply Totem are a very fierce team to be up against. We'll take a look at their roster right now and see who Chasmac have to defeat. Big team then to be able to take down Joker, Mori, Maru, and their coach Inso, providing some good insight in the background as well, I'd imagine. We've said, Teddy, this team are ridiculously hard to defeat. Chasmac Gaming have got a big game ahead. What are your specific reasons as to why you think this team has been on a 17-game tear through the competition?
They have it all. They really do. I mean, they got amazing anchors in Mari and Maru, but also just incredible talent overall, and mechanics as well, from Joker, but even Maru has been noted quite often for his mechanics. Their drafts are incredibly original at times. I've heard from our friends in NA that they have NA drafts, so that automatically they have the edge over the rest of the competition here. But seriously, they're just so versatile, and they're the whole package. And I mean, that's the only way you're ever going to be getting a 17 win streak.
They are very, very dangerous, and you do not want to be coming against them, whether they're on a good day or a bad day, to be honest. But Chasmac Gaming, do you think there's any way that they'd be able to, take advantage of, I'm going to air quote this if you guys can't see me, their weaknesses, because I don't think there are very many, Ark.
I really don't either. I think the only time that really Reply Totem have looked a little bit unsettled was, after a very, very, very clutch final seconds, few moments against Baxter U a month ago. I mean, unless something unexpected happens that really kind of throws them off and then, takes it to a different set which they weren't expecting or needing to necessarily go to, then we might see them be a bit shaken. But at the same time, for, Chasmac to do that, it's going to be a really, really big ask. I mean, going back to Challenge Day 7 last season, it was a 3-1 victory in favor of Reply Totem. As we know, they've been undefeated this entire time, but that's a pretty convincing scoreline. I think for Chasmac to really show up today, they've got to bring out all the tricks in the bag.
And we know the Snapdragon Pro Series is clearly the home of 3-1s, but Reply Totem will be looking for a 3-0 today. Chasmac Gaming, however, will take a look at their roster, because they'll be wanting the opposite. As you saw by the jerseys, fresh out of Craze Clan and straight into Chasmac Gaming EU, Rama, Jiro, and Navi 297 are going to be the roster. They've been on, a bit of an uprise at the start of the year. Then they had a bit of a lull, and they are playing decent again. But, you know, they got taken down in the monthly finals by SK. They've had a rough couple of games in the past few game days of SBS as well. You know, what advice would you give them, Mark? And we said this the other day. We absolutely roasted Team Queso and asked him for advice, but I'm going to ask you, you know, for some positive advice maybe for the Chasmac.
I think they need to go into this one and just kind of have a bit of a reset. You can't go into this matchup thinking that you're playing against Reply Totem. You just literally can't. It's too demoralizing from the outset. You've got to really think that you're playing against another team and just focus on your mechanics in that respect. You know, focus less on your opposition, focus more on yourselves, and just try. I would say just win, but against Reply Totem, it is just try to win.
Yeah, just try to win, exactly. And Teddy, you know, have you got any ideas?
I think, you know, if you're Chasmac here, you got to try not to lose. No, but man, it's Totem they're facing as well, you know? Like, in general, Chasmac is a team that has their demons and has their struggles, and I feel like, you know, there's advice just on that, but they're facing Totem, and that it makes it incredibly challenging to do much, if anything. To be fair, I do think Totem, you know, this is the weakest they've been in the last, like, 4 months, which is, yeah, still very, very strong, but I think there is some, you know, there is a world here where I can see Chasmac taking this one, because Totem, they have been a bit more inconsistent in the last couple of weeks, and even though I still think they're clearly the favorite in this matchup, look at what happened to the favorites from our previous matchup. So yeah, I think this is winnable for Chasmac, but they're going to have to provide us with their best drafts and their best mechanics and hope that Totem is having a little bit of an off day.
Yeah, I'll try to, you know, help you out a little bit more than my colleagues will on the side of Chasmac. I think they've got to, you know, approach this game as they did SK Gaming in the finals. Ban out what they love playing, pick what else they love playing, kind of leave them with something that just isn't enough to build a composition with. We'll take a look at the head-to-head statistics between these two teams just in a second. But I think, you know, this might be Reply Totem focused as, oh, actually, both teams are negative, but it's just kind of swayed a little bit more in the side of Reply Totem.
Yeah, I'm just going to bring it back down to earth. I mean, the thing is, like, Reply Totem have looked their weakest in best of 3s, and this is the best of 5. And that's the thing where I just feel like, you know, if they've looked weakest, it's been in those environments where there's less time to catch up, more pressure then on their shoulders, but there's definitely not more deaths on the side of Chasmac Gaming, and that tends to imply just, you know, maybe being overly aggressive, maybe just being a little bit careless along the way, and I think that's quite a strong statistic there. I think for me, Reply Totem are that team that will let you make the mistakes. Not necessarily in the same way that SK do it in quite a passive way, but Reply Totem do it in an aggressive way. They make you shudder with fear, and that's the thing that Chasmac have got to really stand their ground with against today.
Yeah, there's a stat here that's also not shown, and I think it's quite relevant. If we had the win rates of both teams, and I happen to know Totems by heart, it's 100. It's 100%.
Yeah.
And I don't know Chasmac's exactly from the top of my head, but it's not. So yeah, Totem are looking fierce for this one, and I think they want to continue on with their win streak.
Yeah, well, you know, they actually did lose against Navi in the first game day. They lost against, well, actually won against Pana Fresh in their second game day. So they definitely in a bit of a back and forward position. But, you know, losing against Navi 3-1, and we've just seen Navi's performance. They aren't looking at the top of the game at the moment. They could have, a pretty similar one against Reply Totem here as well. And, you know, you've got to be on your A game. You've got to be on the best possible you've ever played to be able to take down Reply Totem. In their current form, they are kind of, as Teddy said, you know, the weakest they've been in 4 months, which isn't the position they want to be in going through SPS and World Finals soon. They might have to start amending that, and they might have already been starting as well, so they might, you know, kind of spring back up and make some fear for their opponents once again.
They also took a loss against SK. Guess where SK are on the leaderboards? With the same win-to-loss ratio as Reply Totem, and this is the thing. It's definitely not the worst of times for Chasmac to take on a team like Reply Totem, even if they get that loss. Because this is kind of like a team that we're, like, again, semi-expecting them to lose to anyway. I would love to see an upset. I just don't know whether Reply Totem are going to allow it here today. But for Kaboom Canyon up first for Heist, we've got bans in of Griff, Crow, and B, of Bell, Ruffs, and Griff as well by Chasmac EU. I do like the Griff ban here because I do think that Griff is in a very, very solid place at the moment. Gale coming in for Chasmac, it kind of rings some alarm bells potentially to get back into that mid quickly. And, you know, that's going to obviously pair really well with a Daryl potentially, so they've got to consider that as a you know, countermeasure on the side of Reply Totem.
Yeah, I do like the Gale first pick. I feel like it's something we used to see a couple months back, just because, yeah, it is a deterrent towards those tanks, and particularly Daryl, and it allows you to combine with that Daryl if you want to at the later stages of your draft. So far, not going for that just yet, but we'll see the Lola added to their ranks. Lola that has fallen off a little bit, honestly more than I would have expected from the nerf to her gadget, but it's still a very, very okay pick for sure. High DPS. I feel like Otis has kind of just taken her place recently, which since Otis is picked by Totem, yeah, it's going to be open here for Chasmac to go for the Lola route instead. We see the Daryl show up, so we kind of read into this one, which if we did, I feel like more likely than not, Totem did too.
Yeah, you see the thing is, they first pick Gale, they know they're going to take that Daryl, so they've accounted for it already, and they've still got a third pick as well. The Otis and Colette, how strong they are against tanks, and especially Daryl as well. Colette might be running push it back. We've got the Silver Starfish from Otis. They're going with Lou. Lou in Kaboom Canyon. Definitely another kind of pick to, as that launch pad comes in, you throw down a super on that, you press your gadget, and they're already 50% frozen. They're going to be revealed in that area as well if they're in the bush. And, I'm not liking the way, regardless of how Chasmac have lined up, to have this Daryl Gale, which is, without a doubt, probably the best combination on this map. Reply Totem have accounted for it perfectly.
NA, bro. NA. Reply Totem is spending far too much time in that region right now for me. I mean, it is Loop. It's going to work. It's just like, if you weren't looking across the pond at the Daryl pick that's there, it's definitely one that you would just never, ever imagine to see in a map like Kaboom Canyon in Heist. It's normally used to sort of counteract that kind of Ash idea. I've not really necessarily seen it too much to counteract the Daryl, but it can absolutely work. It's going to apply that pressure, and like you say, Trav, being able to place down that freeze over the area which the jump pad is primarily placed on the side of Gale, it's definitely something of a consideration, something There is also a nice little mute there onto Navi, but he's going to be healing up accordingly. Joker's going to pop the gotcha gadget there as well to keep himself on the defense. But so far, you got to say that Chasmac have really valued the early outset of this game and gone super on the aggressive here.
I love the draft from Totem, but Chasmac was a fantastic start so far. Nomari is going to have his super now, so we'll see if he decides to use that in the mid. Yeah, indeed. Rama's still free to just get some connections onto that safe, and he's been a huge problem so far because, yes, Gale is not the biggest DPS onto safe, but if you just leave him there for what now has been a minute, he's going to find 34% damage, and that's 34% that Reply Totem, I mean, they don't have quite yet. They haven't had a single connection onto Chasmac's safe, so this is exactly the sort of start that Chasmac were hoping for. Mara is going to clear up Garo, but the trait is there. Mari finds a follow-up, though, as Rama falls, and at last we see a couple of kills going the way of Totem, but they're just not really able to commit to that mid because they know that the Daryl roll is going to be on its way as soon as they overcommit to that mid retake. So things so far are just looking really good for Chasmac, and Reply Totem unable to really find any sort of openings.
Yeah, Mari needs to really harness the communication with his teammates to, because the Daryl's running speed gear in the bush, so it's ultimately something that can evade a lot of that freeze very, very quickly here. Joker going to get one, can he get two? Rama, though, continues to tab with the damage gear as well. He's got to be taken care of, but it seems like Reply Totem don't really care about it. They're going to go on the aggressive themselves, and with one roll through Navi, it might be the wrong play with only 27% left on the Reply Totem safe. This is a perilous position here.
Yeah, this is going to be incredibly complicated. 25 seconds left, and still the Gale on their save. Garo might end up falling there. Joker goes for a super. Mari in trouble. He goes down, but either way, the save gets destroyed by Rama on his own. And thing is, I think it's a good decision to leave a Gale on your save, but not for the entirety of the match.
Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking. I mean, clearly they thought that they could tie it up in that period of time. And when it started to dwindle, they were too far forwards anyway to come back to be able to deal with it. I'd like to see a little bit more of the kind of like mechanics of this comp combined, getting that sort of Lou freeze down and then pinning Daryl to the right or left-hand side, then following up with the Otis fat splatter to really start to get these kills. But the way that Chasmac Gaming is starting to cycle this in so nicely, Reply Totem just can't get into an aggressive spot. We get the freeze every now and again, but these follow-ups, it's not done fast enough.
Yeah, I mean, Daryl, the problem is how quickly it can reset. I mean, as soon as it spawns, it is just a massive amount of HP and vulnerable for a while as well. And that was the problem in that final defense from Chasmac for Totem. They were just not able to deal with him. He was just constantly back in the mix, causing a trouble. And if on the side of Reply Totem was their brawler picks, if they're not all sitting on their full ammo and full HP, they just can't take him down, especially if he spawns with a roll. Now, he's going to land to immediately get muted by Maru, so that is going to help out, and it is not as much of a damage deficit this time around for Reply Totem, about 25%. Still in favor of Chasmac, but the mid now is in control of Totem.
This is winnable for Reply Totem, but they're making it so hard for themselves with what they're running. I mean, ultimately, the way that Daryl can just really evade the Lou on this particular map, it does make it so much tougher with the ego. You know, they're just trying to cycle the mutes combined with the Colette dashes in, and it is working somewhat, but it is such a tough one. Rama low as well, top left, he surely will go down, or at least utilize some of that damage gear as now he rolls forwards, and then you've got to bring yourselves back, try and defend before you can even go forwards. And so far, Reply Totem are playing this game a lot better than before, taking less chances and getting more damage.
Yeah, that mid control has been on point here for Totem. The Daryl is still a problem, and it's still not easy to deal with, despite having 2 decent tank counters. A pick up there from Rama, but he does get muted, and that will take him down as well. Garrett, low HP, a super from Joker. He's been doing a terrific job this game with the Colette, much better than the previous one as well. A bit of a misroll there from Navi, just not really going to provide any sort of value as he goes down without finding anything with that super. And Garrett is so low HP, but he does get to live on, and so does his ego. About 15 seconds left now, and Chasmac have a final push, but that can they even make something out of it? I don't know.
There's damage rolling on the top as well, though. That's the thing. If Joker can defend a little bit with some body block, nice freeze as well. It should mean the Reply Totem can hang on, but they had to work so hard for it. I mean, and it could have genuinely turned around in those final moments in favor of Chasmac, and the Reply Totem could be down a set right now. Fortunately for them, they're not. But again, this comp has just made things 10 times harder than I feel it had to be. There's so much there's so much tankiness on the side of Chasmac Gaming, and every player is going to have to be on point if Reply Totem want to earn this set.
Yeah, it's been a challenge. It's been an absolute challenge for Totem, even for the game that they managed to pick up. Now, we are all even. But Chasmac have center control and a Daryl roll in their hands as well. The super there from Joker is going to be missed on both targets. Joker very low, pops a gadget and goes down. No point in popping a gadget if you have no ammo to follow up and connect any shots. So Rama does get cleared up. So not the end of the world here for Totem, only taking 10% damage. A better super from Joker this time around, as now he tries to find a way towards the save, but does get taken out by Maru. Trade is there. The freeze not going to do too much, as the ego is just free to get some connections on the save either way, and is now 29% in favor of Chasmac.
Yeah, Reply Totem on this defensiveness is struggling to top these kills fast enough, and with that damage gear rolling in, it's just more and more damage coming in for Chasmac. Now, a nice little 39% lead as now he rolls in, the shield, the stun is there, the mute, this is what I mean. That's the key to this comp, but it's such a difficult technical thing to really land. You've got to get those mutes and everything working in harmony, followed by the freeze to really just give, a sitting duck situation in their favor. But even holding this big control is proving a problem. Now is the best chance they can get. Joker going in. It is a much better position for him. He's missed a couple of those supers along the way today. So now is where he can really start to get the damage, and that can't be taken back.
Yeah, that control is good. We saw what Totem were capable of doing with it earlier. Joker going to connect another super onto that save. I know it's only 13% in favor of Chasmac. 10 now, and the jump in from Navi gets instantly muted, but not taken out just yet. Will eventually be cleared up, and another super there from Mari to try to funnel his opponents a bit more. Rama is going to be able to take down Joker. Now he was the roll in, but gets frozen, muted as well. He goes down. Is that going to be enough here for Reply Totem, as Chasmac have built up quite a big lead now? There's not a lot of time left either. Another super from Joker that connects. The Gil is on that blue save. 8 seconds left in this one. Joker, I think, wasted a super on the bottom right. Very little time remaining, and it is not going to be enough there as Chasmac take it either way. Rama, again, he did it in the first game. He's going to do it in the third. He takes down the save again.
I mean, they're just leaving him and leaving him and leaving him, and there's times to do it and there's times not to do it. If they'd have just left him off the start both the games, then they probably would have just won it, and he'd have probably had to retreat or just stay and try win the safe in a constant 3v2 situation up the top. I just don't think it was the right decision, and today honestly might be the day of upsets in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
For me, they were setting themselves almost up for failure. I don't want to say that the Lu can't work there, but it requires so much to work with it to work, and that's the problem for me. Just the way that Chasmac were able to keep cycling themselves in, they were able to go so aggressive, and Reply Totem almost like bound their hands in that respect, because they are normally that team. They are the team to go super aggressive and very controlled in their approach. Now, the problem that they've got is that Chasmac have got some great momentum now. They're going to have such a huge lift off the back of that win. But I think that going into the next games, Reply Totem are going to be far more careful around their drafts, playing the things that they feel more happier playing, and that might take Chasmac off their guard.
It's definitely not a start that Reply Totem are used to, though, but we know they've got a solid mentality and they will bounce back quite quickly. This is kind of the opposite instance as we saw in the last heist game. Now the kills do not equal the wins. 42 kills for the side of Reply Totem and a lot more damage along with it. Similar amounts of healing, but regardless, Chasmac, they're cycling these Daryl deaths, they're cycling even the Gale deaths, who they weren't even focusing too much, but the Lola went down quite a considerable amount as well. And Chasmac just playing it well. They're playing the objective, and Totem are stuck getting kills.
Yeah, it's the thing with heist, right? When you're dealing damage to your opponents, you're not dealing damage to their safe. And with the Daryl that respawns, instantly rolls at you with a ton of HP, that is going to be, very much the case. Very often taking so much space. But one thing I want to point out, at the end there, they were all low HP on the side of Totem, and I think they had 0 damage gears. If they had damage gears, they would have had it. I'm not saying that, it would have gone the same way, but in that one interaction, they were all low HP and no damage gears activated. So yeah, they went for some other options with did bite them in the back for that final game, and in the end, this is going to be a set going the way of Chasmac. Well, I think they played out quite all right. It was a fairly standard approach, and also some poor decision making here and there from Totem. And I get it, right? A Gale, if you can leave him on your safe, that means that he's not going to be in defense, which is where he excels. He's not a very heavy damage hitter, but yeah, you got to do it at the right time, and that wasn't it. The comp we're seeing now in open zone already looks terrifying on the side of Totem. They're going to be bringing in the Poco and the Stu. I mean, 2 of the top brawlers on this map.
Yeah, no, I'm sure they're going to be bringing this this gadget from Poker that's going to negate the Crow's value as well with those slows. But Stu's a great pick as well. If you can stick down a speed turret in a pretty favorable position behind your home wall, it's going to assist the Poco in dodging. It's going to assist the Poco in getting those aggressive positions. And we know not only is Poco an incredible healer, but if the team is lined up, there's some incredible DPS that can come down as well. Lola is the second pick from the side of Chasmac Gaming, and he's going to be able to have this ability to tank the Stu, not provide him with his Gasser heal, not provide him with his supers at all, but Poco can go through that, and there is still a max open, which would top off the Totem comp perfectly.
I agree fully as well. I think picking Crow early on as they have on the side of Chasmac is quite a risky maneuver. I mean, especially if Reply Totem did. I don't think they necessarily will, but go Pam. Like, the Crow's... Yeah, well, it's lucky that they kind of locked that one in, to be fair. That's actually not a bad shout on the side of Chasmac. I mean, ultimately now, it's going to be a question for Reply Totem of do we just utilize the Stu and break through to really, open up where that healing station is, or do we go with Griff and something that's going to, max. I love it. I think the Reply Totem here are going back to their roots, which is what we fully expected coming into this set, and they're not taking any chances. I mean, after dropping the first set against a team like Chasmac, they really can't afford to anymore, so I think this is the right call.
Yeah, I love the comp from Totem. It's just a winning comp to me. I don't think Chasmac have a bad comp per se. I like a lot of the synergy going there. I just feel like Totem's comp is kind of more of a go-to. If you could go for 3 brawlers on open zone, I feel like those might just be it. And leaving that into the hands of the most mechanically cracked team in the region is terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. We'll see if Chasmac can show us why they went the way they went. So far, early on, Joker trying to already get some aggression, and there is not going to be a breakthrough. It's going to be the speed zone instead, which I think for me is the way to go. And they'll get a couple early percentages going their way. Maro able to find the trade onto Rama, but Chasmac will quickly be catching up.
I like the way that everyone came together. The communication was great there for Reply Totem to get the maximum amount of value off the back of the Let's Go max speed. Jero, though, on the left-hand side does have jump, and that's going to be a consideration, especially as both Mario and Joker are low, but the phase shift will potentially counter it out now behind Maori, and that's still a consideration. But even just look how much Chasmac have been valuing their time on the zone. I'm surprised that Reply Totem have actually got the lead here, because it was a very good start for Chasmac. And Reply Totem, despite the aggressiveness of this comp, might end up struggling here.
Yeah, so far, things are looking quite alright for Reply Totem, despite Chasmac getting a lot of kills and a lot of damage overall. Let's see here, as Maro does get melted down by Rama. Joker trying his best to close the gap and get in close and personal. Does have his super, so that's going to enable him to get a bit more maneuverability as the healing station is placed down. A jump in from Garo, but this Joker that takes him down. A trade as the max falls on the right side, and Totem are getting close to the finish line, but Chasmac are not all that far behind.
So close. A big jump in from Gary there, but didn't get much value for it. This Pam healing station now is really where the value's going to start flying in for Chasmac, and it's got to be responded with aggression as Joker goes and gets taken down so swiftly now, and in an aggressive position now with that healing station more into the mid. I feel like this is where Chasmac are going to be able to bring this one back.
Yeah, there might be a chance that that just happens. There is the max super. Everyone is going to get buffed with that extra movement speed. The jump in from Garo. It is a kill from Joker. 2-on-2 now in the zone, but no time to take down any of those remaining Chasmac players. They will take another game now, and this is when it starts being a little bit scarier for Totem. They don't want to be 2 sets behind.
I say this every single time whenever there's a PAM, and like you've got to break down that wall. And whether it's about getting that early control, you know, that's one thing. But you've got to get a team wipe. Then you can use breakthrough. But normally speed zone is what people use on the Stu here. So like unless they can, wow, a Chero there, disconnection, yeah. And Reply Totem have to take advantage of that right now. They're not going to be giving any form of grace whatsoever. That's their best opportunity to bring this back so far, and it could well be proven costly for here for Chasmac.
Yeah, that is highly unfortunate here for Chasmac. And so far, I mean, Totem can only but embrace it. Gadget from Navi going to find a little bit of value here and there. Nothing too crazy as they do go for a play into the zone. Mari very low HP. Gary not quite able to connect that final shot, and instead Mari will be the one taking him down. And I mean, this game should be a smooth sailing here for Reply Totem, as they did get a little bit of a present from yeah.
An early Christmas gift. Yeah, I mean, but you've got to ask yourselves as well, what happens now if Chasmac bring this back? And then you got to say, you know, what went wrong there, because such an early lead here and they have lost the control. Let's see what happens here, whether Chasmac can regain themselves or whether the utility can save Reply Totem here. Should be able to finalize this one out now. They've still got some utility to hand, and they've been gifted a game here, but will they be gifted a set? That's the question, because they are still not looking like Reply Totem.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, it's tough to say because they did look better here, but if they didn't get that early present, I don't know if they would have.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit challenging to that extent. I mean, let's see. Let's see for game number 3 here if Chasmac can still save this set. As Maru went very aggressive against Rama, and it's going to cost him his life, but he did assist Mari in picking up that kill in the mid, and in the meantime, it has been Totem in the zone, so they've built up a nice early lead. Mari will end up falling to Navi. The ego doesn't last for as long as Rama wish, as Maru is able to find that kill, and now take control of the right lane.
Garrett's doing so well, honestly. The Reply Totem are always low, and it's really credit to him. And once Mari goes down and they eradicate him, there's no heals to keep everyone else in their mix, and that's what's kind of keeping this comp thriving over. And every time that they're low, Chasmac are there, and now they're taking their mid control back, and they've got a lot of catching up to do. It's a 64% lead in favor of Reply Totem, and the speed is all there. Speed zone plus max, everyone going in, and they know that they can't afford to drop this set. They've got to go on the aggressive. The cancellation is there with the protective tunes, but now it's a 1 versus 3. I mean, there's just no team chemistry here for Reply Totem. It's such a weird thing to see.
Yeah, Chasmac still far behind, but that control means they can catch up in no time. Speed zone placed on the right side this time around. The ego does get taken care of, but there's still that healing station providing so much value to Chasmac. Mari going more aggressive, has a super as well. That is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Now with Totem in the zone, this is getting dangerous, but Garo is a nice 2-piece, and that means that Chasmac retake the mid. Joker is left in a 1v3, and Chasmac is going to be catching up here, not far from the finish line either. A final pusher from Reply Totem to try to close things out, as Joker is getting some decent value. To jump in from Garo is good. He does get a kill. It's Mari in a 1v2, and he closes it out as well. Totem, a little bit lucky in the set, but they will take it.
Yeah, you know, regardless of Totem taking that, they did get gifted a game. They came back and they proved themselves in the third. I will say, you know, Gero, he's my new idol. Your new idol. He played that so well. So well on that Crow. And, you know, you mentioned it halfway through as well, but I just had to reiterate just the performance that he really had. There were certain circumstances. He got the slows off. Yes, they were negated quite quickly by the Poco. He was getting consistent damage, keeping them low. He got some great jumps as well, but Reply Totem do take it. And, you know, you can pin it down to that disconnect in the second game, but they came back and they proved themselves in the third.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was the way that Chasmac really utilised the Brawl, which I felt was a risky first pick. I mean, Crow is never bad, but when you don't know what's coming, especially if Reply Totem didn't want to drop the Pam in for themselves, it's a really tough thing on this map to make work. And, you know, especially when you've got only a limited amount of utility, those slows are going to pretty much, you know, kind of cancel each other out. I mean, but I feel like that set could have easily been a Chasmac set. There really was so little going for Reply Totem other than just maybe able to, you know, capitalise on that zone at the end. And again, that little gift that they were able to receive along the way, but they are just so shaken today.
Yeah, and you know, usually Hot Zone is backed up by the stats, but this time it's not. Chasmac, they have more heals, which is usually a massive trait in Hot Zone wins. 85,000 damage, so they've added more to that as well, but 10 kills. They've got a vast amount more, you know, in comparison, you know, Totem have 2/3 of the kills that Chasmac have, and that is usually quite a big statistic in Hot Zone.
Absolutely so. I mean, you know, in general, you would kind of assume that the Poco gets more healing off than the Pam, especially when you also add a Stu to that has some decent self-heal. It's an interesting number. I mean, to be fair, the first game was quite dominant, which maybe influenced the stats a little bit, but we are moving forward to our third set. Here is going to be Bells Rock for some knockout action, and our bans are already lined up. It's going to be Fang, Brock, and Gus banned out by Reply Totem. Chasmac taking out Max, Piper, and Bonnie.
Well, I'm pleased here for Reply Totem because we've seen what Chasmac can do when they have Fang on this map. They are really good with it. So I think that was a very, very good shout as well. The Brock ban as well does tend to indicate that they would like to utilize those walls. Bell coming in as the first pick and Jean being the first pick for Chasmac. I think both here work fantastically well. Bell is a very safe one. Jean obviously needs to have things to back it up with. Otis, you know, it's not the worst. It's definitely going to struggle a little bit in the early game, but with the Jean being able to, you know, work alongside that, we've seen that kind of working pretty well. It's not the worst brawler to kind of combine with those magic hand pulls, but those magic hand pulls have really, really got to connect.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Magic Hand is a great ability to have, and I'm honestly surprised that Jean wasn't the first pick by Reply Totem, because in a lot of maps, in a lot of modes, it is that pick that is just automatically first. Picks from Reply Totem now, they come in swift. We got the Rico and we got the B as well, which I think another couple of good lanes. You stick a Rico down mid, you are pretty secure in those early moments and also the later moments as well, because bouncing those shots does extend your range just a little bit. And if it's, you know, an Otis in the mid or something like that, then it does do really well. But so far, I mean, if Chasmac can get a decently long-range brawler for this last pick, obviously they've kind of lost the ability to open it up without any repercussions with that Brock and Piper as well. But Sprout is going to be their pick, and I think it's pretty solid, but it's going to be that fight for that mid between the Sprout and the Rico, I believe, and whoever wins that is going to win out the game.
I think Sprout is an amazing pick, to be completely honest. Facing a B, a Bell, and a Rico, a lot of free-shot potential all around, and that is a really good condition to be in, because realistically, the only person that can even hit the Sprout is going to be Rico, and not even in all angles. So I like that. I think it's a very, very strong final pick here from Chasmac, and I can see them taking it with this draft. Still, Totem not was a worthless draft by any means, but off the bat, Joker taking a lot of damage, nearly going down, is forced to use a gadget. Now he, with poor positioning there, nearly ends up going down, but barely manages to make it out.
Oh, Joker goes down though as well, very early on. He was looking very good, the hill was strong, but now it's going to put a lot of pressure. Maori's well surely going to get chip damaged one way or another here between both Rama and now in. He will, leaving just Maori, who's surely going to wait his time to get into the gas, but it's so early still in the game. I mean, there's every opportunity realistically here for both Rama and, you know, Gary to get their super off the back of this situation. They're going to get the kill now as well. Garo has got his super, Rama not far behind. But, you know, I could tell as soon as the Brock ban was there that Reply Totem wanted to keep the walls up in this match. But they've also got to value these early moments of the game and start to, you know, get some of those supers down, start to secure some kills. It's still so early on and they are just still looking quite shaky.
Yeah, I think this was a bit of an odd draft from Totem, to be completely honest. I mean, I love the idea of the Rico. I think none of their brawlers are bad on their own. I just feel like together there's not the most synergy all around. And Joker already low, Maru already low, and just giving up a lot of space. And space that now he's going to be happy to utilize as well with the Sprout, but getting Joker very low HP once again as a Sprout wall to utilize, and still plenty of gadgets to bring that wall back. Joker nearly ends up going down, doesn't manage to survive, but not for long. Eventually now he does find him, and yeah, it's a risky game, and I think a poor draft here from Reply Totem, in my opinion.
See, I just think they're just not playing as a team. They're playing as individuals. I don't necessarily mind the draft, but I do understand your point in the fact that it's not necessarily providing the most amount of synergy. But they just don't seem to be communicating that effectively or valuing their lives in those early moments. In a game mode like Knockout, the last thing you want is to go down first, because ultimately it's that 3 versus 2 that's going to be inevitable, especially with the Sprout, which I think is a really, really solid pick here from Chasmac as the final one. It really doesn't leave you with many places to go. And the shots, to be fair, as well on the side of Chasmac from Navi have been on point. I mean, it's kind of realistically there, something that Joker's going to be able to like either speak more to his teammates or just get the pinches together more. But they can't overcommit to this aggression because it's not working. And if it's not working, you got to change it.
Yeah, Joker is very low again, forced to gadget his way out of a tricky position. Gonna find some value at last, but still definitely been an uphill battle here for this set for Reply Totem. Maru very low HP. The positioning is looking much better this time around for Reply Totem, but they still need to be careful of a low catch left or right that could claim that first kill the way of Chasmac. This Joker is one shot. He's going to use his second gadget, only one left. Now he is low HP, and Mari does have a charged shot, but he shouldn't be given any opportunities to actually take someone down with it, as Joker goes for a flank. That is quite an aggressive flank, actually. He's going to find... okay, I mean, that works. Rama should be going down, but I mean, what a struggle to get there for Totem.
I mean, I think it had to be done, but it has definitely proved costly for Joker doing that kind of uber aggressive statement early on. That time it paid off, but it won't do that every single time. But you know, like you said, it can turn at any moment. One Sprout wall, and this entire aggressiveness will be, something they'll be on the receiving end of. As Joker's pulled in, the takedown is there, 2 versus 2. But Maru's got to be careful on that left. He was very low before that pop-off moment for Joker, and one single Sprout shot, it is GG's for that. Rama here, 2 versus 1. Now a chance, a bit of a chance to breathe here for Reply Totem to be able to secure it, because, my word, it's just not looking like a normal day in the office for them. Chasmac are making them fight for this one. I love it.
Well, Totem will take the round and the game with it, but I just want to point out, Joker used all 3 of his gadgets in the first round. Which, like, if this one went wrong, that leaves 0 utility in the last one,
Risky.
You know? Yeah, it absolutely is, especially considering that, his only playstyle so far here on Bell's Rock has been super, super aggressive, and you can't do that if you don't have a way to heal yourself back up. So, it's scary. It's a little bit scary. We'll see if it goes better this time around. He is going to be utilizing his damage gear now, but he's very low HP, and yeah, that was maybe not using the gadget he should have. Maru falls next, and that Sprout pick is something that Reply Totem massively overlooked.
Yeah, hugely. I mean, to Joker's credit, he is running the right star powers for his kind of play style here. He's running Robo Retreat, and we haven't really seen that, to be honest, in the competitive meta for quite a long time. And it's designed to go on the aggressive, to be utilized when you are low HP, to go up forwards and try to contest this Sprout pick. But it's Reply Totem playing risky games, and we're not used to seeing that from them. They're normally very aggressive, but it's controlled, concise aggression. We're not seeing that today. We're seeing risk-taking, and it's just not normal for them to do so. I think they've got to start to find a balance, start to find more smart plays around the strategy that Chasmac Gaming are putting into motion right now. It's really starting to unnerve them, unravel them, and this could very easily be a Chasmac set.
Yeah, beautiful kill there from Joker, though. Despite getting pulled by Rama, he does manage to get the pickup, and that is going to make a world of difference, because Chasmac were in such a good position. It is going to be a 2-on-1, but Garo should be cleared up. Yeah, Mari is going to find him. This means that one round is going to decide who takes this third set, and it's an important one. It puts you a set ahead and a set away from taking the match. Chasmac are incredibly hungry for it, but that gene pull that was wasted just before, I mean, they really wish they had it now.
Yeah, Mario missed the mark as well. There's definitely mistakes happening on both sides of things, but like you say, this round is so important. If Chasmac get this, then it could also dictate what happens in the next set, and they would only be one away from being able to take it all. And again, when you consider this, the win streak that Reply Totem have in this competition, but that is a solid start. Joke with the takedown on the right-hand side, making that 3 versus 2, and now he traps in with his own wall. 620, and the shot is there from Maru. The takedown. Oh my word. I feel like Reply Totem have just received such a lifeline, because who would have thought going into this one that Chasmac would look this good?
Man, I mean, I think there was a choke from Chasmac. I think there was a choke. They had this one. The gene pool earlier, if anything, just killed the gene. And that is not what you want out of a gene pool. And, oh man, what a shame here for Chasmac. But now, Totem are going to be a set ahead.
I mean, we might get a replay of it in just a second, but I do agree with you. That gene pool was maybe a little bit questionable. I'm not sure if it was just he didn't hit enough shots or the Sprout didn't assist him well enough, but I think there was maybe a little bit of a bouncy castle just prior to it, and that kind of caught him a little bit off guard. I think, as you said, Chasmac have kind of thrown this one away, and this was their opportunity to stop Totem's win streak, because one more set after this one and it would have been guaranteed for them, and it also gives them a lifeline. Now Totem have both of those lifelines as well in there as well, and you know, it's just Chasmac are just throwing games they shouldn't be losing away.
Yeah, for me at the moment, this is the best opportunity that any team has had to take down Reply Totem. And it's moments like that where you've got to stay calm and collected. You can smell that you're onto something and onto something big. No team has been able to do this throughout Season 1 and 2 to where we're at the moment. You know, this could very well be the time that Reply Totem go, right, it's time to stop, to reassess, and just do what we do. Get through today, talk about it tomorrow. But right now, Chasmac had a great opportunity to get ahead, and they kind of may have thrown this one. It could very well be that they look back at this now and live to regret it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, so far it does feel like, you know, the setting is there for Chasmac to cause an upset, but they haven't been successful at it. Stats-wise, it's going to be very, very even, but to be fair, it went to the last round of the last game, so it is not completely surprising to see something like that happening as we head towards basketball as our 4th set of this series, and already the first pick of Max on the side of Chasmac.
Yeah, I think it's a very solid early pick as well, and it's something that maybe even Reply Totem were kind of striving to go towards. Get rid of that stew and kind of just slot in with the only other thing that provides a bit more mobility. But, you know, I think the bans are pretty solid all the way around as well. Totem have kind of banned out an entire comp through their bans. The stew and 8-bit usually is a very good pairing, and Janet great on this map as well. Janet, Bell, and B on the bottom side of things, but Gene Poco coming in, a little bit of a double healer in there from Reply Totem, and it's definitely something they've been kind of gravitating towards today. We saw it in open zone before in hot zone, and it was definitely a healer comp. It paid off for them, but we'll see if it does again, as they don't kind of have that Max as that kind of ability to push forward with some great mobility.
And I think that's why they've really opted for it. They just don't want to give anything that's going to pair well with the Max on the side of Chasmac, and at this point though, it's kind of putting Reply Totem in a position where they're not necessarily used to being. They like to, secure what they want, and they more often than not get their own way, but they're kind of being forced. The hand is being forced by Chasmac here. We're going to be going in with the Otis. I think it's a pretty solid pick here. The Fat Splatter as well can eradicate any potential turrets that may turn up to be in that 3rd and final pick for Reply Totem. Ultimately there, I don't necessarily mind 8-bit here, but I can understand the reasoning as to why Reply Totem wanted to eradicate it, as much as I can understand the reasoning why Chasmac wanted to take out the B, because it's such a fantastic one here. Pam coming in for Chasmac, and that's going to be something which is going to provide so much of an ability to hold pressure. I think that, Reply Totem have got to be concerned about that.
Absolutely. I like the comp here from Chasmac. I do also think that Poco and Gene, I mean, Magic Puffs combined with a Poco is going to be a scary thing. The Crow as well to dictate the pace a little bit with some slows here and there. Always going to be something strong against the Max. Plus give a bit more mobility with that jump in from the supers. So I like what I'm seeing on both sides. I definitely see some win factors on both sides. I'm just hoping for Chasmac that previous set did not completely destroy their morale.
And it definitely could have done as well, because the thing is, they did seem to be in the lead of it. It seemed the same in open zone before the disconnect as well, and they might even feel like they deserve to sweep Reply Totem up to this point, and I don't think it's that much of a bad suggestion.
I mean, the thing that's interesting to me is it's very poetic of what we saw back in Challenge Day 7. Back then, obviously, Craze Clan, I say back then, it only happened 2 days ago, but this very team that they are facing did win that first set, and it was Reply Totem that responded every set afterwards. But at the moment, I feel like it might still continue to go that way. If Reply Totem now start to make this work, and it's looking much, much better. A goal within 25 seconds is telling me the Reply Totem know that they've got to end this here and now, and stop giving Chasmac these easy opportunities, making these mistakes. And this is the game mode where they can bring their playstyle to the table. And look at it, it's done, it's dusted. 40 seconds. This is not the same team that we've seen all day.
40 seconds on backyard ball.
Yeah,
because we've seen 30 seconds games in the past, but it's backyard ball, and it's just incredibly efficient. There's so many safety nets as well in the way they play, right? Where even if something goes wrong, the setup is there that they will still score. And so far, I think it's a bit of an out comp and just Poco stuff. Just Poco stuff.
I mean, how do we get to this point in time, honestly? I mean, from knockout, it could have really gone the way of Chasmac, just a couple of minor mistakes, and already Reply Totem on match point and looking in a formidable position here, going in super aggressive with the Screeching solo, and now it's just now into 3 versus 1. One pass through from Mario. This is another goal. He's not going to take any chances. The jump through, but the fumble. How did Chasmac get that clear? What just happened?
Yeah, there might be a chance here to make a play. Maru goes down. Rama's going to try to walk it in. Oh! Oh my God, that was terrifying. I'm going to have PTSD from that, even though it didn't go in. That was incredibly close, and things get a little messier here, but Totem are still all right.
They seem like they're okay with what is going on. They seem comfortable and more confident for sure. And again, I think the game mode really does cater towards them. And a lot of the reason why is that they've got a comp which they just feel happier with, less of a problematic situation upon them. But it's not looking smooth sailing at all even now, and that could have been such a way. I mean, that goal was going to break their ankles. Let's not be around the bush. But they've got to be able to secure this now. I feel like if Reply Totem don't get this set, then it could easily be Chasmac's.
Yeah, well, it is match point for Totem, and they're incredibly close to scoring here. So many supers, but Joker deciding not to connect his. They are going to try to take care of Navi's low HP, and that healing station is not going to be tanking those Poco shots. There is the goal at last here for Reply Totem. 1 away now, or 30 seconds away from taking the match.
Wow. It's just, wow. Let's see. Final chance here for Chasmac to make a push, and they do need to make this push. It's just crept up on them so quickly, but they have got the max speed to go on the aggressive here. But look at the amount of utility on the side of Reply Totem. A jump in there, a heal from Mari as well. Joker with the pull. Oh, push through as well. Beautiful stuff. The pass to Mario on point. Reply Totem, I want to say take it, but I'm going to say survive, because that was not nearly as straight and clear-cut as it should have been.
No, I mean, Chasmac, honestly, they had a chance to even sweep that. They were looking very, very good through all 3 first sets, but I must say, I really wish we had a caster cam when that ball almost went through on the teacher. I was almost jumping and falling out my seat, but that was just absolutely incredible. I would have, honestly, I love Joker, but I'd love to see his ankles be absolutely snapped there, because that was really lining up to be beautiful. But Chasmac Gaming, they fall short, and these are the games that they're not supposed to win, but if they want to progress further in the competition, they need to win.
Yeah, no, absolutely so, and that leaves them now on a 1-3, which is far from ideal, especially considering they have some big teams they still need to play against this season. Totem, not going to be one of them, but man, I really feel like Totem, we were wondering if they would fall today. I think they tripped a little bit, but somehow landed just about fine. And Chasmac had so many opportunities to punish them, but were just not quite able to do so. And this Brawl set was probably the most one-sided one of the 3 Totem picked up. It was still a little bit messy. That first game was honestly perfect, as flawless as it gets. Second one a bit more messy, but it still goes their way. Every single stat goes their way as well. And just Totem, 18 wins now in a row.
Yeah, you know, only 9,000 healing from Chasmac Gaming. That just shows how much scrutiny they were under near enough the entire game and how aggressive Reply Totem were going. They might have not had the max, but they didn't need it. They take these Poco heals, they walk in a straight line, and they just go for it. The Gene as well, providing some great heals along the way and just allowing them to stay in these aggressive positions, which is always going to be a worrying situation for for Chasmac Gaming, because they just didn't have the DPS needed at the range, so then they just came in close, and in close proximity, Totem are always going to take that.
I'm just going to come out and say it. I mean, if Reply doesn't play like that against SK, their streak is broken. I mean, they haven't played them yet, and they've got a lot to think about. I don't want to take anything away from Chasmac. They played great today. Like, they came out looking so much better than we saw them previously, and all the more credit to them. Their drafts were on point. Like, they're you know, a bit more objective around their strategy, and that's kind of really shone for me. So I think that we've still got a lot more to see from them so far. I mean, it's been, you know, a bit of a rocky road, but things are starting to become a bit more consistent. They're being ironed out along the way, and I think that they could very well be in that top 4 if they can just start to continue that forwards. I mean, it's not easy to get even a set against Reply Totem, but they did today.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think, you know, the main competitor, and we said it in, you know, before, Navi is one of these main competitors around the 4th spot, and they don't have the tiebreak against them either.
True.
And losing against Totem here puts them in a really, really tough position, I feel, because, you know, they've taken losses against teams who they need to beat in both Reply Totem. It's a difficult match, I know, but that streak needs to be broken. And then Navi on top of that as well are a team who are on the cusp of qualifying to the Challenge Finals, and they're a team that, if Chasmac wants to progress, need to beat. And all of these matchups, you know, there's so many storylines kind of, you know, coming together in these, you know, mid to late stages of the competition, and it's really, really exciting to see. But we wouldn't be able to see any of it without Snapdragon Elite Gaming, who have allowed us to put this competition on for all of you at home, and allowing us to be in studio here and allowing this beautiful studio as well. So it's really, really great to see these games, and amazing, all possible because of Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Teddy.
Yeah, Garrett's game crashed earlier, probably because he was not using a device powered by Snapdragon Elite Gaming. I feel so bad. I feel so bad for this joke, but yeah, no, they're awesome. They're awesome. All of this is possible only because of them. Not maybe not quite only, but for a big reason and a big part because of them. So a big shout out to Snapdragon Elite Gaming for making all of this possible.
They really are an extremely big help to ESL and everybody here by sponsoring this event. We will have 2 games more to go today. We're 2 games down. One was an upset. One was kind of close to an upset, but we'll be going for a short break. 2 more, and possibly supposed to be the better 2 games coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
gotta get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are 2 games down, 2 more to go, and the next 2 are lining up to be absolute bangers. Isn't that right, Yarg?
I mean, today has been almost the day of upsets. I mean, Chasmac just scraped through. They should have ended it, but they didn't. Reply Token got the win. I mean, anything can happen today. That's the thing that's kind of scary about it.
Yeah, it really is, and there's been upsets all round, and even a possible upset in the second. I'm sure this day isn't going as you predicted, Ted.
The first match was quite surprising, to be completely fair. Mystic looking incredible today. Totem today, I would say a little bit more shaky, but not quite shaky enough for I was gonna say crazy, but Chasmac to take the victory over them. I think this next match here is kind of gonna be, the 50-50st of the season so far.
Yeah, a big grudge match here. We'll be quickly on to the Pana Fresh roster. Let's take a look at who's playing for them. Well, FA Pana Fresh, pretty much half of the old Team Queso roster, and I must say, Team Queso were succeeding a lot more when they were part of it. Rafa, Blacksea, and Jaime. This team is absolutely insane. Not really had the best results so far. Both of these teams are 0 and 3 in this phase at the moment. One of them is going to get a little bit of a lift up.
Absolutely. I mean, Pana Fresh cutes during the Open Cup. One of the most dominant teams, if not the most dominant team of the Open Cups. And yet, it's been quite disappointing when we got to the challenge season. To be fair, it's somewhat to be expected. It is an FA roster when, you compare it to the likes of Tribe, SK, Totem and such. They're not quite there yet. But they're a team that, those players, they've known each other for a very long time. So they do manage to transfer over some of that synergy to now. We just have to kind of see if they can pick up the pieces today against Team Queso.
Yeah, they really do need to pick up the pieces, put them back together and get going, because Team Queso is one of the teams who they will be able to defeat in this competition. They've had a really tough start, but Team Queso have had equally a tough start. This roster, they're not a roster you expect to succeed massively. They've come together. It's kind of just I'm not sure, I'm not speaking for them here, but I think it's kind of just until the end of the year thing, because they had some roster issues and they were kind of just formed. And they've done well, just considering that they are kind of a throw-together roster.
The thing here is that between these two teams is, we haven't really seen much of them. I mean, any of them, realistically here, because when they separated and, Pana Fresh went their way, Team Queso already qualified through Split 1. We've only really seen them in the Queso Cup go against each other, and, it's been so close. But regardless of that, this is the last chance, if one of these teams that get the win are able to get a just complete sweep moving forward, so it's the last opportunity to end with a positive win, to loss ratio. It's kind of really getting towards the nitty-gritty with them both.
Yeah, I mean, they're both in a very, very dangerous position, and I think the chances of either of them qualifying forwards to the next phase is very, very low. But you think even to be in contention, they've got to defeat so many teams in a row, 4 games in a row, and one of them has to defeat the other one here today. So whoever's going to be able to win this game stays within a chance of contention for the Challenge Finals. And the other one, I'm pretty sure that means they're just directly out.
I haven't made the calculation in my head, right now, but I can tell you for a fact that the team that wins this one is in a little bit less trouble than the other. That is my analysis.
That's some great analysis as well, Teddy. Let's take a look at their opponents and the 50% other of the early Team Queso roster right now. Team Queso then, big team, but not so big results. Alias SJ, Boss, and Navi, they were doing very well in the first half of the year. They made it to that mid-season invitational. Not the best performance in the Season 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series, though, and not the best in the second half of the year after MSI. I think there's probably more of the same results coming for them throughout this season.
Yeah, it's been challenging. It absolutely has. I mean, SK Navi losing to them is something that can happen, but not only did they lose, they got swept, and then they lose 3-1 to Team Mystic, which is a bit more unexpected. And right now, yeah, it's been troublesome, and this could be the spark that they need, right? If they manage to get a win here against a team that you said earlier might be one of the lower seeds of this leaderboard, that might be the spark they need to, get a fire starting. But I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I'm thinking I might be a little bit more on the side of Pana Fresh.
I think so too. I think, their recent performances and results against some of the other teams. In that first match week, we saw them face against SK Gaming. They did lose 3-1, but they were showing some signs, and the signs were looking better than what the signs that Team Queso have been showing. I believe they faced Tribe in that early week, and it was a similar scoreline, but they didn't look as good.
I've got to say as well, you've got to consider the fact that Pana Fresh have played Reply Totem. Team Queso haven't yet. And, had we not seen that matchup previously, maybe there would have been a bigger issue than it is. But, Team Queso have got so much to consider here, so much on the line, especially when you consider the fact that the roster that they're playing off against was their former teammates. It's not just about the bragging rights on this one, but this one's personal.
Yeah, it is massively personal, and I believe they remain friends as well. So that inter friendship kind of bragging rights, and even moving a spot above you in the leaderboards. It is a bit of a big thing, because between friends, it can really make the biggest of differences, and also momentum's a massive thing, not only through sets, but through entire leagues as well. So we'll definitely be intrigued. Both of them heavily negative in terms of KD, 2.22 to 2.75 for Team Queso, and 2.55 to 2.93. I'm not going to do the maths, but I'd imagine it's fairly similar in terms of KD.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm not going to do the math either. I see you looking at me, but...
Give it a go. Give it a go.
Yeah, just not happening, Trav. But yeah, no, I think both teams could not be more similar right now. Besides the fact one is FA, the other one is Sign. One of them is going to Worlds, the other one not quite as much. But that's really it. Performance-wise, they're in a very similar position. And as I mentioned earlier, the last time they faced each other in Queso Cup, it was Pana Fresh that won, I believe.
I think it was. I think it was a 3-0 as well, if I recall correctly. So pretty convincing for Pana Fresh. And Team Queso have got to be worried about that today. They're going to be looking for the revenge, as Ark said. There's the bragging rights as well. And both of them not technically out of the running, but when you look at the bigger picture of the league, it's looking both of them are quite unlikely to make it to the next phase. So you need, those little ups of positivity where you can get them, and Team Queso definitely need them when heading to World Finals soon.
Yeah, ultimately at the end of the day, both teams are not doing great, but one of them has got to show us that they've got some promise. Is it possible? Absolutely so. They can go all the way still, and as far as the upper teams are concerned, there could be teams that really do drop off quite dramatically, but we just need to see something at this point. It's been such a rocky road, and if they're going to start to increase their own momentum boost along the way, especially for Team Queso, I mean, you've got to remember that in a month's time or so, they're going to be going to the World Finals against teams like Zeta Division and huge titans like that. They've got to start to get that valuable kind of just some boost that they're lacking massively at the moment. If they don't, then they're going to be out first round.
You've got to be starting somewhere, and Team Queso against Pana Fresh, if they manage to beat them, then that is the best place to start, because it's going to lift their spirits up just that little bit. Pana Fresh aren't the hardest team to beat, but you've got to start somewhere. It can go from Pana Fresh. They can take that momentum and they can beat one of the Titans in a later game. SK and Tribe, I believe they still are. Oh no, Totem and Tribe are still yet to face them. And those are 2 wins that if you manage to pull off, you win this, you catapult yourself straight back to a 3-3. The upsets have got to be there, but the possibility is.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. One thing I do disagree, I heard you guys talk a lot about bragging rights. I'm not sure if it's the bragging rights of not being last.
It is.
But besides that, I do agree with your argument. And I think, yeah, you got to start somewhere in your season. Usually you prefer to start, on the earlier side. This is kind of the last moment to really get started. And I don't want to say be comfortable for the rest of the season, but at least, not be constantly just on the verge of not being able to qualify. So I think this is a very important match for both sides. It's very fortunate for them as well that they're, facing each other at this stage, because otherwise, if one of them was facing, I don't know, Totem or something along those lines, they might just be out, So get some hope, get maybe just back in the mix. Still, I don't know. It's a scary one, because we know one of those 2 teams, they're going to be miserable for the end of the season.
I mean, let's think though, now that Mystic are 2-2, their loss, Team Queso's loss against them is starting to look a little bit more glum. Maybe they're like, oh, we actually lost against a pretty decent team here. We still have a chance of beating the rest of them. Out in the open will be the first map, and it is going to be Knockout. Bans from Pana Fresh are Otis, Janet, and Jean. Team Queso are going to get rid of Bonnie, Piper, and oh no, sorry, I said Janet first. It's Bonnie on both sides of things, and then Otis is the last ban from Team Queso. Janet is the first pick of Team Queso.
Okay, well, I like that both teams are kind of valuing the advantage that Otis can bring. It's not the best of maps for it, but I think it's actually a pretty decent one nonetheless. Bell coming in, Carl coming in for Pana Fresh, and I do like the aggressiveness of which they bring. Now, we've seen Team Queso go Eve here a fair amount. I'm kind of hoping that they do a little bit, because I actually feel like it's the best map for it, but I definitely feel like there's better ideas. Penny is still lingering around at the moment. It would be a solid shout for them, or even just a Brock break through the mid, which I'm pretty sure I've seen Team Queso do from time to time on this map as well. It's going to open things up very quickly for them and provide more space to maneuver, especially in the eventuality that we see Pana Fresh start to really, Penny coming straight in. Makes a lot of sense, but they've still got to earn that Penny turret, quickly at that, and keep the pressure on along the way. Third pick as well, third and final pick coming in very, very shortly. But I'm liking the comp a little bit more on the side of Team Queso. They've got to be aware of that Carl with the flying hook and the potential to really go on the aggressive. But so far, I think it's looking pretty solid.
Yeah, I don't mind it whatsoever. Maybe a Gale or a Stu could be valuable additions. Max is still in the mix as well. A couple opportunities here to make something happen with this final pick. They're going to go Griff, which I absolutely respect. You can remove the walls as well on your side of the map, have a bit of an easier time getting back in the mid and making sure that not only do you get early access to the mid for the second and third round of your games, you also avoid getting spawn trap, which on this map can be a real problem.
Yeah, I do kind of like it. Griff provides the instant break and, ability to walk up the map that kind of Carl uses his flying hook for. And I think once Carl's out of flying hooks to get out of unfavorable situations and stuff, that's why they add Brock to it. I was going to say, if he doesn't have any more gadgets, then, it's Team Queso who are going to have instant control, but Brock's going to bring, more range than Griff and still the same wall break. So I think it's a very solid pick from Pana Fresh as their last.
I don't know whether I want to say this, it pains me to say it, but I think Brock here is better than Griff. And it's probably the first time I've ever felt that way about Griff, because I love it. It's not used nearly enough, but I kind of do feel like the Brock is a bit better, but I think overall the comp for me is better on the side of Team Queso. I think that having Penny here, Janet as well, you know, brawlers that can just do wonders. Having that additional range as well, Janet can just get so much value, especially in that sort of mid area. But let's see who makes the better start of things. It's actually quite a slow start in for Team Queso, but now maneuvering around the situation is on the other side of things. Pana Fresh is looking to gain those early supers. Reverse polarity not going to connect there on the side of the Bell, but full HP on the side of Pana Fresh, being very cautious, very slow in their approach, and Queso trying to make some moves, but at the moment, Boss is the one that needs to move out of the way of the shots from Jaime as they're connecting pretty well.
Right now, Team Queso building up some nice control. Rafa very low HP as well. Disconnected shot that is going to bounce over onto Javi as well. And it is full control here for Team Queso, but slowly Pana Fresh trying to retake a bit as they were able to break open the right side. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Never mind. Just one kill, and then suddenly everyone dies on the side of Team Queso. Well, that works out very nicely for Pana Fresh.
A very swift clear up. Yeah. Super though, for Jaime going to miss completely. It's going to leave Rafa to have to connect that shot into the mid to keep then back Javi. Nice takedown as well on the right-hand side there. Marked up as well in the mid. Alice is J forced to take to the skies there. Blacksea's kind of... I don't know what that was. I think some connection issues there of some sort, but nonetheless, it is going to be Pana Fresh to take the first game.
Yeah, I thought maybe the strategy was like, you know, if I don't move, he's not going to see me.
Yeah, the perfect jukes.
But yeah, I mean, it worked out fine for Pana Fresh. A good first game on their end. I felt like Team Queso had some good opportunities to make something happen. They got the first kill in the first round as well. But after that, started struggling a bit more. And I agree with you, especially when it comes to the early control. With the Brock, you can instantly destroy the wall and give your teammates a chance to be straight up in the mid, whereas it takes a little bit more time. With the Griff, you have to walk all the way to the wall, place down a piggy bank, wait until it explodes, and by that time, well, your opponents already have so much control.
Jaime is pulling this right-hand side and hasn't seen the crossover though. Javi's on the right now and will double side with Boss. I'm not too sure in this reverse polarity on the Bell for me. It's not getting much value. I think the nest eggs are a bit more of a safer bet and plays things out into the later game. But it is the advantage yet again to Pana Fresh, and Queso just going so aggressive like that. I mean, I don't know what Boss felt he was going to gain out of that situation, but it's not going to be anything of value for them. It's going to put Pana Fresh in a really solid spot. One game in the bag, one round in the pocket. The next one, if it goes their way, unless Javi can make this work, which he doesn't, Pana Fresh looking really, really solid so far in this first set.
This is the first mortar that the Penny unlocks, isn't it? In the previous game, none, if I remember correctly. Or at least none that were impactful either way. So, yeah, it's been a challenging pick so far for them, but that is a nice pickup from Boss. Blacksea nearly causes some problems on the left-hand side, but Ale able to just take it up in the skies, and Jaime is going to easily fall to Javi. This is looking better here for Team Queso, but they're not out of trouble yet. If Pana Fresh take this one, they'll still take the set with it.
Boss has got super now on the right-hand side, and it could be a valuable thing to hold on to just the right time. Rafa struggling to find these shots into the mid as well, though. Javi just trying to work around it. Drop the base on the left from Alias J, but so far so good as Pana Fresh holding their own. Don't know that quite connected. Maybe a little bit on Boss. He's half HP there, but nonetheless, it's just a better played out game. That's pretty decent connection from Boss, but still inside of Pana Fresh, everyone holding their own and just kind of seeing this one out until the late stage of the game. It does seem like Pana Fresh are valuing things more a bit until the late game rather than Queso. Queso being a bit overly aggressive so far in general.
Yeah, I don't know if the late game is necessarily a winning one either for Pana Fresh, to be completely honest. Range-wise, Team Queso, they might be happy to just take that fight, especially if something like the Janet can just fly away from trouble. Blacksea does get reset on the heel, but yeah, that is going to be a free kill there for Rava to pick up onto Javi. And now it's a 3-on-2. Boss was a decent super, a follow-up super as well. Blacksea is low, but Boss is not in a good situation either. Can they make this work? Rafa, that was incredibly close, but Team Queso will take that game.
I've got to say I'm pretty surprised. It's just, I mean, maybe it's a bit of a slow start for them as they sort of get their thumbs warmed up, but it's not the best of looks so far, I've got to be honest. I think Pana Fresh for me looking a bit more solid, a bit more sure of themselves for sure. And again, you know, I kind of do want to see more from Rafa, because these gadgets, if you're going to bring in that gadget, it's a bit of a bold one. It's got to connect, and again, I just haven't seen any value for it. Maybe I missed one that did, but it seems like every single one so far has provided nothing. Now, it seems like the momentum of that win from Queso now just going a bit more sure of themselves, a bit more aggressive at the beginning, which I don't necessarily mind. They can just keep then Pana Fresh in these little holes here, then it could be a set going their way.
Well, early control, definitely favoring Team Queso so far. Good tag from Blacksy though, trying to relieve some pressure, but quite gonna cut it just yet. Navi has that mortar very earlier on into this game. That is gonna prove itself to be very useful, I'm sure. A lot of value from Javi. Finally, the penny pick finding some success as he picks up a nice double. Blacksy tries to go down to the gas, and he will actually. Doesn't want to feed any of the super, but now Team Queso a round away from taking the set.
And honestly, with that round, Pana Fresh should have been a bit more passive, but they were too passive by getting pushed back into the spawn. But now that the penny turret is down, it means that a lot of their movements are going to be dictated for them, and especially if Javi can just get out another one, as Blacksy goes in super aggressive, flying hook in, now he's 126 HP, going to be finished off. Surely, no! How? How did he survive that situation? I swear, Alias Sashay was going to finalize it, but he will finalize then in the mid, leaving just Jaime and Blacksy all alone. Rocket Rain into the mid, just not going to connect, and that's another common thing that we've seen with Jaime this game so far. Surely this is where Team Queso seal it.
Yeah, this is unwinnable for Pana Fresh. Team Queso will be taking the round, the game, and the set. It was a messy one. It was a messy one, and honestly, I don't know. I preferred some of the ideas that were brought on the table by Pana Fresh. I just feel like the way they executed it was not necessarily the cleanest. And I think they should maybe have played a bit more for picks, which they did in the first game, and it worked out amazingly for them. Afterwards, they played more the late game and gave away a lot of control by playing very passively, and Team Queso embraced it and took them down.
I just don't know where it all went wrong for Pana Fresh. They seem to be doing everything so right in the first game, and then they got the first round of the second game too. Then everything kind of just crumbled, and I'm not even sure where it went wrong. Yes, I think they weren't pinching anywhere near as enough as they should be, especially kind of Rafa and Jaime on that right-hand side lane when Boss pushes into those positions. That should be an easy pickoff. Bell and Brock down the right-hand side against a Griff, he should not be able to get out of there. You see massive amounts more damage, but massive amounts more healing from Team Queso, and I think, the healing shouldn't really matter too much in a mode like Knockout, because it is kind of that one big interaction, and then that's it. But I don't think that level of healing should have been allowed anyway by Pana Fresh, because once they get low, you pick them off at range, and the game's done.
Yeah, go on the aggressive and just keep them when they're low. Just it forces their hand in that respect. So I'm with you. I just didn't see why Pana Fresh suddenly started just to kind of seem unsure of themselves. It was looking so dominant so far in those early outset moments before Team Queso just started to work better. There's clearly some improvements in terms of communication or their awareness when it came to being overly aggressive or overly passive and just getting that balance a bit better. But Pana Fresh looked like they were very, very strong out the gates. It just seemed like over time it just kind of wore them down and they struggled a bit.
Yeah, and I just don't understand why, really. Team Queso, I don't think their comp was good. I don't think they started off playing good. And Pana Fresh should have just taken the set. That's it. It's as easy as that. Kaboom Canyon up next, though, on high. Spans are already in. We've got the Janet, which I will get no, that is Bonnie. I was going to say I will get it right this time. Just go. Just someone else talk. Someone else talk. I'm leaving.
Arc talks. Okay, so we got the Bonnie, the Griff, the Otis band for the side of Pana Fresh. You've got the Carl, the Bonnie, and the Gene band on the side of Team Queso. Early picks, and it is going to be Amber as well. Trav, I love it. It's probably going to be Javi playing it. B coming in as well. It's going to work really well in Kaboom Canyon. Very early pick of the Colette on the side of Pana Fresh, which I really think is a solid shout, especially on Kaboom Canyon. It's probably the best map for Colette that you're going to have when it comes to Heist, and it's going to allow that mid control to be maintained on the side of Pana Fresh. For the most part, as long as they're able to kind of have the bodies to back it up and the damage as well. But ultimately, getting that objective damage, so key, so key. We see time and time again in the stats, Teddy, when it comes to Heist, and we see just like a lot of damage, but it's the objective that matters, and Colette's a great brawl to have for that reason.
Yeah, it's really a brawler that can do both, right? Because you're going to be mainly aiming at your opponents, but that super, the target is going to be the safe one you can, and very often you can even find collateral damage as extra value of that super if someone gets in the way. Bell, I think, is a pretty solid shot, especially when your opponents get in a bit too much of a defensive formation and you manage to get some nice bounces off the save towards those players, disabling them from healing back up and such things. Max as well has always been a very strong brawler, especially when facing some of those more sharpshootery ideas like the B that Team Queso brought on the table. Although I do feel like B does a decent job at dealing with Max, because that slow is just a nightmare to deal with for the Max. It's still a very decent ID and brings a lot of team utility as well with that super.
You say collateral damage, I say collateral damage. Huh? Anybody like that? No, not fans over here. No smiles on the faces.
Weren't you supposed to not be talking, Travis?
I think we should go back to it.
I might have to go back to it at that point, maybe. I thought that was going to pay off well. Someone in the chat give me some laughs, because at this point, I'm about to walk out the studio. Crow going to be the last pick from Team Queso. Slows are there, and then, in addition to the B slow, the Max is now going to be slowed down by the Crow as well, and, you can add those to the opponents, not just the Max also, when they do start to go a little bit more aggressive. And I like what Team Queso are bringing here. Not sure if the Max kind of slots into the Pana Fresh comp too well, and I don't think it's something that Team Queso would have taken if it was their last pick either.
Sorry, I just can't get the sound of crickets chirping out of my ears off that joke. Moving in to the match. It was a cracking start so far, it seems, for Pana Fresh. Good aggression, and again, I do worry a bit with the Amber now with the Max showing its face, simply because, I think that when it comes to defending those kind of really big, beefy pushes, that is a tough brawler to make work for. But now Team Queso is starting to gain themselves a little bit more into the mid, and Jaime's surely going to tick away. Well, Javi will make sure he doesn't need to even tick down. He will get the shot on it. Boss jumps in, and the first sign of damage for Team Queso.
Yeah, I like Team Queso's comp more, and so far it is working out better. Crow is not necessarily going to get the most damage on save, but he's still causing a lot of problems in the back line, and the poison will take Jaime out. Javi low HP, but it connects to 3K shot, and so far, yeah, I'm a little bit questioning the Max too. I agree with Trev's point earlier. I think it's a very decent pick here, but I don't feel like what they're facing justifies it, and I don't feel like the synergy with his teammates justifies the pick. So it's still a bit of an odd one to my eyes. We'll see if they can prove me wrong, as so far it is Team Queso with a pretty nice 25% lead, but all mid control now in favor of Pana Fresh, as Boss is trying his best to make something happen, but unable to find any sort of openings just yet.
Jaime is tapping things up nicely on the left-hand side, and be a little bit cautious on the HP as Blacksy goes down. Ruff can't be far behind either here, and it's going to surely get taken down with Boss coming through to body block for Javi. Jaime, though, still in the middle, still lurking around. He's getting a pick up on Boss here as well. Marks up Javi. My word, he's fantastically well, but Alice is on the left-hand side will burn down this save. They've got to respond with some aggression on the side of Pana Fresh realistically here, because they are behind. Alice J now still alive somehow. Jaime comes in to pick it up, but Boss going to jump in now, maybe? Surely, yeah, gets a takedown along the way as well. Beautiful stuff, honestly, from Team Queso. They're starting to thrive a bit better now.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good from them. I'm going to be honest. I think the previous set, they did not look good. They won it, but they did not look good doing so. This time around, it's looking much better. It's not over just yet. 10 seconds left, and Pana Fresh, they can try to catch up. Leaving a Crow on your safe is fine, but then you need a lot of damage, and I don't know if they have that sort of damage available to them. They'll try their best. It gets quite close, but 9% makes the difference in favor of Team Queso.
I wasn't sure whether they were going to be able to get it anyway, and I just didn't have the DPS, I guess. But I did love the taps from Jaime as he went on the aggressive, which genuinely could have connected and made all the difference. But in the end, it was Boss who was able to get that damage, little diff, and that's going to mean now that Pana Fresh got to start to really fill this one out better, like start to play Team Queso at their own game and start to respond with something of their own to marvel at, because definitely struggling. Nice mark there from Jaime, there onto Javi, and he spotted again, but Ruff's follow-up wasn't the greatest. Have to heal up as well, but he can't even do that now. Alice gets the final laugh, and it's looking pretty decent. Good defense, solid so far from Team Queso. Not giving up too much control too soon, and Pana Fresh have got to really find that balance, which Team Queso seem to have found.
And Boss is so low HP, but he is allowed to heal back up. Not for long, though. Blacksy is going to miss the super. The mark is missed as well. Javi is alone now in the mid and eventually taken care of by Jaime. He's been doing a very good job on that bell. Blacksy gets jumped by Boss. Boss, which is going to be able to get a couple shots off on that save. Again, Crow not going to be the ideal damage dealer. The super is good at it, but not available as of now, and it's going to be 9% in favor of Pana Fresh this time around.
Hammer goes down. LSJ still standing on the right-hand side. Super in from Blacks. He's not going to do the most amount thanks to the tap that Javi was able to obtain for the shield along the way. Slow connects nicely as well, as does the follow-up. Big taps there from Javi. Love to see it. Javi going to survive on the left, but you know, all these sort of takedowns are very back and forth, but it's always leaving Team Queso more often than not in a better position. For Team Queso, they're able to follow up with damage. For Pana Fresh, it's just kind of some mid-control going back into defense or getting taken down and losing that control. And these, you know, big shots from Boss are very important. They've got to take care of him now. The pinch is there, but he's juking it fantastically well. His survivability allows LSJ to come in with more damage.
He's been playing incredible. Honestly, Boss's wiggles and jukes have been out of this world so far this game, and definitely making a massive difference. I think there was another missed mark there from Jaime, but 15% in favor of Team Queso. Not a massive lead, especially as Pana Fresh is building up some control, but Blacksy goes in alone and ends up going down. Boss is low, does get taken out, but the trade from AliSSJ is there. 2-on-2 now in the mid with 12 seconds left. Not a lot of time for Pana Fresh to do anything.
Rafa's going to go straight in and go straight out again. Boss going to jump over the top. What a fumble there for Pana Fresh. Just not able to hold any composure. Team Queso now going to be taking this set as well, bringing them 2 sets ahead. Pana Fresh have got to start to shift up a gear.
They really, really do. Team Queso, they might have not looked good in the first, but that one, all Team Queso, and Pana Fresh are just watching them get damage. And, you know, there was the Amber over the left doing a wonderful job of staying up and allowing the teammates to kind of regroup back in the mid and reclaim that control. But Boss over the right he was really on something in that game, because that was just absolutely incredible to see. And, you know, we forget Jiro Eddie, his crows in the past. We're all with Boss now. We're all with Boss.
No, but I agree. It was great to also see AliSSJ on the Amber. Normally you'd expect, you know, kind of having to be taking the mantle there, but you know, wondrous shots, wondrous B shots there. And it just seemed like, for me, Pana Fresh didn't really have an answer to that left-hand side lane as well. Boss was going in, keeping that aggressive momentum moving forwards and just jumping in, keeping then Pana Fresh on the back foot. But it just felt like, you know, especially how I felt towards watching Team Queso in that first set of knockout, it just didn't convince me. I felt like it was going to be a quick, you know, 3-0 and done for Pana Fresh. The way that they've kind of like taken the time to look at their position and just turn it around as quickly and as convincing as this is great.
Yeah, I mean, statistics coming in here fairly similar as well. We see Team Queso with a little bit more damage, 10k, but then we see Pana Fresh with 10k more heals, 26 kills in comparison to 24 as well. So the stats, I would say, considering the heals and, you know, the damage, not really too much of a difference maker on the brawlers in Heist. I think they've got the better statistics here, but the game showed the complete opposite, which is why sometimes we just can't trust the stats in Heist, and that is, you know, the name of the game here. And Team Queso being 2-0 up now, they're looking to close it out in its third. They want a bit of revenge for Queso Cup, and they want to not be losing every single game.
Yeah, I mean, they've been winning sets now. They've won more sets in this match than in the entirety of this challenge season. So, you know,
Nice.
So, I mean, you know, it's going in the right direction. It's not over yet. And I could imagine, you know, something still going terribly wrong here. But it's been looking better and better for Team Queso. And I have to say, in that set, I think that they all played really well. But, I mean, dude, those Crow plays were out of this world. I want to see what they have in mind here for Minecon Madness.
Bans are in. Otis B, Max, Pana Fresh, B, Carl and Gene for Team Queso. First early pick of Bell, which, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, there's the minecart, but I don't know. We've had like so much Crow being drafted so early, but Bonnie and Janet coming in, the combo for Pana Fresh, and hoping that this comp's going to work out better. I can absolutely see how Bonnie can work out very good on this map. You kind of got to combine it with something more aggressive as well, though, but it's not a bad start for them. I'm kind of wondering what side of the gem carrier is going to be going for Team Queso. Coming in next, you know, Amber. Yeah, I mean, they're gonna pick Amber anyway, really, aren't they? Let's be honest. But I want to see something a bit tanky, something to be able to push forwards a bit. Having banned out the Carl, you know, it's not going to be an easy way to get forwards. But I don't know. What do you think about Buzz here, Trev? Personally, we've seen a bit of a rise in it.
We have, but you always have to be a little bit cautious about that minecart, don't you, really? And it's caught quite a lot of players off guard with that just steamrolling through them. But honestly, I do kind of like it if you're paired off against the right brawlers, which, you know, I think against a Bonnie, it can do a great job, but a Janet, you know, able to tank it, able to dodge it with the gadget and the flight and stuff, it does become a little bit more dangerous. Pam being the last pick of Team Queso, they've got a very well-rounded comp. You know, they've got the heals, they've got some range. You're not really going to be burning down too many bushes with Amber, but you know, it's tried and proven at this point by Team Queso and Kaboom Canyon, so why not go again with it on this? I wouldn't mind a Gus mid, you know, for the side of Pana Fresh.
It's true that Gus is a brawler we have not seen today at all, have we? Or I think once, maybe, or banned once. I don't know. I think it was banned once. They're gonna go Colette instead. I don't know if I love it per se. I mean, Colette is a terrific duelist. I think it does struggle a little bit against Pam. You would think, yeah, Pam a lot of HP, but the healing station, I feel like makes it quite a nightmare for Colette to actually confirm those eliminations. We'll have to see how that is plays down. Honestly, I'm not a fan of Pam here in the first place. I feel like any sort of placeable or spawnable is tough to work with on minecart meta. It's always awkward to find a good placement for it. It's gonna be either exposed to the minecart or the enemy team. I think Janet and Bonnie are a very strong combination to have, and something that Pana Fresh can try to really use at their advantage. We'll see how this unfolds. It is going to be the Bonnie serving as a gem carrier for the side of Pana Fresh, popping an early gadget and a nice pinch onto Javi early on to give control to Pana Fresh.
I just don't know how Penny escaped the draft. I mean, it's just such a solid pick to have on this map, but let's see how they make work with what they've got as Jaime takes the skies there, keeps the pressure onto Javi. No healing station for him to hunker down behind, and rather with a pick up of Boss into the mid, but still not a single gem so far on the side of Team Queso. And so far it has been smooth sailing for them in terms of the sets. They're not on match point though, just to point that out. That's an error on the UI, but we'll resolve that in just a minute. Still the first game of Minecart Madness. Now the healing station comes in, but Javi places it in like a very exposed area there, taken down just as swiftly there for Pana Fresh. So mistakes being made on the side of Team Queso, and Pana Fresh so far looking to capitalize.
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean with Pam here, you know what I mean? Or even Penny, as a matter of fact, but especially Pam. Like, where do you place it? On the rails?
Yeah.
Then it's just, you know, a matter of time until it goes down. I don't know. I don't love that pick. I prefer the draft from Pana Fresh, and so far the Brawl Stars gods do too, as we have a full-on team wipe, and Pana Fresh will be taking this first game.
It's just, this is what it's like. You know, you get these games where Pana Fresh looks so dominant, but then it can change just as quickly, and Team Queso start to get their act together. You know, I completely agree about the turret side of things. I think that you just have to take that risk where, you know, we see a lot of it when Team Queso run Penny on this map and they place the turret down. Eventually the minecart's going to take care of it, no doubt about it. But by that time, hopefully you cycle to the next one. But with a Pam healing station, it's one of those things that you just want to be able to have there the entire time. And it's just not kind of working out. Having to kind of cycle it as best he can, or, you know, just try to confirm some of these kills, because so far Pana Fresh have just got so much more survivability, so much more of an ability to stay in the mid, and already Team Queso dropping like flies.
Yeah, I mean, I still think this comp from Team Queso is not a very functional one, at least not in my books. Boss in trouble, goes down on the right-hand side. A great super from Blacksea. That is going to be 4 gems to his name now. Pana Fresh halfway through to securing a countdown, one that would get them at least to a 4th set, as you have some semblance of mid control now for Team Queso. Still a fragile position with some low HP players, one that goes down now, and Boss not in the best position to hold on to this mid, gets tagged up a little bit, not able to get the bounce off as Jaime goes back to his aggressive right position. Does go down, maybe a bit of an overextension there, and at last we have control for Team Queso. That's the first time.
Turret taking quickly care of it from Blacksea, forcing back Javi, and just about missed the minecart along the way. Shay just in that corner, just keeping Jaime back as well, and it's not going to be necessarily the toughest thing now, as Javi being so low. Blacksea can start to contest this with the pinch between Rafa, but time is very much the essence here. But what a takedown from Blacksea, able to continuate the pressure with the back of the shield of the shots he's continuing to tap onto Javi with, and now everything's starting to work. But the gems drop down, and that is a disaster for Pana Fresh. Team Queso not wasting any time to pick those up.
Yeah, I like the ideas from Pana Fresh. I'm not sure how they expected to get out of there. And, well, they did not. Jaime, low HP goes down, was marked up as well. Blacksea knows time is just out, and this is going to be match point for Team Queso. Pana Fresh, still, they won a game in the set, so they're not very far from coming back and forcing things to a set 4. Either way, that match point is going to be threatening.
It's just, I'm struggling to see the kind of consistency. It's like sometimes Pana Fresh looks so dominant and it's just like a complete wipe, but Team Queso seems to be able to kind of come back from those moments and just wipe the slate clean. And at the moment being on match point, it's going to be a struggle here for Pana Fresh. They've got to really work on some of these mistakes and make sure they don't happen more than twice. Jaime going to focus on boss here and Blacksy's going to focus on the healing station, but now he's out of position, and we saw this in the previous game. Pana Fresh are going to be much more careful on where they are on this map because they're going to get pushed back into a spawn trap, and that's exactly where you don't want to be on Minecart Madness.
Well, so far, fairly even positions. The drop to base gets taken care of. Super as well there. Nicely placed by LASSJ. Gets the burn onto Rafa. Gonna dissuade him to commit, but he is going to be stuck in that pinch. And some good teamwork and placement. Pana Fresh still in a very good position, all things considered. Rafa can even afford to go for that aggressive gem. Does have to pay quite a couple of HP in exchange, but able to heal up safely. Jaime gonna reposition as well. Team Queso gonna have full on mid control as Blacksy wanders a bit too far on his own and gets punished for it. Team Queso not too far behind gem-wise, and with the control they have now, they might just catch up.
See, this is for me, though, why Bonnie is not a great thing to have as a gem carrier in a situation. Rafa just getting burnt down immediately. Just seems like he just didn't really care about it. Because you can't go in, deflate the situation with the aggression that Bonnie brings to the table. When you're carrying all those gems, you can't make those plays that bring back the flow and the force of action. And now, Jaime's got the 7. It might be the saving grace house. Rafa can actually do something with this pick, and it will keep the Team Queso a bit more on, the, on their back foot, a bit more aware of the situation upon them. But it can turn much faster when you're able to go aggressive.
I completely agree with you, by the way, regarding the Bonnie pick as a gem carrier. Boss is low, does go down, a gem away from a countdown, and I'm in an awkward position, but actually, he gets the kill. How do Team Queso let this happen? I don't know. But it is a countdown for Pana Fresh, and Jaime has a super as well, so he can just fly away and be safe.
You see, I don't know whether it's a case of who's playing it better or just who's not throwing as hard. In this scenario here, Pana Fresh get a bit of a saving grace here, but it didn't look that clean, I'll be honest.
Come on, guys, honestly. I'm sat here, my arms are flailing everywhere, I'm pulling the weirdest faces just purely because I don't know what I'm watching. As you said, it's the kind of thing of I don't know who's playing. It's not a question of who's playing better. It's who's not dropping as many gems or who's throwing or who's just generally playing worse. And in that set, it was Team Queso playing worse, clearly.
Yeah, but I don't think by much. It's always going to be a scrap, isn't it, on Minecart Madness, let's be honest. But I think just from the beginning, like some of the drafts felt a bit weird, some of the decisions for gem carriers looked a bit strange, some of the positionings on the map just seemed a bit odd, and like more often than not, it just meant that people were going to be going down, and like there, it's just like
go up, go up.
Yeah, Minecart Madness is one of the maps where you can show off your synergy the best. In this case, you can also show the lack thereof. And really, yeah, that was a mess. 36 gems dropped from Team Queso. I mean, you can't get away with those things, and Pana Fresh are going to be punishing you. Good for them, to be fair, to pick up this set. It's one they desperately needed. But man, this was fairly unconvincing from both sides, really.
So the stats show, I think all in all, that Team Queso played better but threw harder. And Pana Fresh just retrieved the gems that were kind of provided to them by Team Queso. And if Team Queso have dropped 36 and then they've only picked up 44, then it's got to be showing that Team Queso were in a commanding lead for the majority of it. Canal Grande might decide yet again if Team Queso can take this one home or if we'll be seeing a 5th and final. Pana Fresh banning out Gene, Janet,
got there finally,
and Poco. Gale, Buzz, and Colette on the bottom side of things for Team Queso. Pick of Carl. Carl first pick.
I mean, valuing the blue star, I guess, wanting to go in quick and swift with the flying hook. I can understand it, but beyond that, I mean, there's another thing that Buzz would have brought to the table. Quite a bold ban though from Team Queso in that respect. Banning out Gale, can thoroughly kind of understand if they want to bring in a Daryl later date, because that's going to add to that same idea of utilizing the role across the river. But the Penny draft as well from side of Pana Fresh, I don't mind it. I think it's a pretty decent one to have here, to be completely honest. And I think, you know, going forwards, it just kind of depends what kind of risks these teams want to take. And I mean, you know, I do quite like Surge here. It's kind of been one of the ones I've been watching coming in a little bit more frequently. If you want to play a bit more safe, then Bo's not a bad shout. But, you know, either way, I think the thing that's got to be so clear and concise in this map is to really value those early moments, get that early mid control, which brawlers like Carl can go in and do, but also to not lose it. You know, if you lose the positioning power of Canal Grande, find yourself in a spawn trap, you know, it's going to be GG very quickly.
I personally love the call here. When you have Jean, Gale, and Buzz banned out, as well as Colette, I mean, I think that leaves a lot of opening for Carl to do some magic here on Canal Grande. Benny and Otis, I don't mind. I think they're pretty good options all around. I'm in general not the biggest fan of Penny, to be completely honest. And Otis is in a really good place. I feel like this is a pretty decent map for him as well. I do agree with you. I would love to see a Surge being brought in on the side of Pana Fresh. I think that would be a good counter to the Carl, and a brawler that, you know, if you manage to get a nice and sneaky second stage, third stage, which you can do with the amount of bushes you have on that map, you can be a terror.
You know, Teddy, I agree with you agreeing. I think Surge would be a great, pick. And you know, if you can get those levels and jump on the Carl and cycle them again, then you're going to be up to level 3 in no time, and then level 4 after that by utilizing that range squeak. Going to be the pick from Team Queso, though. Residue's very solid. You're able to, you know, see in the bush and slow opponents down, but they're not going to allow it. They take the Surge, and honestly, don't know if it is the best pick for them. Yes, they take it off of Pana Fresh, but it doesn't really add much to their comp.
I agree with you agreeing to tell you agreeing with me, and what I will say is that squeak I do not like on Canal Grande. I really don't. So the Surge has kind of redeemed it a bit for me. If you get pushed back and your squeak's in spawn, it's so hard. So hard to get out of the spawn side of that one. And with a Penny on the other side of things as well, if, you know, that does start to get the value that it, you know, can really bring to the table, I think there might be possibly a little bit of an error on the UI there.
I think this is Minecart Madness.
Yeah, the Pam, the Amber, yeah, that's what I figured. It's like one of those things where Surge can be a bit of a saving grace. Ultimately, you'll be able to be more of an assassination brawler within the bush areas, but getting out, you know, especially if that Surge goes down with limited stacks and you've got a squeak in the spawn area as well, this could be a really risky play here for Team Queso. They've got to be so cautious to not lose mid-control. This one could very easily be punishing on the side of Pana Fresh.
I think they got this. You know, the Carl gets the blue star, then you play defensively with the squeak. If your opponent's over aggressive, the Surge jumps onto your head. I like their prospects here. I think this is one of their better drafts so far, at least in my books. I do completely agree with the point of the squeak, which with the consistency that Team Queso has had so far and the amount of times they've kind of just thrown away the lead does worry me a little bit, but I like it. I like it. It gave me a smile.
Bounty, you know, it's the mode of big turnarounds, and you know, I don't like that for Team Queso.
Yeah.
But to be honest, yeah, I kind of feel like the comp that they had selected was just a bit of a throw together, though, of random brawlers trying to take certain brawlers away from Pana Fresh, and, you know, Squeak as well. It's kind of just throw it together and hope it works, rather than just an actual concrete comp, and just maybe even let them have the Surge, don't pick the Squeak, and just have a very solid, comp overall, regardless.
Well, I think we're just going to just fix the UI for a little bit, but, you know, in terms of the draft and what I've seen, you know, I think it makes a lot of sense. I kind of worry a bit for Team Queso, but if they get that early control, then that's going to play quite a key factor in just kind of keeping Pana Fresh where they want them to be. I think if Pana Fresh want to go on the aggressive in this instance, then that's going to be, you know, pretty punishing against them, and will provide something of an ability to really, you know, put on that pressure. Pana Fresh here have got to turn up the heat. We saw some great promise from them in the first game, and then just kind of dwindled away as Team Queso started to really, you know, learn from their mistakes. Now we kind of need to see a bit of that from Pana Fresh, because I'll be honest, in Minecart Madness, it didn't seem that, you know, that obvious. I don't think that really.
I think the bans
yeah,
are...
a little bit of
ban
draft and then just run through it.
Banning the Shelly and the Jesse. But yeah, I mean, Surge, Squeak and Carl, but Otis, you know, Bell and Penny, I think both can work here. I think this, I just feel like Pana Fresh will get more value off the back of a spawn trap.
Yeah, I agree to that point. What I like about Team Queso's comp is sometimes you have teams that are very, you know, defensive comps in Bounty, and then they have no free blue star. Here they do have that free blue star, and I think that kind of makes up for it, as they will be guaranteed to at least start off with the lead, and unless they give away a free kill, I think they're in a decent position to make something happen here. Now, there's only going to be one way to find out, I mean, you can't let the bell shot bounce like 3 times over, can you? And the follow-up to connect. Okay, well, see you in set 5.
This is what I said. You know, Javi's lost the stacks. He's now using the gadget to try to push back into the mid. But, you know, you can just see Pana Fresh buying their time, waiting it out. He's still low HP because he keeps shooting. And, you know, with the squeak as well, it can be problematic. Nice fat splatter there as well. Just keep the pressure on. And the residue as well will force Blacksy out of the mix. It's a bit of a saving grace now. Alice did really well there to retake that mid control. And now Javi coming behind it. But that was a really risky moment there. It could have well been that Team Queso couldn't get out of that area. Boss just got eradicated on the right-hand side there, as the over-aggression is really kind of starting to show here. Pana Fresh, 12 stars and that blue star already to the 1 of Queso.
As I told you, I'll see you in set 5.
Okay, solo cast it is then. I mean, you know, Javi's got the mark as well. There's so many stars on the side of Pana Fresh, and, you know, there's still 45 seconds left on the clock. I mean, there's so much time, but, you know, there's still, I feel, too many stars for a turnaround.
Yeah, there's a kill there from SSJ onto Blacksy, so that's going to be good for Team Queso, but the 12-star deficit isn't quite as much. Let's see if in our final 25 seconds, Team Queso can do the impossible, as Blacksy should get picked up, but Boss misses a couple of shots. Still no kill, and Javi is going to be sitting in the fire. A chance, maybe 4 stars now.
Way.
Boss going very aggressive, and everyone is low, and oh
my god.
I mean, I thought My Card Matters was like messy as hell, but this is taking it to the next level.
I mean, I know there's enough stars, but, like, it shouldn't happen. That should not happen. You know, they just kind of allowed it. You know, you can't go back into your spawn in those final seconds. You know the boss has got super, so you've got to eradicate him rather than allow him to do what he wants to do. Rafa still had the salty barrel to hand as well, and it just... everything that just came correct. You should see Trav's face right now at home. He is not looking happy, Teddy.
Navi giving away a bit of a free kill on the left-hand side, and was that the lead as Blacksy, does not get traded. Boss goes down too. I mean, just as bad a start as the previous game here for Team Queso, considering they got the blue star as well. But, you know, we did see earlier that Team Queso, they come back from those, or Pana Fresh maybe throw those would be more appropriate. 3 stars, though, in favor of Pana Fresh for now.
Well, Blacksy has the mark to hand as well, and that would be quite valuable to have, especially if Boss wants to try to get out of the situation, which he probably will do. He's on a super full to use it. Goes down quickly. Blacksy low HP as well, and he's going to be very cautious as Javi pops the gadget to be able to really maneuver in straight to a bell shot, apparently. 10 stars plus the blue star for Pana Fresh. But this is how the last game happened. And, you know, despite the number of stars on the other side of things, you know, it just wasn't enough, and Team Queso got the turnaround. So Pana Fresh has got to start to hold their own here and keep hold of these stars until the end.
But surely that is not going to happen twice, right?
Surely not, right?
That's not possible, right? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Rafa goes down. It is a trade. Still 10 stars in favor of Pana Fresh. So should, in theory, be very comfortable here, in theory. 12 stars now in favor of Pana Fresh. So Blacksy is low, is still alive for now, and trying to heal back up. He will find another kill. Nearly gets 2, actually. Boss is going to swing to his demise, and that is going to be a game for Pana Fresh, right?
I mean, I called it as not being possible in the last game, Teddy, so I'm just gonna stay quiet for this one. But, you know, ultimately, the results were better in that game for Pana Fresh, but it could have easily been the opposite way around. Queso had some opportunities there that just they were not able to capitalize down on. I mean, everyone was pinched together with a lot of stars on the side of Pana Fresh. That's exactly what you need to avoid. Separate out, go different lanes, and just try to protect each other from across the river. But I don't know. I mean, the rate this is going, like Pana Fresh now not having the best of starts, and that's going to allow Javi to get so much more value as long as he stays on his feet in the mid. Like, you know, Pana Fresh can't push into this left-hand side lane, nor can they realistically do so on the right unless there is a juke their way forwards. And, you know, so far, SSJ has gadget popped. He can then put down a sticky residue there as well, and in not the worst of spots, pushing back Rafa. You know, this is exactly the start that Queso want.
Yeah, the first time they actually get a good start. The first time they get the first skill in this set so far. Good value of those shots from Ali SSG as well. He does have his super to maybe try to find even more as Rafa is looking to punish him, but some good jukes and the kill lined up, 7 stars to 0, and this is the first game that's really going the way I expected, because I like to come from Team Queso. I really do. I just feel like in games 1 and 2 it was played in a very weird way, but this is looking much more clean on their end, and I welcome it, because right now it is looking less likely that we might even go to that 5th set.
These are good shots though here from Jaime Boslow, and there's a double kill on the left-hand side as quickly as you say it, Teddy. The tides are turning. She's got to go back here. He really can't do much except try to buy some time until Boss comes in for the helping hand. But, you know, Javi's going to struggle to retake this a bit on the left-hand side. Rafa's there. He's got Gadget again. Salty Barrel, you know, is going to be a pretty decent thing to body block this out and also apply damage. And the pinch is slowly coming in here from Pana Fresh. 20 seconds left on the clock, and this could turn very quite quickly.
Yeah, this is the positioning that can be very dangerous, especially this early on into the game. 15 seconds left now, and Team Queso are spawn trapped. But can Pana Fresh capitalize? Can they find an elimination? Boss goes in and is going to get muted. He's low HP. He's got a full Javi. Has to fight with the barrel in its way, and that is going to be enough for Pana Fresh to take the game and the set. I told you we would go to set 5. I knew it.
Do you want a minute, Trav, there? You look a bit shell-shocked.
I'm done. I'm going home. I'm going home. I just want to say, before I start this post-game analysis, I love Spanish people. Don't get me wrong. I love you all, but honestly, the Brawl Stars could be improved.
It wasn't great. It wasn't great on both sides, let's be honest. I mean, bounty's always a difficult one. It is. Like, when you're under pressure and you know that the tide can turn very quickly, the stars are there for it, you've got to have a firm strategy around how you go about those situations. But towards the end, I was looking at Rafa thinking, you've got Gadget. This is the time to use it. You've got 2, in fact. See how one at the very end. So he could have placed one down for good measure and just gone on the aggressive. Just things like that you're thinking, you've got that utility. There's only so much time left to use it. You may as well just start to use it now to set some pressure. Little things like that just weren't being done for me.
I mean, Boss flying hooked into the one spot he could easily be Silver Starfish. Like, there was the one spot where he's vulnerable to near enough all 3 members of the opposing team, and he just goes for it. Even if it had gone towards the Salty Barrel, other side of the wall where Penny was, he could have just eaten the kills and then have got a trade. But it was the worst possible thing to do in my eyes, and I just don't really know what else to say. This is a massive amount of stars, to be fair, and they've kind of flipped back and forward here and there. Team Queso in the one game that they looked good, actually lost it, but the damage is on Pana Fresh's side. The stars are on Pana Fresh's side. They've dropped less stars as well, so it's just like, it should just be as easy as Pana Fresh sweeping this set 2-0, but Team Queso somehow managed to win the first game and should have won the second or something like that, and should have won the third, and just didn't.
Yeah, I think I'm a nice guy.
But
and I want to be nice to people, but I don't know how to be nice to this. Like, it's just yeah, quite bad, really. And I don't want to say mean things anymore about either of those teams, because I love those guys. They're some of the sweetest in the scene, But they're really feeding into it at this point, Yeah, I'm trying to come up with, like a positive spin of all of this. We're going to set 5. I'm down for it. Beach Ball, gonna decide it all here. Our draft is kicking in, and it's gonna be a double Gene band this time around, as well as Janet and Poco banned out by Pana Fresh. Team K is opening out the Griff and the P, a first pick of Ruffs for their ranks, and then Pana Fresh going Carl and Penny. Trav, what are your thoughts?
Let's hope reparations are made by both of these teams there. I think the draft couldn't have come sooner for Teddy, as he was kind of just on the brink of breaking there, and he was almost about to just completely start roasting them. Beach Ball, I like what I'm seeing so far. We've seen pretty comparable comps. We saw the Otis and the Stew earlier from one team, and we saw Carl as well. We've slid the Ruffs in. I'd imagine it'll be Stew playing mid, maybe down the lane, but it's pretty interchangeable on this map because there's not really, heavily justified lanes, and it was Navi who proved that earlier. Penny and Carl on the other side of things, though, 2 very common picks on this map. But, I mean, I like what Team Queso have approached it with so far. They've managed to get the Otis, and the Otis usually is a very solid brawler. Spike is the last pick from Pana Fresh, and it's been a long time since I've seen something like that.
See, but it's always Spike as the third and final pick. I don't know whether it's because it's just like... It's like what teams go to when they just kind of have a bit of a mind blank. But it does work, it can work, but more often than not, I just feel like there's always a better pick in terms of the meta to kind of consider. I mean, the comp wouldn't be right for it, but no one's really kind of considered how, how Max could fare on a map like this. It's such an aggressive thing to have in Brawl Ball, and more often than not provides some great results for it. I mean, not really necessarily anything along those lines. I just kind of wonder at the synergy of this comp here from Pana Fresh and how it's going to come together. I mean, everything works in its own right, but kind of it just lacks a little bit of that aggressiveness for me. Whereas I think the Team Queso comp kind of like, especially if they have the survivor ability. Sorry, I can't. Trav's face.
I'm sorry, like. I get it. Sometimes it can be hard to dodge the You got tossed around from one side to the other. You just love to see it, man. You just love to see it. So far, it's not looking all bad for Pana Fresh, though. They have some decent control, and Jaime is back in the mix. Did have to use his second gadget there. Boss is gonna eat the curveball straight to the face, and a chance here for Pana Fresh maybe to build up and solidify that control, as they do have that turret. Not for long as Navi takes care of it, but a nice kill from Blacksea. That's the team wipe, and as soon as Jaime fetches the ball, the pass to Blacksea will secure it. Pana Fresh was the first goal.
I mean, honestly, as well, like to think that we got to this stage where it's gone to the final set and Pana Fresh getting the first one on the board, it's looking like things might be going their way at the moment. Just I don't know where things started to disintegrate for Queso, because I thought it could have been over in Minecraft Madness, to be completely honest, but Jaime's low, life plant, will heal him up accordingly, and Javi, though, with the mute, could just go on the aggressive here, and he will do just that. Connects it to Blacksea. Great pinch between himself and Alias's J, but this ball has got to start getting cleared, and Boss in the mid, Javi on the left, everyone on the side of Team Queso, but just healing up, playing it slow, which I don't necessarily mind. Jaime's got to be careful of his positioning here as well, and getting punished for it now. But Team Queso, no, like, I feel there's potentially a goal-scoring opportunity to be found there, but just going to continue to play it slow and steady. But with 40 seconds left, they're going to have to consider how long they can do that for.
Well, that kill is going to help towards that goal here. The break, but poorly timed. It's still going to be a goal. But, I mean, it really feels like neither team wants to win, honestly. Like, they're making it extra hard. It should have been the freest goal. They do manage to get it, however. So Blacksea is going to try to go for a counterattack here. Rafa gets given the ball. That could have been quite scary, but they'll be all right as the kill goes the way of Boss. And there's a chance here to strike hard as soon as overtime kicks in. The buff going to be dished out to Boss. Jaime, very low HP. No more gadgets to work with either. Javi, charge shot. It is going to go in, as the kill onto Rafa is secured, and the ball just slips through. Team Queso on match point.
I feel like it's fitting for this to go to match point at this point.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Because, I mean, it just seems like both teams are struggling with that composure. And, it's kind of, again, in a situation where both of them have yet to get a win, where it's almost the pressure of just getting their first win on the board is showing itself to both sides. I can't really explain it any other way, but either way, Team Queso did well towards the end to kind of keep that positioning power going into overtime, and it did reward them for it. But the first goal that led to it was a bit questionable, just simply because the Ruff's break was kind of in line perfectly with the way that Jaime was coming out of the goal. But pass there to Ruff.
That works. That's going to be a goal.
But that was from Rafa into Jaime. Like, the ball was passed backwards.
Was it?
He picked that up, if I'm not mistaken. I think he was trying to pass the ball back, and Jaime intercepted it. I could be wrong. At this point, I'm not sure. That's what it looked like.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it's just iconic, that Jaime gets absolutely destroyed by the Ruff's gadget again, and then instantly gets like a double kill right after. That is like the, volatility that we have here. But that ball is getting closer and closer to the blue goal, and Pana Fresh, they need to be careful, can't afford to give any goals away here. The Penny turret is finding some value and causing some trouble, but so far, it's going back to a bit more of a stalemate, as Rafa is getting quite low HP. Boss just barely dodging all of those projectiles and able to fall back to heal up.
Well, Blacksy on the left could go aggressive here onto Javi, but saving his super. No mute to hand, so it wouldn't be the worst of ideas to go in aggressive, but just gonna have that ball go through towards the mid now. He'll get value for that, and Alice will go down. It's just Jaime left. Rafa coming in from the spawn now. Penny turret down as well. One goal in the pocket for Pana Fresh. Team Queso need to go a bit more on the aggressive now. 35 seconds left, and they've got to make a play. Juke these shots along the way. Javi just trying to find this turret, and he will find Jaime a little bit at the same time. The body blocking there, though, is good. So little things now that are left for Team Queso to be able to do here, and Pana Fresh hold. It's match point.
Yeah, the defense is solid so far. Javi maybe with a chance here, picks up a kill, but Blacksy is coming to defend and should be able to make this work. 10 seconds left and no chance for Team Queso to score in this one. Pana Fresh taking things to double match point, and this series just doesn't stop delivering.
Well, it's going to go all the way. One way or another, one of these two teams will get their first win. It is going to come down to one singular game or brawl to decide it, and let's see how it will go. At the moment, I find it tough to say which side it's going to take it. I mean, despite the comps, both sides are playing it pretty evenly for the most part. It's just small, tiny details along the way that are separating the two, but there's an opening for Rafa. He can't go all in his own. He's going to change to the left-hand side and try to put the pressure onto Javi. On the right-hand side, it's a double team that is going to just see the demise of Alias as Jay, as Boss and Javi just quite pinched together, and that super this is going to force them away from each other, actually. But Blacksy's got to finalize this shot. He's pushing it a bit too far forwards. Now will clear herself up, and the pass-through, flying hook, could be a goal here.
It should be a goal, and I'm going to be able to secure it here for Pana Fresh. Team Queso on the verge of defeat. Pana Fresh only need a goal or to defend for 1 minute and 45 seconds from here on. Team Queso will be hungry for some sort of an opening here. Gadget pumped by Alias SJ. Jaime has learned his lesson. He doesn't know the pattern, or at least didn't dodge it properly earlier, so he's definitely staying away from those rough gadgets. Jaime low HP. There is no trade. Oh, Boss somehow finds two, and that should be a goal for Team Queso. Javi walks it in, and we are as even as it gets. 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock here to decide if we go to overtime or if either of those teams can take it now.
Well, shots from Rafa are good. Going to earn himself a turret for his troubles. Pushes forward, and Blacksy with the flying hook goes in aggressively. Alias is chased so low now, and he will go down. Double takedown on the right hand side for Blacksy, and surely they'll seal it. Rafa scores it. Beautifully done towards the end, and that is going to conclude it. Pana Fresh get the reverse sweep.
It's been a long road. It's been a long road, but they've finally got there.
You're right.
They've been. I'm not. My legs are giving up. They're shaking because that it's been a long road, but they finally got their first win in Team Queso. Regardless of being a Worlds team, regardless of having a great first year, they are 0-4, and yet again take another loss against two players that they dropped. Is there any chance that they dropped the wrong players, Teddy?
Even though Pana Fresh take this match, I really feel like there's no winners here. like it's been, a long bumpy road, but they take their first win. So maybe things build up from here for Team Queso. Yeah, a very questionable season, a very questionable form too for Worlds and everything coming up. They're a big question mark right now, and I'm hoping that they can get everything together and pick up the pieces and play as phenomenally as we know they can. This is why we're so harsh too, right? Because we know those guys are world-class players, or at least they're supposed to be, and they're not delivering to our expectations, and it's just very disappointing for us because we know how much those guys have accomplished, how much more those guys can accomplish, and right now they're just in a weird position, and yeah, I just want to see so much more from those guys because I know they're capable of it.
It's worrying for Team Queso, but it's promising for 15 World teams and also 7 SPS teams because Team Queso are not in form, and they are very, very worrying. I'm not sure, surely for not just for us, but they've got to realize something's wrong, and they're not making these reparations. You asked me, Ark, what Team Queso can do to improve. I said, I don't know. Teddy said they can't get worse. After that, What do you tell me what they can do better?
I mean, what they got to do better is, I mean, I just want to point out, they've still got to face Tribe Gaming, you know, and Reply Totem. I mean, whatever they do, it's got to be enough to at least come prepared. Maybe on the draft side, they can have some magic. They've got to make a change. I think that is the most apparent and obvious thing at the moment. And whatever that is in the form of, whether it's their playstyle, whether it's on the starving side or the playing side, whatever, one thing's for certain is right now, there's problems. And this could be a lot beneath the surface as well. You know, we don't necessarily know what's going on from the player's perspective, so we've got to consider that in mind as well. But ultimately, one thing's for certain, like, something's just got to change. Whatever that is, that's up to them.
Because, you know, I just genuinely don't think the drafts are that bad. Like, the drafts aren't the issue, I don't think. And, you know, they've had some bad drafts here and there. They've managed to win 2 sets against Pana Fresh, which is a team that they should just beat. And, as you said, you know, they need to change their playstyle. And, you know, I'm unsure if they can make roster changes, but they can definitely make staffing changes, right? And I don't know if there's, you know, it's the staff. We can't say from this point of view whose fault it is or what the fault is, but something desperately needs to be changed. It's very, very worrying to me.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, to be fair. And I think the draft as well, even if they are drafting poorly, like, there's only so much we can talk about that. Like, you know, it's just because you're in the moment, all that. But once you're in game, it just feels like there's so many mistakes, you know, so many moments where someone goes on his own on a little adventure, 1v2, you know, and it's like, you're not going to win it, you know, and or gem carrier overextending, or, you know, just so many of those iterations just in this series against a team that doesn't have the best, you know, coordination or synergy. It's not like they're facing Totem, you know what I mean? And in which case I would be there like, yeah, you know, obviously they have better synergy than you do, etc., etc. Right now, it was very messy on the side of Pana Fresh, and yet Team Queso were able to make more of those mistakes, go for more of those weird plays and decisions and moments where it just really feels like nonsensical in a way. And I agree with you. Maybe, yeah, it is about staff. Maybe it's just about, yeah, communication could be a big factor too, because I feel like if like synergy is a thing that builds up like naturally, right? But if you're not communicating properly, you can only go so far, and especially if you don't necessarily have good habits together and have that kind of, you know, those moments where you don't need to speak to your teammate to make him understand what you want him to be doing, then you need to talk about it. You need to be very clear about what your intentions are, when you should push, where you should push, what the plan is, because it really feels like they're just playing their own lane and hoping that one of them wins it, and you know, it goes on from there.
In conclusion, Team Queso are not winning, but I'll tell you who are. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, because they allow us to put a production like this on, and they allow us to see 2, you know, bottom of the league Spanish teams go at it, and one of them come out with a final win, and that is what we live for here at the SPS.
Indeed. Indeed.
I was waiting for the continuation of the point.
But he said it so beautifully well. No, absolutely. I mean, you know, we can't necessarily just look at that last game, but I mean, throughout the majority of everything that we've seen today, I mean, it's been top class, world class stuff. And the way that this competition is shaping up to be, I still feel like anything can happen. I feel like that could have been a much more convincing win, for sure. I think it probably should have been tied up in Minecart Madness for me. But nonetheless, I mean, a win is a win, right?
It really is. It really is a win. It's a win. And I'll tell you what, we're all winners, because the next match we have up is SK Gaming versus Tribe, the Battle of the Titans. 3 behind us, 1 ahead of us. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be back just after a short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are back once again with the 4th game, 3 down, 1 to go. And as entertaining as that match was, I think this one might just top it.
I mean, it's Tribe and SK. And what is there to say about this? Every single time these two teams face off, it's a match point. Now, I don't want to be the one to come in and jinx that, because there's nothing I want more. But ultimately, you know, it's just so close. It has been notoriously throughout Season 1. We had, was it Play Day 7, match point. Challenge Finals, no, Day 1, the same. Day 2, the same. It just always goes all the way. The question for me here now in this matchup is, have Tribe, you know, recently off the back of that BSC, you know, Grand Finals win just gone, has that launched them ahead now? Because SK got the win in the Grand Finals just a month prior too, so they've been neck and neck all the time, but it just feels like Tribe, for me, they're in a really pretty good way at the moment.
I mean, they are. I think the majority of people would class Totem as the top team in Europe pretty much throughout the year. On average, I will say. And they lost against Totem 3-2. It was a very, very close game, and I feel like it's kind of a bit of a circle. You know, it's usually Totem are able to quite quickly take down SK. SK usually do take down Tribe, but, you know, it's questionable whether Tribe are usually able to get a bit of revenge. But I think it's like, it's the kind of thing of Tribe are just not able to take down SK very often. You said match point a lot of the time, and it really is. But Tribe are the worst team at closing out games in the entirety of Europe, and I think it goes to show.
I think this can go in so many different ways, but if it goes, you know, the long way and we go all the way to like a set 5, I do agree with you. I feel like that's SK's domain, right? That's what we know them for. So I think the longer the series takes, the more I'm going to be siding with SK. I think it could be a quick affair too, because both teams have had their fair shares of you know, instability and struggles too this year, but they are very even. I completely agree. They're just very, very even. It's always hard to tell who is going to be the better team. I think it's really just a who plays better today sort of match.
That is true. They are household names in the competitive scene. But let's take a quick look at SK Gaming's roster. There you have it. The team of GAVGX, iChaos, and Semantic. And as I always say, Pedro, I think it goes without saying, the best coach in Brawl Stars, and he really does provide that analytic view and also kind of the fourth party kind of view on comps and drafts and stuff. If he thinks his players aren't making the right decisions, he will put a very intelligent thought into their minds, and I think that's a really solid thing to do. But SK Gaming, even without him, I think they'd be very, very solid, and their drafts are usually quite good.
Yeah, they're always on point. Everything about SK, for me, has been just very, very consistent, but also inconsistent in like the BSC. But when we're talking about SPS and last year, you know, with ESL Mobile, this was a team that was undefeated. They came second last season in the SPS, and last year undefeated. Like, they're so consistent in this setting. And, you know, like you rightly said, you know, Tribe struggle to tie things up sometimes. You know, this is a team, above all else, in this region, that when they are behind, they're able to bring it back. It doesn't matter how much pressure is upon them. If it's a match point, it doesn't phase them. They're able just to kind of keep the game turning over, and they just seem to up the gear in a way that other teams don't do. They're fierceless, and they just keep on fighting until the bitter end.
It does seem like a bit more of a, you know, a league phase team than a bracket kind of team, to be honest with you. We'll take a look at their opponents right now, the roster of Tribe Gaming. I will say, just first off, they do have some great pictures, some great poses. I'm kind of mocking them in the studio, but at the same time, they are really, really solid pictures. Drage, Lenane, and Tom being the main 3 players on this team. Yoshi is the 4th, and because, you know, because we're mentioning coaches and stuff like that with Pedro, we will have I forget his name now. he was my analyst at some point as well, Havivo. My mind's blanking today. I'm saying random names, but Havivo on the sidelines as well of Tribe Gaming EU to help them out. But as I said, the main roster has been Drage, Lenane, and Tom, and as of recent, they've been performing.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they've had a fantastic year overall. #1 seed in Europe for, you know, maybe some of the jinxing and curses that it brings with, they looked phenomenal throughout the year. And when you look at the amount of talent that is on that roster, you know, you have Drake, and Yoshi that are arguably all maybe in the top 5 of Europe, you know? So it's super, super impressive, the amount of sheer talent and mechanics they have on the team. Now, I do feel like they've been like, how can I phrase it properly? I feel like considering how cracked those players are, I would even dare to say they've been slightly underwhelming compared to what I would have expected if you told me last year that this would be a team. But either way, they've been on top of EU or always very close to it. So I have a lot of faith in this roster, and this is going to be announcing just a terrific final match for the day.
Yeah, you know, I will say they have had to. It's kind of been showing that they've had some synergy issues. They've struggled to find that one concrete team that they want to stay with and as the main 3 players. But SK's KD is just so much better. And not that that matters too much in Brawl Stars, but it really is a considerably good KD in comparison to Tribe's 2.73 to 2.33, and SK with 2.81 to 1.98. A little bit more damage in there as well, which doesn't go amiss.
Yeah, absolutely so. I think that, to be honest, regardless of what the stats say, these guys are always neck and neck. It just seems like all the way through, like whether or not it's, you know, Tribe getting a flying start and SK bringing it from behind, or whether it's, you know, again, whether it just goes all the way to the end. It's so close. They know each other so intimately well. They know what they're likely to want to play, know how they're likely to play it, and like it just seems like out of this region, these 2 teams, considering their rivalries over the years, just have such an in-depth knowledge of, and that in itself just goes such a long way in this kind of setting.
It really does. It really, really does. And that's just kind of why these teams are so even. And, you know, as much as SK do win, I honestly do think Tribe might take it today. I feel like they've just been looking at that little bit better as of recent. We're into the pick and bans now. Canal Grande going to be the first map, and we are heading straight onto Bounty. Let's hope the Canal Grande is not the Canal Grande we saw in the last game, Teddy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I'd say the same for any of those maps we just witnessed. To be fair, we just come off the back of a Chaos Cup level match, and here we have the winners of the Chaos Cup playing. So if I had to go for a prediction, I would go SK this time around.
That's a bold one at that. What about you, Ark? What are you saying?
I mean, match point, 50-50. I mean, I've got to go with that, haven't I, surely? It honestly will come down to that, in my opinion, more often than not, and that just then brings it down to games rather than sets, and that just seems to be the flavor of these 2 teams. It's hard to say, you know. I mean, SK are going to be fighting incredibly hard, given the fact that you know, they didn't do as well in the last monthly final in the BSC than they would have hoped. But, you know, again, in the SPS, a 3-0. I mean, they are better on paper than Tribe Gaming at the moment. But you know, Tribe's loss was a real close one to Reply Totem, who are undefeated 3-2. I mean, there's so little in it, genuinely. Every which way you look at these 2 teams, it's so evenly matched. But when it comes to their playstyle, again, I feel like Tribe are a bit more aggressive than SK, and that can sometimes go for or against them as well. I feel like Tribe have got a good understanding as to, well, you know, what SK would like to go for that same reason also. And they've got to be very, very careful, because Canal Grande, you know, again, getting that early high ground, mid-control, not going into aggressively, not going into passively at the same time, but having a comp that can also accommodate both settings. It's a really, really tough bounty map. I was chatting to a lot of the guys in North America and Latin North last night, and they all said, like, this is our most pained bounty map. It's such a tough one for players to be able to approach, and to also be able to continue to get consistent results in, because one simple mistake here, and it's such a tough thing to turn around.
No, I completely agree. It's one of those maps that is just very challenging to approach, especially in the draft setting, right? Because you have those kind of key brawlers that will, for example, secure you a free blue star or help you really hold on a lane quite efficiently. And I think the spawn trap as well on this map is just incredibly dangerous, and spawn trapping is in any game mode a problem, but in Bounty it's especially more so, because really it doesn't matter who is winning until the countdown ends. And how many times do you see teams just being, you know, locked in through their spawn? There's only really 2 choke points to get out of there, and if you have control brawlers that can just hold down those points, then you're never getting out of there, at least not alive.
Yeah, well, bans are in, and there's some nice bans there from both teams targeting their opponents quite heavily. And You know, Poco and Ash, I think, is not the biggest or best bans on Canal Grande, but, you know, maybe it's something that SK would go. I feel like it definitely do favour Ash as a team. Janet's Jean and Otis, and we know how powerful Drage is on that Jean. Penny being the first pick of Tribe. You know, we saw Penny in the last one. It worked. It worked maybe a little bit worse than I thought it would do, but it worked and they took the win at the end.
I think it's quite smart from Tribe. I mean, this is exactly where SK would want to play that particular brawler. They really do value Penny a lot. Does still leave Bonnie, though, and that's another one that SK do like and has you know, a lot of ability to go on the assassination approach. I feel like SK absolutely would play Ash here. Okay, so got a lot of counters and such, and we've seen many of them over the time. But, you know, Squeak as well. You know, Tribe obviously banning that one out. Gale coming in, though, for SK is a bit of a concern for sure. It can get you quickly back into the mid with the jump pads if they want to go with that idea, but more often than not, SK tend to run the Twister. But Ruff's always a great shout to have, just very, very versatile. The ability to break as well to give that, you know, more visibility in those bushy areas. But, you know, it does leave a lot of things that Tribe like to play open here. I mean, Surge is a big one that Lenan would love to get his hands on. I'm sure he's playing today, has been consistently over the past few months here. You know, it's going to provide, you know, providing that Tribe play this well, I think they can afford to go with some aggressive ideas.
Well, Gus is going to be the pick here, and well, brawler that we have seen very little of today, and I'm excited to see him brought into the mix. We'll see how efficient that is going to be, but to be honest, so far I feel like SK's draft is very SK, you know, very much what you'd expect from them, and I think that's something that might also be kind of like, you know, abused by Tribe, because it's very predictable and very much just what we expect them to go for. They'll go max, and that is going to turn up the pace a little bit more, have some more control of how this game is going to be played. I like it. I'm very curious to see what SK will bring as a final pick, because this is the moment where usually they would go like Ash, but it's banned out this time around.
I do feel like they can kind of stick to the defensive comp they've got. You know, Gale's going to be able to knock back if they do go aggressive, get the stun, and if Ruffs can provide power-ups to a defensive comp, then you are going to be playing for that late game. When everybody's powered up, you're going to be able to overpower the opponents, regardless of what the opposing brawlers are. I don't think, you know, it's shaping up badly. They're going to with Carl. We saw that prove quite nice in the previous one. Goes straight for the blue star, gets an early lead, and because it's so defensive, they're going to need the early lead.
I just kind of wonder whether the max was the plan here for Tribe, though. It just kind of feels it's definitely going to be a good brawler to have to get quickly back into the thick of it. I mean, Penny to have that control when they've got the mid, but I don't know. I just kind of feel like maybe the Gale changed the flow of the course of action. Because Gus would be a great thing to combine with some tankier ideas. They ban out the Ash, probably hoping therefore that the Gale doesn't show its face to have something to work with here. But, you know, I think that they've got to go aggressive here. SK are going to want to play it quite slow and control-based. So I can understand it for that reason. It just kind of puts SK in a tougher spot. Already, we are in. And just the blue star so far. Drage dashing away, but very low on the left-hand side. Semantic also. Pick up from Guille onto Tom is going to be quite crucial here to give the 3-star advantage for SK. But the mid-control still with Tribe. None. Just, great shield there. Goes down himself. SK with Flying Star. Yeah,
this is looking absolutely excellent early on for SK. 2 kills and the blue star picked up by their side, as Tribe has yet to find a single star just yet. Now gets stacked up quite heavily, nearly taken out there by Guille, but is able to dodge that final shot, and we'll keep him in the mix. It's full-on mid-control for Tribe. Let's see here how the defense holds on, as Semantic does end up falling, giving away 2 of those precious stars to Tribe.
Well, Chaos has got the supply drop. Going to use that to actually break up on the right-hand side. Don't necessarily mind it. It will give buff over to Guille. That's the one saving grace here, is that 2 out of the 3 players have that buff, but Chaos goes down now, and that's a very good advantage point here for Tribe. Guille could sneak through on the right-hand side. He's kind of in a position where he has to here. Tom, surely, yeah, we've got Salty Barrel as well. Oh, he doesn't even need it. Tara comes in over the top, and what a turnaround for Tribe. Still plenty of time on the clock, though, for SK if they can get back into the mid, and Semantic goes down, though, along the way, leaving Guille on his own to do so. It's just turned around so quickly, Teddy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the spawn trap has been there, you know, the struggle to keep up. It's a good situation there to take down Tom, but he gets a kill before going down. That's going to be still 3 stars in favor of Tribe Gaming. Echo's incredibly low, ends up going down, and that should be about enough here for Tribe Gaming to secure this first game. A bit of a messy one to be completely honest. But Tribe, once they managed to retake that mid, they were just unbeatable.
It's like that's where the Max is a good solid shout. It's not one that's quite common, to be honest, let's be honest, in Canal Grande. But at the same time, you can just see how important it is to have something to push back with here. As soon as you're opposition in the spawn, like, it's a position where you just don't want to be so much so on this particular map that it's a very, very tough thing to get out of. But SK with a chance to respond now and a chance to learn from that, and already just playing the more vertical-sided matchup as both sides chip away at the bush, trying to gain that early advantage here. But so far, it's the blue star in the favor of SK, but now the speed coming from Drage, and there the support from the air as well, from the rough side of things, is giving a bit of a pinch between Guille and Semantic. Tom though weak, and just surviving on there as Lenan picks up the kill on Chaos.
Yeah, one start in favor of SK. We did see earlier how that early lead ended. Semantic overextending his welcome there once again. Lenan should get traded out, but he does not. And that means Tribe are back in the lead, and so far, I feel like SK are struggling, man. That's done onto Tom. Twister to knock him back to their side, like that play. But still, they need one more star. The wall is going to be taken care of by Chaos on the right side. And look at that counterattack there from Tribe. They absolutely do not want to get spawn trapped, but they don't have the HP to support that sort of aggression, and that mortar is not going to last for very long.
You can just see how quickly the Max comes into play, and just what can Chaos really do when there's 3 bodies running him that quick. Nice stun though from Semantic on the left-hand side, and Tom will go down. The lead over to SK here and a super to hand. I don't know whether Trevor spotted it yet. They're pushing in so aggressively. Could be very, very cautious to do so, especially with the Gales able to sit behind that wall, and that's why Drage going now to the right-hand side, trying to get a matchup. Only one takedown is needed for Tribe here to turn this one around.
15 seconds until this game and possibly set ends if Tribe are able to find a kill, but Drage gets pinched and taken care of. Chaos on the right-hand side, just creating a little bit more space, making sure Tribe cannot push any further, and SK was a nice turnaround here to pick up this second game, tying things up 1-1.
And nice timing as well to do so. SK are that sort of team where they're so aware of where the game is at in terms of like the timings prior to it being completely over. And Tribe had no ability to really have a response in that period. Semantic was able to hold on so well to that super, and they knew that they had to split lanes then, wasting more time. And once it comes to being able to push back into those bushy areas where you're just not really sure what anyone is going to be doing and where you could have someone lying in wait, it just puts you in a position where you've got to make the push. You haven't got the time to safely make that push, and I think SK played it spot on.
Yeah, no, that was a much, much better game. And I think Semantic as well, that was kind of the weak link on game 1, was able to get a lot of kills, a lot of opportunities, just dissuade any sort of aggression and make the Gil pick being respected much more. 3 stars still in favor of SK as Gia survives that engagement with 6 HP. Is going to try to reset now with Chaos on the right-hand side, and Tom trying to find some sort of value to unlock a mortar, but not successfully, so at least not just yet.
Sure, we've got to start to make some form of an aggressive move here. Drage with the phase shift away, the speed as well for Lenan, and it will help out massively on that left-hand side to get the takedown. Tom going to get the, Guille going to get the takedown on Tom there, which will convert some styles over. Oh my God, what a gadget! What a gadget from Lenan, oh my word. The timing on that, to pop that and to get the follow-up shot as well, bringing the lead over for Tribe, that was a great play.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I personally haven't seen much yet, but it makes sense, right? You know when your next shot is going to be spawning a little ghost, and you might as well just pop it instantly. Just make sure that you have that burst damage. And Lenan is able to find that value. Let's see here, 3 stars in favor of Tribe. Can SK turn things around? Is the spawn trap gonna be a problem again? 4 seconds, a final chance, but Semantic goes down to the turret. Lenan still gets to live, and we have a team wipe. It's gonna be Tribe Gaming to take the opening set.
Big stuff then from Tribe to kick things off, and it definitely was looking very worrying in the closing seconds of that game, to be honest. It was definitely not a comfortable situation for Tribe to be in. It was going one way or the other. They were either going to team wipe SK because of over-aggression, or SK were just going to get that breakthrough play and team wipe Tribe. And luckily for Tribe, at least, it went in their favor, because that could have quite easily gone the wrong way.
Yeah, it's a tough thing to find a balance for, especially in a map like Canal Grande, where you've got to make a decision. Do you cluster, which is really high risk and potentially something which is going to throw a load of stars over to the other side, or do you try to go your own path and not there to really kind of have each other's backs? If Semantic here was able to get some sort of super off and allow Chaos to come in and help out, then that was a pretty risky situation. But nonetheless, I feel like it was calculated. I feel like Tribe made the decision to go along that road, and it kind of paid off.
Yeah, well, 46 stars there for Tribe Gaming, and SK only getting 35. Definitely seemed maybe a little bit closer than that 11-star difference, as one of the games was a pretty wide, substantial difference of, I think it was about 10 stars, to be honest, for Tribe. So very, very close overall in those last two games of the set, at least. But Tribe coming away with it, and they're going to be pretty pleased about that start because, as I said, it could have quite easily gone SK's way, and now Tribe have got momentum, they've got the wind in the sails, and they're going to be looking to try and close this one out in 3.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I said it in the beginning, right? SK is not a team you want to take all the way. More often than not, they will be thriving in that sort of environment, and Tribe are very much well aware of that. This is their chance to kick the series off with momentum and high morale on their side. As to be honest, I don't think it was the cleanest set. I think that it was a bit of a struggle on the side of SK here and there. They had some good moments, but they had some moments as well giving away some kills they really shouldn't be giving away at this level. And Tribe, they made absolute sure that they were punishing them for that.
I do think Tribe genuinely need to close it out in, the next 2 sets and sweep or move, in a 3-1 position, because as we said, SK, they kind of thrive when they're behind, right? They come back, they finish strong, and Tribe are the complete opposite. They finish weak, they start off strong. So if they start to make these slip-ups, mistakes that are going to cost them in these next couple of sets, then SK will take advantage of that, and they will win the game. Bans are in for Backyard Bowl and Brawl Ball, and SK. It's Backyard Bowl, and Tribe are going to be worried about that one. They haven't banned out either Bo or Gale, to be honest with you, so they're definitely not too opposed to SK doing that. Stu, Carl, and Max, B, Crow, Poco, and Otis is the first pick.
I think Bo here is a really solid pick. I mean, ultimately, anything that's going to break that middle area goes such a long way. It's probably, I would say now, in the current meta, the best map for Bo. Gus going to come in for SK early on. Otis is potentially one that can struggle here a little bit on the range side, but Tribe really just want to keep throwing it out there, and I don't necessarily mind it. It gets them some good results, and again, having that fat splatter can do a lot to deter some of the a lot of the decay totems, which, to be fair, are pretty much out of the mix at the moment anyway with the bans that are in play. But Janet coming in as well for SK, always a solid one to have, one that can go supremely aggressive, and the range for Janet is just in such a good place. But realistically here, I think the max ban is one of the most important things for SK, because Tribe demonstrated already today how much they love to thrive with the back of that pressure, and SK, as we know in Brawl Ball, they like to play it slow.
I think the max ban is also, one of the aspects of this draft that allows them to play a little bit less defensively, because, if the max was open and Tribe would probably opt for it, then having that Gale or that Bow is almost going to be a must with their playstyle to kind of shut down that heavy aggression. But here, a bit less of a need for it, because, I mean, if you look at it, Otis, Bell, it's going to be a bit more on the longer range, a bit slower, passive, more backyard ball sort of approach.
It is, I like the way SK's comp has kind of started off. I feel like it's a lot stronger than what Tribes is at the moment. They add the Amber to it as well. It's a brawler that Tom does like to play. He plays that Amber pretty well. You got to play passive off the start, pop the gadget, get some star power value, and get your super from that. And once that has happened, you can start to throw them forward and get control, because of it all leave the puddle of oil on the floor, which also helps out quite significantly. But SK do have this last pick. I'd imagine they'll go something that is a bit longer range, because, B's off the table, which would usually be one of those picks. And I just feel like, I don't know if Squeak's like as long a range as I'd go for, but, against the Amber and Otis lanes, if you play against those with a bit of range, I think they'd go quite heavily that way.
It's one of those brawlers which has definitely taken a bit of a drop in terms of the meta away from things. It was such a high pick rate just literally a few metas back, but it's definitely a bit more niche now. I don't necessarily mind it here, though. I think on Backyard Bowl, it's definitely one that can help out a fair amount. I think do I prefer the SK comp here? It's pretty close. I feel like the Bell is going to work out well for Tribe when they get that sort of potential spawn trap in play. It doesn't really give them anywhere to maneuver. And Otis, I think on paper here, I kind of feel like I want to side with Tribe, but I mean, SK have got a much slower paced comp, and it's going to suit their playstyle. And without the kind of aggressive stuff that Tribe tend to run against SK, but already a cracking start here. Can they get a goal from this? not going to happen just yet. But, I mean, that's a very early stage in the game to get that kind of positioning power of a team like SK.
Yeah, that was a great opportunity. They played it awfully afterwards, but the start was amazing, really. Let's see, though, as Tom is very low HP, nearly ends up going down. Oh,
Wow.
barely manages to make it out of there. Semantic does have a super as well. Is going to go for it, does connect onto Gia. That enables him to win his lane, but the ball is in an awkward spot. Gia burns down, and again, I feel like that could have been a chance as well for SK, but the ball was just in a tricky spot for them to deal with.
Well, that's the last gadget there for Chaos. There's such a early stage of the game, realistically, to have used up all three, but hasn't really given much more of a positioning power or show of opportunity so far for SK. Mark was almost missed there from Dredge. I was thinking that if Semantic kept going that direction, maybe it would miss, but Tom will go down now, and that's where the Mark might come in really handy, is he takes the skies here, but what goes up must come down. And behind cover, I think, is probably the safest way to do it. Semantic, though, at the same time, passing over the shield as well, just the right time. Somehow, some way, Lenan comes out alive on that one, and I've got to be honest, it was short-lived, but nonetheless, great plays.
Yeah, I guess so low, but still standing. Super is going to find any sort of connection. The nest egg is still sitting there. Semantic, seemingly unaware, and gonna take a hefty amount of HP because of it, but it is a 3v1, and that's going to be the big chance here for SK. The ball is going to be stopped, but is that going to be enough? No, not for the defense of Tribe, at least, as SK are able to shoot a true and security lead. 20 seconds left in this game. Tribe need a goal.
All the meat was there just in time for the takedown, but this can end in a goal here, potentially. Drage is full HP. If he can juke his way forwards here and just get a couple of shots for good measure as Tom comes around the side, the pass could be here as well, but Tom out of position. It was never quite going to reach, but nonetheless, a great defense here from SK. Got to say as well, in the lead up to their goal, I felt like the thing that would have helped Tribe so much was the fact that they didn't have a fat splatter on the side of Otis. I think Leonardo had exacerbated all three of them too early on, but I think in the next game, that's something that they've got to be considerate of, because having that ability to get damage through the wall is exactly what you want to do to counter that Janet Jot the base, and that was what wasn't available for Tribe. Definitely some lessons to learn, but SK looks very much better in Brawl Ball.
Yeah, the slow approach paying off for them here, but an early kill from Tom onto Ikeos is going to be very nice here for Tribe, but they're not really going to capitalize too much, at least not early on. The kill onto Gear is going to help, and slowly, there's a two-man advantage. They decide that it's time to take some more control here, and it's paying off as the drop the base gets taken care of quite nicely, but again at the cost of a lot of HP, as that trade was not all that favorable, and the push gets deflated quite a bit on the side of SK. Tribe are going to be falling back, and SK starting to regain some of that control as Tom gets taken out by Semantic, and SK now are back in this game.
Yeah, missed mute there from Lenan was very costly. It was always going to leave Drage in a tough spot, but I feel like that could have been very much a goal-scoring opportunity if they'd just played it a little bit more around the situation. Now SK can just sit here and try to deter Tribers to come out of the spawn. Guillet takes the skies yet again and tries to connect. Oh, beautiful, great gadget there. Fantastic from Semantic, pops the shield as well, and this comp is working out fantastically well. The synergy and the ability to push with this Gus shield is fantastic to see. Somehow Lenan again survives on, which he's been doing pretty well for the most part until the final blow from Semantic. They're just going to keep this ball here. I think, to be fair, Tribe shouldn't consider necessarily trying to pocket, because it's just going to allow SK to continue to keep the pressure on. Is he going to... There is this. Yeah, exactly that. So Lenan was smart enough to remember in the previous game that if he saves that, he can do that, and that might help now carry out this defense, which they were not able to do previously.
I just love that. If he saves that, he can do that. That's just a crystal clear.
Yep.
Cannot be used out of context or sort of sentence. But you're absolutely right, though. This is looking strong here for SK to set up the kill, but Guy is going to be marked. Lenan, a tough situation, is down to 390 HP. Guy lands on him. Oh, what a beautiful mute from Lenan, but still... that is not going to be enough, as Semantic is able to get the trade overtime on the horizon, and Semantic was a great shot and gadget to secure that kill.
Almost tripped over my stall. That player was so bang on. My goodness me. But Tribe are far from being out of the woods, let's be honest, as SK now really want to turn up the heat, turn on the pressure. Chaos with the shield there from the handover of Semantic. Keeps him in the mix a little bit longer, but it's now back into the mid. Good tap from Drage, but Nan just playing it patiently, slowly on the left-hand side, trying to push his way forwards, and he's doing a great job of it until just that last shot there. But how long can SK survive and hold on to this one? Chaos has got super good time to use it, I feel, as SK getting pushed back a little bit too much for my liking. Shield from Semantic as Tom goes down. This is the time to get the ball forwards, but the aggressiveness of Lenan not rewarded forwards. The ball as well, surely, possibly the set with it. If this is not defended off the line, Tom's the last hope. I think this is going in one way or another, despite the mute. It is. SK find it back and gain a set.
I will say, Tribe almost defended, both of the goals across the two games very, very well. It was, slither of HP and a bit of damage. The second time it was obviously the mute. The first time it was the mark that almost saved them the goals. But in the end, SK Gaming fight back. They win this second set to even things out. And, with how strong Tribe started in both of the matches, I'm surprised they didn't take at least one of them. They didn't take advantage of their early positioning and over-aggressed both times with a couple of mistakes. They were instantly, it was just flipped, and SK were the ones in control for the entire game.
It definitely feels like Tribe had some chances to score here and there, but dude, piercing through that SK defense is always incredibly hard, and this set is just not going to be a possibility for Tribe, really. SK played it out really well. Honestly, I thought that overtime would be a good chance for Tribe. I feel like they didn't really have a bad matchup over there. Sure, some of them are a little bit awkward. Ember versus Squeak in general is a bit of a weird matchup, but the Bell, I expected to really shine when it comes to overtime. Wasn't quite the case. SK able to make it work, and stats-wise, the damage is ever so slightly on their side. The healing much more massively on their side, and that must have made quite a bit of a difference.
I mean, that is SK at the end of the day. They're just going to heal, they're going to play passive, wait for the prime opportunity. And the prime opportunity was just one goal in each match at the exact time they went for it. And they just played it so perfectly, I feel. Just so passive, but knowing when they need to go is when they go. And Tribe Gaming just weren't ready to be able to defend those. Tom was played an amazing Amber, I will say. I said before the match that his Amber is, up there with the best. But, he still surprised me with some of the plays made. I will say, Lenane's play. I know you like that. I know you like that with that mute.
Yeah, the Janet landing to get the timings for that, considering how low HP it was at the time. But, I'm with Teddy. I mean, SK deserved that set thoroughly. They made the most of those opportunities. Tribe, they just struggled in those goal-scoring moments to seal it. It was like they just got nervous and they just made some blunders and some errors. Definitely some goal-scoring opportunities there to be found, certainly for them, if they were just able to make the plays count. But open zone, now, got to talk about hot zone as well for Tribe, because like last year, it was their worst mode. But this year they've definitely really taken to it in a much better way, and I think a lot of the brawlers which they like to play kind of cater well here as well. I think, as well, like seeing Gus come back in for the first time today, it worked great in Backyard Bowl. I think it could work well here as well, but especially a lot of the aggressive ones already out of the mix with the Amber, the Max, the Stu, as well as the Stu, the Bonnie, the Crow on the other side of things for Tribe. An early pick of B for SK. I really like that, gotta say.
It is a great pick, and I will say, with Tribe, without that Max, without that Amber, they are severely weakened on a map like this. And, you said it might have been the worst game mode in the previous year, but honestly, this year, I think it might have been the best. When they get their hands on the Max, they can really do a lot of work. Or the B as well. You give B a Drage, you give Lene a Max, but they ban out one, and they first pick the other. SK have read Tribe like a book here.
Yeah, I like it a fair bit, but I mean, Otis and Gus, two very, very threatening and meta-relevant brawlers at the moment. The latest two additions to the game, and some very, very strong ones too. Maybe not quite the latest two, never mind, but either way, they're still very fresh, and a lot of teams haven't quite figured out how to play them as well as Tribe did. They embraced the Otis as well from as soon as it got buffed, and it is a brawler that can do a lot here. I like the Janet quite a bit, especially, if you might end up facing something like a Pam where everyone is bunched up with a healing station. I love Janet in that sort of situation, because you can hit more often than not the healing station and get a lot of value of everyone just packed together. So hoping to see that play out nicely here for SK, as they do have one more pick on their side, and they're gonna take the PAM for themselves.
I was gonna say it. SK love to play it here because it works. It works. Now, Tribe got to consider the prospect of the wall break. Every time there's a PAM healing station, for a team that really understand how to play it well on open zone, it's the thing that can really unhinge the comp. And I think now, especially like just considering that the Otis is just a little bit lacking in range, Gus going to do pretty well here, but maybe they wanted to combine the Gus with, I was going to say Squeak, something probably a bit tankier perhaps, but I don't mind it. If you're going to pick Squeak here, it's got to be the third and final pick. I mean, Tribe have been burnt by that before against SK when they went Mortis against it on this very situation. But Open Zone, you know, what's the map where in day one of the Challenge Finals, Tribe at match point did get the win over SK. So they are able to stand up to a lot of pressure against this very team on this map. It's just about the comp, and I just don't know whether I feel that embraced by this Tribe comp compared to that of SK.
I mean, the Squeak pick, I like it. You residue down the side, and you stick the shots straight through the wall onto the PAM turret. I think that's the only way they can really use this effectively. Because they've got no wall break, it's the way to counter the PAM turret.
Well, we are in game here for our third set. An opening kill from Drage onto give VGX. Follow up from Chaos, however, deep into enemy lines as Drage is still so low, and yeah, the drop to base is going to be there to claim the kill. Akios really wants to fly up, yeah, before Lena takes him down, and good team play from SK to play this one together. Akios gets a little bit unlucky like there, lands on the wrong side of the wall, but in the meantime, it's been all SK in the zone, and they're starting things up with a pretty significant lead.
Tom's Valley there coming in nicely is deterring Semantic away from the zone, but SK doing such a great job. Look at the score. I mean, it's almost 50% already for SK, and just the way that they are positioning themselves and forcing the hand of Tribe to land and be in places where they don't want to be in. Chaos now is just going to just stay on this right-hand side lane. He can just play it slow. Tribe is so far behind. I mean, you know, where are they at this point? It's almost over.
Yeah, this is tough, man, especially considering how good Tribe are usually here, but I feel like this matchup is kind of just playing, you know, the same game as SK's, which is very much going to be in their favor in this sort of situation, you know, playing very max range, very slow and passive approach, whereas usually, you know, against SK, you kind of want to take it to closer quarters and try to, you know, force some mistakes in, because when they play so passively, it's rare that SK make those mistakes, and yeah, Tribe maybe being a little bit too careful, and I have to say the bans from SK are absolutely on point.
Yeah.
You know, removing Stu, removing Max, those are two of the brawlers they have the most trouble dealing with, and on a map like this, Tribe, they excel at overutilizing that.
Yeah, and it kind of feels to me a little bit so far, at least, that you know, Tribe are maybe just kind of getting a bit too used to those very ideas. I mean, Max on this map, such an important factor. Stu as well, as we all know, can go super aggressive. This is better. So far, this is better, but Tribe have got to hold it, and that's what they struggled to do in the previous game, but they didn't necessarily get the greatest of starts last time. Great slow there from Guy. The follow-up's going to be perfect as well. Great taps from him. But Chaos needs to go down. He does, but the trade is there, meaning that Drage can't necessarily contest either, and SK keep control.
Yeah, those sort of trades are going to be always in favor of whoever has control, and in this case it's SK, and the lead, again, starting to be a little bit worrisome here for Tribe, especially if they still want to have a fighting chance here in hot zone. Now, they'll get an important kill, but Akios lands perfectly there, able to get that pickup. Drage is one, and he is going to fall as well. SK was the team wipe, and now a nice 45% lead in their favor. Semantic getting a lot of that super onto his face and nearly ends up going down, but still SK are in the zone, SK are comfortable, and surely SK are going to be running away with this one.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's just doing their bit. This comp is such a tough one. I still think PAM is like one of the most underrated brawlers on this map. It's such a hard thing to shake, it just keeps everyone in the mix, but Chaos just dominating the right-hand side. You know, Guille's taps always on point. Every single player on SK just came into their own.
It played out as it should. As
Yeah.
soon as you see the comps, that is how it should go. Because if SK didn't manage to win that, that's when you'd be worried. When they're losing that kind of a matchup that's so heavily in their favor. You know, it's got to be at least like an 80-20 matchup for them. Squeak, you know, I said it'd be used to break the PAM turret. It didn't get high enough up the map to even do that. And Gus in the mid, it's just not comparable to B whatsoever. And down the right-hand side, it's the same with Otis. Janet's just so much better. They drop the base in the bush. You can check that. We even saw her get a kill with it, which is just fairly rare, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And, you know, especially considering the squeak was a last pick, it just feels like a blunder. It really does, because the last pick is, you know, how you're supposed to get your counter in and get the most dominant brawler on the playing field. Usually is going to be that last pick, and in this case, it was probably the most underwhelming one, which, yeah, just a draft gone wrong here for Tribe. Not the end of the world, but they are going to be behind by a set and getting into some dangerous business here with SK.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the heals that SK managed to have as well, and the damage from Tribe was near enough comparable to SK, but just showed how well SK were playing it. They were playing the PAM turret, they were getting heals off that, and it kind of shows just how much control they did manage to get was because of a lot of that healing. And Tribe only able to get 7 kills across the, you know, both of the games is a very worrying statistic to see as well. And it's not like they lacked DPS. You know, Gus can do a decent amount, Otis does a massive amount. And Gus with the gadget, you can get kills, but they just can't against this composition of SK Gaming. It's too tanky. It's got too much ability to move out the way and avoid stuff with that Janet. And, you know, as I said, SK have just won a matchup that they should win. And if they can get another one like it, it closes out in 3-1.
In every match that SK win, they've got double the healing of Tribe and Janet. I think Tribe now have got to consider the fact that Janet against them is just the biggest problem, and a recurring one at that. It just kind of feels like to me that their bans are not necessarily following the same pattern of things that are causing them the problems on the battlefield. Althany open up next for Knockout, and this is the time where, you know, Tribe have got to turn things around, because ultimately this is their last opportunity to do so. Historically, it's not been the greatest of game modes against this very team under those pressurized circumstances. In Day 7, this is where SK were able to tie things up, and they've got to be able to shake off those defeats in the past and bring this to the 5th and final set. I mean, again, we've had 3 match point scenarios against these two teams since Challenge Day 7 of Season 1. So, you know, it would be fitting for this to go all the way to the 5th and final set, but today, it could be that SK tie up here.
Yeah, and you know, the bans coming in there yet again. It's just they've got Tribe.
Yeah.
On a piece of paper right here. Bonnie, which I got right again. Max and Otis on top of that, which Otis was another brawler they've been utilizing quite heavily, and they've read this during the series and, you know, added it to their bans as well. Bell, Piper, and Crow. I can't say they're massively targeted towards SK, they're just targeted towards the map. Jean being the first pick of Tribe is always going to be a good one when Drage is on your roster.
Yeah, I completely agree. You know, I was going to say Drage is my favorite brawler, but Jean is my favorite brawler here on Out in the Open, just because it has everything, right? It has the healing, and especially the scouting capabilities here with the massive bush, you know, super valuable. That works really well with speed gear too, and you know, if you hit a pool, it's just a man advantage. Usually, it's got to be in. I think taking a sharpshooter approach here is not a dumb one from SK. Brock to open things up, and then B for that massive, you know, damage burst. I like it. I like it a lot. I think it's a decent way to approach things. If you play too close range, you're going to end up feeding too much of Jean Super, and once those pulls come in, they get chained, and that's the beginning of the nightmare to me.
Penny's still on the table as well. Surprised that SK didn't pick it up, to be honest, and Janet as well. I mean, it just seems to be those brawlers that... You know, I love this from Tribe, though. Gus, not a bad shout at all, but definitely still options here nonetheless. We haven't really seen Bone that much now in Out in the Open, but I think it is necessarily a bad one to go for. Ultimately, the fact that SK have got the Brock means that they're going to be able to open up very quick and get into that kind of 3-man position, spread it evenly across the map, and having also somewhere to go in the eventuality doesn't work out. Tribe don't really have that, except if they get the Gene pull and they're pushed back, that they might be able to deflate the situation off the back of that. But got to consider as well with the Gus how this is going to work between them if they are pushed back in those positions. They've kind of there you go. I like that, because honestly, you know, this is the problem that they've had against SK ever since they've lost every single set. The Janet has been so troublesome for them, but now the question is, can they play it as good to give themselves those kind of results?
And, you know, as you said, I think the main point of this map is that early entry into the mid and getting the early control and dominating the map, and they don't really have it. Janet might be able to jump over one of the walls, and even at that, it's a risky play to make, because you can just get trapped there without recycling another gadget. And if SK just add another ranged brawler to this, I think they could do extremely well as well. They've gone with a Squeak, and we've seen a lot of Squeak, and his success rates haven't been that high, I will say. But you know, I think the Gus is a great pick towards the end, and it's the same with the Gene. When you get a pull, you can get some serious damage through. I think it's going to be decided in the early game if Tribe win it. No, the early game if SK win it, and the late game if Tribe win it.
Yeah, I don't know about the Squeak, man. I feel like it's a very SK sort of brawler, but at the same time, yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Trav. It hasn't worked so far today. It's been far from working, to be honest. It's felt consistently like one of the weaker links. So, I'm very curious. We'll see. Maybe they know something that we don't, something that the other teams seem to not have known either. Well, I mean, it's going to massively help for this opening kill in SK. They start with man advantage. I thought for a second that Gia was going to fall there, but another kill here for Chaos, and so far, absolutely so good for SK.
I don't know, like, Lenan does this sometimes, and I just kind of feel like, is he paying attention to his positioning enough? Because you're not invincible under those scenarios, and obviously against a team like SK, they know you're looking to get your super immediately quickly, but like, you got to consider that you've just been down to a 2 versus 3. You can't really go in like that, and now, push back into spawn early on, and 1 round away from SK taking the game here, moving on to match point. It's like pretty much the worst start here so far for Tribe possible.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah. They barely got to play in that first round, you know? But really, they lost a player a second in. Lenan going hyper-aggressive, and
on his own.
He's going down. Yeah, no, that's not ideal here for Tribe, because, you know, you want the set to be the chance to slow things down and get going and win. And this is more likely than not going to match point you for SK, unless Tom and Drage pull off a miracle, which so far, considering their HP pool and the fact that Tom just went down, just seems very unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, you do need to get the supers in quickly, but Tribe needs to slow this down big time and utilize the Gus as well to try to give the Janet more survivability to go on those kinds of pushes, then back it up with support, and they're just not doing those things. And SK are making this look easy now, and it's not because they're playing phenomenally out of their minds. It's just that Tribe are making so many mistakes at this point in a game like Knockout. Deaths matter, kills matter, of course, but staying on your feet is one of the most important things. If you go down and make it that disadvantage, it's only going to go one way.
Well, here we go. Match point for SK Gaming, and Tribe are playing it a little bit safer this time around. IQ's nearly going down there, but does manage to survive that engagement in the end. Slowly but surely, SK are creeping back up on the map as Lena needs to be careful in that position. He got caught off guard earlier, nearly does now as well. He's one shot. The 3K from Semantic does not quite connect, however. And Tom is going to get hit by the super. He's going to go down there. That could be huge because it's only Lena left alive with a questionable jump in. And SK Gaming a round away from taking the match.
Yeah, they're playing it spot on. They're just really working on these pinches, the chemistry between Chaos and Semantic, just forcing the hand. The Squeak's actually working out a lot better than I thought it would do on this particular map, and maybe very underrated for it. Nice jump away there with the gadgets, and it is going to give a little bit of a saving grace for Tribe and allow survivability. But look at these taps from Guille, from Semantic rather, onto Drage. It's just so powerful. There's just nowhere the Tribe can go. But what they need to do is buy their time. If they wait for the gas to come in, it might help them just close the gap a little bit. The minute SK are so aware of that fact, and Tribe are throwing it before they even get there.
Yeah, there's a pull available for Drage. That could be the opening, and it does connect. No time from Semantic for the Honey Molasses, and this is the chance for Tribe to turn things around, or at least start things off with picking up this round. They are going to go for the gas on the side of SK. They want to feed any supers, trying to get a couple shots off to get closer to their own. But here it is. Still a match point for SK, still a round away from taking the match, but Tribe, they're fighting for it.
That'll be a huge morale boost as well, because it's very hard to hit those magic hands when you're looking up against a B with Gadget. More often than not, you're going to come back with nothing but a Honey Molasses for your hand, so Tom, though, is low. He's going to be a bit cautious here, and he is juking it just at the cusp of the range. And now they've got Magic Hand on the Gene side of things. Buy time, sit in the bush, but just try to be aware of those jukes and utilize a lot of the speed gear along the way, because now they can utilize that in the later moments of this game if they're still standing when that time comes.
Rage gets hit by the 3K from Semantic Lena. Aggressive against that kills. He's going in. That could get dangerous as the pull does connect onto Semantic, but the kill is going to be traded off. Lena tagged heavily, but a kill from Tom here. And there is some hope here for Tribe Gaming for sure, because they have the man advantage, and Akios is left in an awkward 1v2, and Tribe will be taking this one. Still a match point for SK, but Tribe a game away from that 5th set.
Valuable morale. It really is at the moment going the way of Tribe in that respect after what was a really shaky start, but has been evened out a bit. Nonetheless, they've got to maintain those new, changes, because that over-aggression really proved costly. There's a great gadget. Great from Lenan. Fantastic. I mean, so many shots were there. He was going down, but now Drage going in super on his own. He's got no one behind him. You're going into a 3 versus 1. You can't do that on Out in the Open. There's only one outcome, and you're going to go down for it.
I think this shows the strength of Squeak on this map as well, because every time those gadgets down in the mid have been devastating for Tribe, leaving a player completely isolated, no safe way back either, and wasting utility to get out, whether it's going to be a jump from the Janet, or in the case of the Gene, well, he doesn't have a jump, and that was a miscommunication, I think, from Tribe, where, yeah, Drage went to help out Lena, but Lena just could jump out, leaving Drage all alone, and eventually that man advantages results in a free round. Tribe again with their backs against the wall.
Well, one round away from being the most convincing scoreline that we've seen in so many clashes now between these two teams that go all the way to match point. But at the moment, SK have got the strong arm, they've got the high ground, but Tribe have got to start to show some signs of life as it is now or never. But it's been so close, very little in it, but they can get through 2 rounds. It will go to the 5th and final set if SK can tie up now. And Lenan jumping in there is going to be the first stage in doing just that. Tying things up quickly now should be simply a matter of time for SK.
Yeah, a bad timing to jump in here. Don't know if the communication was poor on the side of Tribe, but that should not be allowed. Super from Git doesn't find too much of a connection, but Semantic certainly does. It's only Tom in a 1v3, does pop the shield, is going to try to make a play for it, but it's a ticking bomb there from that Squeak shot that will secure it. And SK Gaming take down Tribe 3-1.
I mean, another calculated win by SK, and it was a lot of Tribe mistakes in there as well. It wasn't, SK played incredibly well in the first game, but the second one, they're just providing them. They're just giving them the kill that allows them to start this spawn trap. And not only that, but they go in so aggressive at the start and playing in this bush. We've seen Lenane jump out twice, and that gives them instant control.
There's one of them.
Yeah, I mean, he jumps in, but then on other rounds, he jumps out and gives them constant control. Definitely not what Tribe were looking for at that point. I will say, Drage's Gene, as soon as you see a glimpse of this pull, something big's going to happen. And, he timed it perfectly twice. When Semantic flashes this super, ready to throw it out, he knows that he hasn't got time to press his gadget button. He hits 2 pulls on him, and they're the rounds that they win, but he couldn't repeat the same in the 3rd game. Tribe with more heals, as it probably was required. 56,000 damage in comparison to 36,000, and so many more supers from SK.
Yeah, dominating scorelines there, and, more often than not, the games that SK won were the ones where they were healing the most, but, it just didn't seem like, for Tribe, that they were just valuing the early outsets of the games. SK are a team that when it comes to knockout, they're looking to play until, the bitter end, because they know that it's more likely that your opposition is going to make mistakes prior to the gas. And, if you're left all alone, well, if the gas is not coming in yet, you've got nowhere to run anyway. You're only feeding more utility over. And their comp as well just said that same story. Sadly for Tribe, they just kind of went in too aggressive too soon, and again, their comp wasn't necessarily too designed for it. It relied heavily on things like the Magic Hand, and yeah, when you've got that, you can kind of assert your authority, have everyone start to move back into their spawn and be scared off by that. But the bans today for SK were the key. Just constant bans of Max, constant bans of Stu, and all the things that Tribe were looking to utilize Otis when it was necessary or when they feared it, and sometimes they allowed it, but when they did allow it, it just didn't seem to bother them. Those drafts today from SK were so on point. They read Tribe, like you said, Trev, earlier, like a book.
I mean, it's just so back and forth between these teams, right? We see the ones that Tribe managed to win are when those aren't banned, and they've made this playstyle. They've based it off what Reply Totem do, because they know Reply Totem can beat SK Gaming. They've seen it time and time again.
Yeah.
They try to replicate it. It starts to work, and then SK just say no, 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 none of that. No Max, no Stu, nothing aggressive. We'll send you back. We're making you lose this because we know exactly what you want to do.
No, I completely agree. And I feel like in this final set as well, I just love the idea of that SK comp. The extremely like short setup time, right? You got the Brock to open up the map and have easy access to the mid. You have the Squeak with the gadgets to slow things down for your opponents and make them struggle with early control. And then the B that is a brawler that just doesn't rely on her super very much. That's 3 brawlers where the super, it's great when you have it, but you don't need it to have a dominant early game. Whereas on the side of Tribe, they were much more reliant on having those supers, having that setup that takes so much longer to develop, that SK were able to just get in kind of a checkmate position before Tribe were even ready to start fighting. And when they had those gene pools, they were able to do some magic with that, but that was a little too late, I think, for Tribe to make something out of this final set. And I like that comp a lot from SK. It's one, you know, the use from the Squeak as well is one I want to remember for out in the open.
Yeah, you know, we questioned the Squeak at the start as well. It was something that we heavily questioned. We didn't know it was going to play out well, but eventually it did, and SK managed to win 3-1. If you guys have enjoyed the 4 games today, be sure to join me in thanking Snapdragon Elite Gaming for being able to allowing us to put a production like this on, showing you guys the games, allowing us to be here in Katowice, Poland, in the studio. And it really has been an incredible day of games, and it's all possible thanks to Snapdragon Elite Gaming.
Yeah, it really is. It's, again, such a privilege and a joy to have so much support behind us, and to bring, again, teams of this caliber to clash. And, again, for us to enjoy it, for them to watch it at home as well, it's a privilege.
It really is indeed. We'll take a quick look at the leaderboard now to see how things shape up after another day number 4 of results, because I'm sure some things have changed. Tribe take another loss, but they still remain in 3rd, and Navi the same as well. But Mystic are on the tail, Teddy.
Yeah, they are in a really good position, honestly. I mean, just being tied with teams like Tribe and Navi, it's more than they could even hope for. Really, they are in very much a spot where you can qualify for the challenge finals, and that would be absolutely massive for players like that don't quite have as much experience as their counterparts that are above them still on the leaderboards right now. Chasmac and Pana Fresh, not so glorious as of now, but still in a position where they could come back. Team Queso, not quite sure if that's even a possibility.
Yeah, and these 3 and 4, they've already faced 2 of the best teams, right? They're the losses they've taken to, right? I think Mystic, 3 and 5 maybe, because Mystic have faced Tribe and Totem, right? And Tribe have faced SK and Totem. So they've already got the toughest games out of the way, and they're still in a good position. That kind of just shows that Tribe, even after a loss against these, even after a loss against Totem, they're still in a solid position, and it's the same for Mystic.
Yeah, exactly that. I feel like Tribe on that 2-2 looks far less daunting than some of the other matchups there that they might run into later on. But again, it's these moments that today are so essential, because if Tribe don't come back strong and demonstrate that they've left that in the past, then they might end up taking a loss to a team which they shouldn't necessarily do on paper. We saw that last season against Dr. Lobster. But nonetheless, I think that they'll be looking back upon the performance thinking that the mistakes are quite apparent today. Ultimately, I feel like Mystic are on the rise. I really feel like they've got a solid chance now, especially after that win against Navi. I mean, that's going to put them into a pretty decent spot moving forwards. They've faced Tribe, they've faced Reply Totem. So I think that actually this has been a really, really positive day for them.
It really has, and regardless of a few losses here and there, there's still teams who are in an incredible position. I believe we're going to have a quick look at the upcoming games through next week and see who will be facing who as well, because that will really shape up that leaderboard just that little bit more. We've got Mystic against SK, so they'll be facing the final top 3 team, and we'll see if they'll be able to, get another bit of an upset out there as well. Tribe versus Pana Fresh, which, yeah, as I said, they've got those harder games out of the way. They're looking up from here. Queso versus Chasmac Gaming EU to see if they can get off the bottom floor or see if Chasmac can put themselves in a more positive position going here on forward. Reply Totem versus Navi to finish things out, and that is looking to me like the best game of play day number 5, and I'm looking forward to it. Teddy, you like the look of?
I like the look of it, but I agree with you. The final match there, Totem Navi, is definitely gonna be one of the most entertaining ones of the bunch. But I think this is going to be an interesting one because a lot of the teams that are kind of struggling here are facing the teams that have been doing quite well. So it's going to be, a good day if they can get an upset because they might need it, honestly, at this point. So I like the way this is going so far. We've had some upsets. We've had some very one-sided matches, some incredibly close matches. We've had it all so far at the SPS.
Yeah, some storylines really starting to build up in the mix as well. Definitely going to be seeing some teams fall down a little bit and some teams rise up just that little bit more through playday number 5, 6, and 7, where we will get to see at the end of it who will be going to those challenge finals. I would like to throw out a few thank yous just before we end the show to my 2 co-casters here who have been absolutely incredible today, covering all of the games for you. I would like to thank the production team and ESL for to be able to put this on. All of the sponsors, naming Snapdragon Elite Gaming as the main one. A big thank you to them, a big thank you to production and the co-casters as well. That is going to be it for the Snapdragon Pro Series today. It's been an absolute blast, 4 wonderful games, but make sure to come back on Tuesday next week as we'll have some more thrilling games. See you then.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play. The game on the line. Yeah, on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot. I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align. No shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional working devotion. We put in this time.